Introduction. In the primordial realm, esteemed figures of the three pure ones and the four emperors abound. Yet I, a humble soul devoted solely to my younger brother, am known as Jinzha. One might inquire, how does one truly care for a younger sibling? Naturally, it involves crafting reading comprehension exercises and authentic examination questions tailored to their preferences. My affection for my younger siblings knows no bounds. Let them bask in the warmth of my love. Thus, my singular principle in this vast world is simple. If I have a younger brother, I shall cherish him. If not, I shall adopt one. As long as all the great beings are my younger brothers, I shall roam freely through the primordial realm. Chapter 1. A loving embrace for my younger brother. At Shuntang Pass, within the governor's mansion, tranquility reigned. That year the waters had yet to rise, and blood had not yet been shed. Young master, why have you climbed the tree again? When the governor returns, he will surely punish you. Called a maid from beneath a towering wudong tree. The boy perched atop the tree scratched his ear and set aside his self-composed treatise, The Human Affairs of the Primordial Realm, pondering the absence of his third brother. It seemed he must attend to his second brother instead. Beep detected the arrival of host's third brother, the great deity of the three altars, Nezha. Beep, reward for the host. One innate spiritual treasure. Beep, please meet with your third brother promptly to bind the contract. Upon hearing this, Jinzha employed his celestial vision and gazed upward, spotting a dazzling golden orb streaking across the sky, heading directly towards the governor's mansion. Jinzha, more precisely Jinzhan, was originally an illustrator of the film Nezha on Earth. Following a night of fervent work, he unexpectedly traversed into the primordial realm, awakening a brotherly love system. As a devoted artist of Nezha, he harbored unique sentiments towards his character, yearning for his happiness and a carefree existence, wishing he need not bear such burdens from birth. Draped in splendid attire, Jinzha exuded an air of grandeur. Yet, true to his youthful spirit, he swiftly descended from the tree and raced towards his mother Yin's quarters, exchanging warm greetings with those he encountered along the way. Mid-journey, Jinzha paused, clearing his throat, and behind a stone lion, a round head emerged, adorned with a talisman of safety. Greetings, brother. Your younger brother Muzha pays his respects. Jinzha nodded, acknowledging Muzha with a subtle gesture. The timid Muzha, hiding behind the stone lion, reluctantly inched closer to his elder brother. Seeing this, Jinzha sighed dramatically and embraced his second brother. Ah, Muzha, why dost thou always fear me so? By the way, how fared you with the reading comprehension exercises I prepared? At this, Muzha's already pale visage grew even paler, his voice quivering. Brother, I truly cannot comprehend. I do not understand why there is a wudong tree before our door and another wudong tree nearby. What significance could this possibly hold? Beep detected the host successfully dismantling the defenses of his brother's heart. Reward, 100 years of cultivation. Reward, one magical artifact, a feathered duster. Jinzha gazed at his younger brother, on the verge of tears, and ceased his teasing. With a wave of his hand, he said, Very well, dear brother, I shall be lenient. You need not write any more reading comprehension exercises henceforth. Upon hearing this, Muzha, whose eyes were already brimming with tears, could not suppress a smile. Though before he could fully bask in his delight, Jinzha produced an impressive stack of 9 hefty tomes filled with materials such as 3 years' worth of mock exams and authentic questions from Hengshui. Since the day I began my training at the tender age of 2, I have been engaged in both study and reflection upon the profound text that once shattered his confidence in my past life. Muzha stood frozen, his jaw agape. Could there truly be 9 such abhorrent volumes? Brother, what purpose does this serve for me? He inquired. Jinzha pondered for a moment before responding. As the saying goes, mastering mathematics and the sciences equips one to traverse the world without fear. You are still young and do not comprehend. Allow me to enlighten you. Muzha was momentarily taken aback. Was mathematics and sciences referring to that prominent figure from the primordial era? Bewildered, he accepted his brother's affection. The two brothers strolled harmoniously into an ancient, elegantly adorned chamber. Inside, seated at a table upon a pear-blossom chair, was a woman of striking presence, her brow marked by an air of nobility. She had shed her armor, cradling a book, engrossed in its pages, assuming the book was indeed virtuous. Jinzha approached her with measured steps, softly inquiring, Mother, is there any movement within? The woman calmly closed her book, turning to reveal her rounded belly to Jinzha, gently caressing it while saying, There have been a few movements lately, alas. It has been 3 years. and I wonder how much longer it will be. Just as Jinzha reached out to touch her belly, a radiant golden light erupted within the room, and a luminous orb entered Yin's abdomen. In an instant, the golden glow faded, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. Only Jinzha understood that this was the spirit pearl completing its reincarnation as had arrived. It was he, indeed our dear friend, little Nezha. A melody inexplicably resonated in Jinzha's heart, compelling his hand to rest upon his mother's belly. Within, a gentle stir occurred, as if responding to an unspoken high five from his brother. Ding! Successfully bonded with the third brother Nezha. Reward: a century of cultivation and the true fire of Samadhi. Reward: passive skill of 100% unarmed blade seizure. Current host cultivation level, refining void 9th layer. Jinzha felt a surge of joy. Ha ha ha. It seems my third brother is quite fond of me. He likely will not fear me as much as her second brother does. However, it appears he may be rather rebellious in the future. As Jinzha contemplated how to address his brother's potential defiance, a piercing scream from Yin startled everyone in the governor's estate. In a short while, the entire estate functioned like a well-oiled machine, operating with remarkable precision, while outside, Jinzha and Muzha stood bewildered, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Jinzha's thoughts were consumed with the urgency of accelerating his cultivation otherwise. During the impending calamity of the divine sealing, he would be unable to alter the course of fate. Muzha, on the other hand, reveled in the thought, how splendid! I shall finally have someone to bully. Inside the governor's estate, everyone labored diligently for half a day, until a final wail brought their activities to a halt. As Jinzha entered the room alongside his father, Li Jing, they were greeted by the midwife cradling Nezha. However, the midwife's pallid complexion and trembling lips betrayed her distress. Li Jing, oblivious to her demeanor, wore a smile as he approached to take the child into his arms. Yet, as he sought to behold the infant's visage, he was met with sudden emptiness. A large, flesh-colored sphere tumbled to the ground, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Was this a ball? Li Jing stood bewildered, petrified in place, his temples twitching with disbelief. The sphere, however, was far from inert. It erupted into chaos, ignited by flames, ricocheting around the room until it set the surroundings ablaze. In a moment of frantic instinct, Li Jing kicked Nezha out of the room, exemplifying the notion of paternal love in an unconventional manner. Yet, shortly thereafter, he felt a surge of suppressed rage in his chest. Drawing a deep breath, he prepared to investigate the commotion, only to witness the remnants of the egg cracking open, revealing a hand. That hand, ablaze with fire, was hurled towards the ceiling, followed by a cacophony that forced the crowd to scatter. Gazing at his newly born son, who had already caused such turmoil, Li Jing unsheathed his sword, ready to confront Nezha, shouting, "Little wretch, prepare to meet your end." In that instant, a blur appeared before him. Snatching the sword from his grasp, it was none other than Jinzha. The two exchanged an awkward glance. Jinzha sheathed the sword and spoke solemnly. "Father, this is my younger brother, your third son. I implore you to exercise patience. Even if he is born of mischief, he can be guided towards virtue." The flesh-colored sphere, sensing the threat, burst through the doors and bounded out of the governor's mansion. Li Jing lowered his arms, letting out a deep sigh. As the governor of Chuntang Pass, it is my duty to safeguard the people from the onslaught of demons. Yet, how can I explain such a calamity arising from my own household? What shall I say to the citizens? How do I account to the king? Jinzha quickly interjected. "Father, why not attend to mother first? You shall retrieve it, Nezha." Li Jing glanced at his promising eldest son and then at his wife, nodding in agreement. Jinzha turned to pursue the sphere. Despite its seemingly innocuous shape, it bounced with astonishing speed, darting out of the mansion's gates, narrowly evading Jinzha's grasp several times. "Quickly block that ball," Jinzha called out to the onlookers. The crowd, perplexed by the sight of the eldest son of the Li family chasing after a sphere, did not dwell on their confusion and rushed to capture Nezha. Yet, their efforts proved futile as the sphere flung them aside effortlessly. Moments later, the street devolved into chaos, with cries of distress echoing as the sphere wreaked havoc. Just then, a few guards from Chuntang Pass arrived, and in collaboration with Jinzha, they finally cornered the sphere. As the ball was subdued, Jinzha cautiously embraced it and began to retrace his steps back to the Li residence. However, just as he approached the doorway, Li Jing emerged, his brow furrowing once more at the sight of the sphere, signaling that further action was imminent. That moment, a voice emerged from the bedside. Husband, that is our child. Please take good care of him. Li Jing, upon hearing Yin's words, felt his demeanor soften as he gazed intently at Nezha, placing a hand on his forehead. This child is extraordinary. What shall we do? Just then, a radiant light appeared behind Jinzha, and a delicate, rosy infant crawled out from within a sphere. Miraculously, despite being freshly born, he was already standing upright and clinging to Jinzha while calling out to him affectionately as brother. Jinzha turned around and gently lifted the little darling, making a playful face at him. The little one, mimicking his brother, attempted to make a similar expression. Seeing this, Li Jing's expression relaxed, but just as he was about to approach and embrace Nezha, the little Nezha unleashed a burst of flames toward him, snorting in defiance and turning his head away. Jinzha stifled a laugh and bowed to Li Jing, saying, "Father, I shall dress Nezha." Li Jing, with a frown, waved his hand dismissively, seeking solace from his wife. Supported by Li Jing, Yin slowly stepped out of the room, her eyes filled with tenderness as she observed the two returning sons. "Jinzha, are you happy to have another younger brother?" Jinzha, dragging little Nezha along, replied, "Yes, I am very happy. The third brother is much more obedient than the second." Muzha turned his head and leaned closer to his father. Yin nodded. "You three brothers must get along well in the future, understand?" Jinzha led the way in nodding, promising his mother, while Muzha glanced at his brother and also obediently nodded. Yin then looked toward Nezha. Nezha, a bit bewildered, blinked his eyes and pouted, suddenly opening his mouth to relieve himself. Jinzha was taken aback, sensing the warmth behind him. Quietly, he pulled out the feather duster that the system had just provided, gripping it as if he had innate knowledge of its purpose. The feather duster was specifically for unruly children. Chapter 2. A celestial being falls from the sky. Beneath the lofty, vermilion walls, three young lads laughed and played, while only the frost-kissed maple leaves stood still. In the distance, amidst the clouds, a plump, adorable piglet frolicked, atop which lounged a lazy, rotund immortal, a wine jug clutched in his hand. He took a sip of wine, swaying his head in delight, reveling in the pleasures of life. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from his trousers. He attempted to reach into his pants, but his short arms could not grasp the source of the disturbance, leading him to fumble repeatedly. In a moment of distraction, he tumbled down. With a resounding crash, a massive splash erupted from the water pool at the Li residence. Meanwhile, Nezha, who had been discreetly relieving himself nearby, was caught in a deluge. Nezha, instantly ignited with anger, leaped into the pool, retrieving and starting to pound on his belly. "You fat fool, who are you to interrupt my business?" The drowsy awakening to the sight of a child hammering on his belly, sensed the aura of the primordial spirit pearl and exclaimed, "Ouch. Please stop. I am an immortal from the heavens." Nezha paused his flurry of punches, looking up to reveal his front teeth. "Is that so? Are you really that impressive? Do not mistake my words as mere boast, for I am indeed the fifth disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, the esteemed Tai Zhenren, who has devoted over a millennium to the pursuit of enlightenment. I have come here today with the intention of taking you as my apprentice." Tai Zhenren stroked his belly, rising to his feet and adopting an air of superiority. Nezha's eyes widened, his curiosity piqued as he shoved his hands into his pockets. "Is that so? It is rather difficult to believe you at first glance." Before Tai could respond, a fireball suddenly hurtled toward him. With a swift motion of his floating dust, he twisted his waist and sent the fireball soaring into the sky. Nezha paused for a moment, then grinned. "Oh, that's impressive. It seems this fellow is quite formidable after all." At that moment, the commotion attracted the attention of the people from the Li residence, who hurried over, intrigued by the sight of the two figures. Only Jinzha understood that Tai was there to accept an apprentice and bestow two weapons, after which Nezha would officially embark on a great calamity, leading to the extraction of A.O. Bing's dragon tendons and his forced rebirth. However, since he was present, he would ensure that no tragedies befell Nezha. Ding! A turning point in Nezha's life has been detected. Should intervention occur? Jinzha nodded and began his exaggerated performance, striding forward to embrace Tai Zhenren's thigh. "Could it be that you're the esteemed master of the Chan sect, the elegant and powerful Tai, whose compassion knows no bounds? I have long admired you." At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. A celestial being had arrived, perhaps to take on an apprentice. They speculated that he had come upon hearing of the young master's exceptional talents. Tai felt a wave of comfort wash over him at the compliment. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he gazed at the youth before him with a sense of foreboding. I must admit, your eloquence is quite impressive, Tai remarked, stroking his chin, about to reveal his purpose for visiting. Ah yes, I have come to take Nezha as my disciple. And before he could complete his sentence, Jinzha interjected. Wonderful. I wholeheartedly support this. However, esteemed master, have you heard the common saying from the mortal realm? Jinzha smiled, addressing the assembled crowd. Tai, puzzled, turned to look at Jinzha. It is said that taking on a disciple is akin to raising a son. Might you treat Nezha as you would your own progeny? Jinzha inquired earnestly. Li Jing furrowed his brow and stepped forward, bowing to Tai. I hope you do not take offense. Jinzha has been deeply concerned for Nezha since his birth, always keeping him close. Tai, upon hearing this, assumed a serious demeanor. Fear not, young one. I shall treat Nezha as my own son. And may I ask you this? What is the relationship of an elder brother? Jinzha persisted with his solemn questioning. Tai appeared momentarily perplexed, for as a primordial being, he was not well versed in the nuances of mortal ethics. At this juncture, the butler spoke up. Esteemed master, an elder brother is akin to a father. Tai's eyes lit up with understanding. Ah yes, an elder brother is like a father, which means I'm also Nez's father, and you're also his father? No, wait, that doesn't seem right. The more Tai pondered, the more bewildered he became, sensing that he might have been led astray. Jinzha, with a serious demeanor, nodded emphatically. There is nothing amiss. Dear elder brother, from now on, I entrust Nezha to you. Tai Jinren's chubby face was filled with astonishment. Child, have you lost your senses? I am Nez's master. How have I become your elder brother? Jinzha replied earnestly. An elder brother is akin to a father. Since you are Nez's master, does that not make us equals? I shall call you brother, while Nezha refers to you as master. We each have our titles. Tai, somewhat at a loss for words, pondered the peculiarities of human relationships. Ding, detected host has successfully persuaded Tai Jinren to become a brother. Reward, 1 divine whip. Reward, 9 dragon divine fire shield. Nez's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grinned widely, no longer content to keep his hands in his pockets. He approached Tai and extended his hand. Now that we are family, do we have a greeting gift? Muza, who had rushed over to join the fray, echoed Nez's sentiment and approached Tai. Before long, the 3 brothers surrounded Tai, exchanging knowing glances and playfully turning him around. Tai, taken aback, felt a wave of dizziness. What was the situation? He regarded the 3 brothers with confusion. Something is amiss. Why are there 3 mischievous children? Shouldn't it only be Nezha at this moment? Tai scrutinized the trio, his round face expressing great bewilderment. No rush, let me calculate this. I feel something is off. He tucked his floating dust into his waistband and retrieved a turtle shell, beginning his calculations. However, the flesh on his face quivered, and he still could not discern the truth. With a furrowed brow, Tai ceased conversing with the brothers and led Li Jing into the room. He gestured to Li Jing. Li Jing, are you aware of your son's reincarnation? Li Jing shook his head. He sensed Nezha's extraordinary nature, but was unaware of the details. Tai explained, Nezha is the reincarnation of the primordial spirit pearl, a natural talent for cultivation. However, his temperament will inevitably be profoundly affected by the dual energies of purity and chaos within the pearl. If the chaotic energy spirals out of control, it will lead to a heavenly tribulation. You must exercise caution. Li Jing clasped his hands in understanding. Indeed, I comprehend. May I inquire about Nezha's apprenticeship? Tai's expression darkened as he rummaged in his waistband. Ah, let me consult my master upon my return. Currently, Nezha's karmic threads are in disarray, and the turbulent energy that should have erupted is being suppressed. Ding! Detected host has successfully altered a pivotal moment in Nezha's life. Reward, Primordial Universe bag. Reward, a fragment of an unknown karmic soul. Outside the door, Jinzha was momentarily taken aback. What sort of flawed system was this that regarded troubles as rewards? A remnant soul? What purpose does it serve? Something was amiss. This remnant soul seemed vaguely familiar. As Jinzha pondered, Tai and Li Jing emerged, approaching Nezha. Tai patted Nezha's shoulder. Little Nezha, do you wish to know who you are? And why do you aspire to cultivate? Just a few months after his arrival into this world, Nezha found himself grappling with a significant dilemma, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Nevertheless, with his hands planted defiantly on his hips, he declared, Am I not just the child of my parents? Of course, My cultivation is for the sake of becoming handsome. Li Jing furrowed his brow, preparing to speak again. Observing this, Jinzha stepped protectively in front of Nezha, saying, "Father, I understand that you wish for Nezha's well-being, but there is truly no need for haste. Nezha has only been in this world for a few months. Perhaps you should take the opportunity to refine your swordsmanship, and who knows what surprises may await." The onlookers exchanged glances, realizing the truth in his words. Nezha had grown so rapidly that they had forgotten he had only recently acquainted himself with this world. Tai Yi also intervened, addressing Li Jing. "The child speaks rightly. We should not rush, let us grant them more time." Encouraged by Tai Yi's support, Jinzha seized the moment. "Thank you, elder brother, for your understanding. It is no wonder you are an immortal. I wonder if you have prepared any gifts for accepting disciples?" Tai Yi slapped his forehead and shut his eyes, wishing to avoid further interaction with Jinzha. Jinzha remained undeterred, persistently reaching toward Tai Yi's waist. "Stop, stop, you impetuous child. Do you not wish to exercise restraint?" I will give. Tai Yi hastily blocked Jinzha's wandering hands, retrieving several bottles of elixirs from his robes and tossing them into Jinzha's hands. As Jinzha examined his newfound treasures, Tai Yi swiftly mounted his pig and made a hurried escape. Jinzha watched Tai Yi flee with a look of disappointment, sighing, "Ah, I thought I might celebrate the new year early. Alas, I only managed to acquire a few elixirs." Li Jing approached Nezha, stating, "Nezha, you must not leave the estate until Master Tai Yi returns to the Li residence. Focus on nurturing your character under your brother's guidance." Nezha's face fell, hands thrust into his waistband. As he turned away, "Nurture my character? What nonsense! I have no issues, it is you who cannot place your trust in me." Li Jing regarded Nezha, his attitude shifting once more, preparing to speak again. Jinzha crouched down. "Nezha, I know you long for the trust of others, wishing for them to cease their wariness towards you." Nezha turned his back, his voice tinged with sorrow. "They all see me as a monster. They cannot trust me, nor would they wish to play with me." Clearing his throat, Jinzha gently patted Nezha's shoulder. "But do you not realize that you are the reincarnation of the primordial spirit pearl, destined from birth to vanquish demons and protect the living?" Nezha turned around, blinking in disbelief at his brother. "Is that true?" Li Jing nodded, revealing a rare tenderness in his expression. "Indeed, Nezha. Master Tai Yi has come to accept disciples because he recognizes your extraordinary potential." Nezha beamed, showcasing his teeth in an exuberant smile, striking a cool pose. "Well then, I shall reluctantly heed your advice and diligently cultivate, occasionally engaging in meditation to refine my character." Jinzha looked at Nezha, filled with immense pride, already envisioning his brother's earnest efforts. Chapter 3. Your brother is still your brother in the Li residence. Jinzha gazed in exasperation at Nezha, who had begun to run aimlessly after merely half an hour of meditation. Jinzha rubbed his temples, resigning himself to the fact that this was indeed his younger brother. And as his elder sibling, he chose not to harbor any resentment. "Nezha, do you still remember your aspiration to become a great hero?" Jinzha inquired, clenching his fists in an effort to maintain his composure. Nezha paused his game of kicking a shuttlecock and turned his head, responding, "There's plenty of time ahead. And besides, my elder brother has yet to become a great hero himself, so I shan't steal your thunder." Jinzha sighed, realizing that perhaps he had failed to set a proper example. "It seems I need assistance in guiding Nezha," he thought. "Ah," Jinzha remarked, noticing 3 celestial beings in the distance. "What a coincidence. Just as I was wishing for someone to help manage Nezha, here they come. Finally, there will be someone to discipline this unruly child." However, he mused, it would not do to let Tai Yi easily take on disciples. Little Nezha squatted on the ground, playing with a stone, crushing one in his hand, then restoring it with a mere squeeze. Meanwhile, Jinzha, hands on his hips, utilized his silver tongue to enlighten the 3 great immortals about the essence of the heavenly way. As for Muzha, he was possibly engaged in yet another quarrel over an apple. Stop, my young friend," Tai Yi Jinren interjected. "My senior brother and I have come here with the intent to accept disciples. If we cannot, it is simply the will of heaven." He spoke with a hint of exasperation, genuinely intimidated by Jinzha. Just then, a small bolt of lightning struck above his head. Tai Yi Jinren exhaled a puff of black smoke, his expression marred with confusion. "My young friend, your third brother is indeed fated to have a connection with me, and it is the will of heaven." Jinzha refrained from further comment, lifting his gaze to the sky, then bowed deeply to the 3 celestial beings, expressing his gratitude. "I sincerely thank all you immortals for your kindness, but I hope that my brothers and I can spend a few more years together. experiencing the warmth of familial bonds. Observing Jinzha's earnest demeanor, Tai Jinren waved his floating dust, establishing a barrier, and turned to his two senior brothers. What do you think, esteemed brothers? The two, Guang Fa and Pu Xian, exchanged glances and pondered for a moment. Pu Xian spoke up. As for the calamity of the sealing of gods, I fear there may not be much time left. Guang Fa added, Nezha was born to confront this calamity. If we do not accept him into our sect, what if the Jie Jiao faction takes notice? Tai Jinren's chubby face fell as he scrutinized his two senior brothers, reluctantly producing a treasured item he had kept hidden and handing it over to them with great reluctance. Jinzha, who had been kept at bay, crouched down, attempting to pat Nezha's head, only to be met with a gentle nudge from Nezha. Why are you sulking at your elder brother? Little Nezha squatted amidst a litter of stone fragments, grumbling in denial. Beep. The system has detected that the host has made his brother sad. Reward, a century of cultivation. Reward, 10 packages of jumping candy. Note, do not consume more than 2 packages at once. Jinzha retrieved a package of jumping candy from his pocket, waving it enticingly before Nezha. Cheer up, little brother. Here is some candy for you. It's delicious and will lift your spirits. Nezha blinked his round eyes, tilting his head back and opening his mouth wide. Observing this, Jinzha swiftly tore open the package and poured the candy into Nezha's mouth in one go. After a brief moment, Nezha, squatting on the ground, smacked his lips, savoring the sweetness, yet feeling as though his body had become lighter, as if it were moving of its own accord. With a resounding thud, Nezha took off from the spot, bouncing around like a small ball, his mouth incessantly exclaiming in delight. Jinzha, slightly bewildered, couldn't help but marvel at the delightful candy that had truly made him soar. Ding. Feel Nezha's indignation. Reward, companion artifact, the escaped dragon pillar. Reward, a century of cultivation. As the three esteemed masters emerged, they beheld the exuberant Nezha bouncing about, and Jinzha, who was stifling laughter. Tai Jinren attempted to approach and seize his beloved disciple, only to be met with a playful nudge to the stomach from Nezha. Oh dear, little Nezha, what is the meaning of this? Tai inquired, rubbing his belly with a furrowed brow. In midair, Nezha attempted to respond, but his words were muddled. He could only point a finger at his brother. The three masters turned to Jinzha, who merely shook his head, indicating his ignorance. With a sigh of resignation, Tai retrieved the mystic heaven silk from his trousers and tossed it towards Nezha. The crimson ribbon, seemingly endowed with a spirit of its own, soared towards Nezha's hand, gently bringing him back to the ground, though he continued to bounce with glee. Clearing his throat, Tai solemnly declared, Jinzha, in 3 years, you and your brother must join me and my fellow master in cultivation, for your talents are exceptional and must not be squandered. Jinzha's face brightened at this, promptly expressing his gratitude, while Nezha, no longer harboring resentment, tugged at his brother's hand, and together they bowed to Tai. Tai continued, however, I shall occasionally return to impart spells to you, lest you become complacent. With that, we shall take our leave. Observing this, Jinzha seized the opportunity, suggesting, Master, it would be beneficial for you to remain at the Li residence. This way, you can instruct Nezha, and the three brothers may live and learn together. Tai pondered this notion, realizing he indeed had no pressing obligations. Unlike his two fellow masters who were entangled in the mundane affairs of the school, he nodded in agreement, though he sensed that Jinzha's mischievous demeanor might lead to trouble. As Jinzha contemplated this turn of events, Nezha had already regained his composure. Stealthily clutching the mystic heaven silk he had just acquired, he dashed behind his elder brother and leaped to ensnare Jinzha, with a smile gracing his lips. Jinzha summoned the escaped dragon pillar from behind, and with a clattering sound, Nezha collided with the pillar, his small hands holding the Qinkuan circle and mystic heaven silk falling limply by his sides. My dear little brother, you are still my brother, Jinzha remarked, as he hoisted Nezha up, accompanied by Tai Jinren, and they entered a room adorned with a plaque inscribed with 2 characters, classroom. Inside the classroom, on the northern wall, a large slate was prominently displayed, inscribed with questions. Desks and chairs were arranged in a serpentine formation, where Mu Jia was lazily napping. An apple lodged in his mouth. Jinzha approached, delivering a kick to the desk, causing a great commotion that dislodged the apple. Mu Jia, in a daze, merely rolled over, continuing his slumber. Jinzha was left speechless. Was his younger brother truly useless, or should he focus on nurturing Nezha instead? He bent down and gently patted Nezha's head. Nezha, you must not emulate your second brother. Understand? All he does is eat and sleep and eat. In the future, traversing the wilderness will depend on others. Nezha's large eyes were filled with confusion. He He sensed that he was destined for a life of hardship. Meanwhile, Tai surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming, "This place. It evokes a peculiar desire to sleep upon entering." At the governor's mansion, Muzha and Jinzha stood behind Nezha, observing the bobbing head of their brother. They exchanged glances, realizing that Nezha was rather unsuited for scholarly pursuits. Over the past few days, Jinzha and Muzha had been teaching Nezha, yet aside from mastering magical arts with remarkable ease, he struggled with everything else, showing proficiency in only 6 out of 7 essential skills. Jinzha cleared his throat and suggested, "Nezha, how about we go out for some fun?" However, no matter how Jinzha tried to entice Nezha today, he remained unresponsive. Jinzha found it odd. Typically, the mention of outdoor activities sent Nezha racing out the door. Approaching his brother, he discovered Nezha's eyes were vacant. With a swift motion, he struck out, and the Nezha who had been seated transformed into a paper figure. Furious, Jinzha exclaimed, "So, you've already resorted to using a shadow clone technique that you just learned a few days ago? Nezha, you're quite the clever one. If you can run away, then I will catch you. I shall not rest until your bottom is sore." Though angered, Jinzha also recognized Nezha's extraordinary talent. Even with his own advantage due to the system and superior cultivation, he found himself lacking in the realm of magical studies compared to Nezha. Observing Jinzha's fury, Muzha quietly retrieved a feather duster from Jinzha's waist, presenting it to him while softly suggesting, "Nezha is far too mischievous. He needs a good spanking." Jinzha accepted the duster and turned to leave, but upon glancing back, he struck Muzha's backside with the duster. As the second brother, "You should have been watching over Nezha better." Muzha, feeling aggrieved, covered his bottom and retorted, "Aren't you the elder brother? You failed to keep an eye on him as well. Is Nezha even someone who can be kept in check?" Beep. Detected that the host has caused a sense of imbalance in the second brother's heart. Beep. Reward. A century of cultivation. Beep. Reward. Soul manipulation technique. Capable of altering the memories of those with lower cultivation than the host. Reminder. The host has reached the pinnacle of the void return stage. Please prepare for the tribulation. Jinzha glared at Muzha, wielding the feather duster. Dare to retort again. I am simply allowing Nezha to enjoy a joyful childhood. Muzha felt increasingly distressed. Lamenting, "What about me? What about me? This child's heart is burdened." Scratching his head in contemplation, Jinzha pondered where Nezha could have gone, sensing that something unfortunate was about to occur. On the coastline of the East Sea, the sun shone brightly, casting glimmers upon the water. A child lay amidst a patch of sand, completely covered except for his cherubic face peeking out. Nearby, a group of children happily piled sand upon him. Fully engrossed in their play, Nezha reclined comfortably, his eyes half closed, relishing a world devoid of pools and apples. Cursed be his elder brother. Had he not been unable to defeat him, he would have compelled him to right that vexing problem. Just as he was savoring this tranquil moment, a sudden figure sprang forth from behind a large stone, a night demon. With a green face and sharp fangs, wielding a trident, it launched an attack aimed at several children. "Hey, you hideous creature, you seek your own demise," Nezha exclaimed, shaking off the sand and producing the magical cloth, the Hunyuan Ling. He hurled it with vigor, ensnaring the demon, and with a powerful tug, sent the night demon crashing to the ground. Such a little fiend dares to create chaos. As Nezha tightened his grip on the Hunyuan Ling and approached the fallen demon, it unexpectedly spat venom. Nezha deftly dodged, but the toxic substance landed on a few children. Frowning deeply, he exerted his strength and swiftly strangled the night demon to death. "Here, I have some medicine," he announced, retrieving the elixir bestowed upon him by Tai and offering it to the children. After consuming the remedy, the children expressed their gratitude and departed. Nezha gazed down at the bloodied Hunyuan Ling, feeling a pang of regret. If his elder brother caught sight of it, he would surely be reprimanded. "I must wash this," he thought. Taking the Hunyuan Ling, Nezha soared over the sea to cleanse it. However, the amount of blood was considerable, and his vigorous scrubbing soon stirred the waters into a murky chaos. After a thorough examination, he finally deemed the cloth clean. Just as Nezha prepared to leave, a column of water erupted before him, revealing a young man in a white robe, with a strikingly handsome face and a fierce demeanor. He lowered his voice, yet spoke with an underlying gentleness. "Who are you, and why do you wreak havoc here?" "I am Nezha, the brother of Jinzha." "And you?" Nezha retorted, hands on his hips, pointing at the stranger. Albing appeared puzzled. "Who? Jinzha? Where is he from? I have never heard of him from my father. Is he perhaps a concealed figure of great renown? You need not concern yourself with my identity. I simply wish to understand the cause of your disturbance." The young man replied. Nezha's anger flared. He had merely sought a moment of leisure, only to be interrupted by a demon, and now confronted by an inexplicable inquiry. You don't even introduce yourself, yet you question me? If you seek trouble, then let it be so. With that, Nezha drew his weapon and swung fiercely at Albing. Albing stumbled backward, desperately dodging and using his heavy hammer for defense. Nezha frowned and summoned the Qianquan circle, weaving intricate gestures to direct it toward Albing. Albing, alarmed, struggled to fend off the onslaught. How can this little brat possess such a formidable artifact? Is that Jinzha truly a figure of significance? In the air, the two danced in a flurry of movement, weapons clashing and sparks flying, their spells intertwining as they became engrossed in their battle, their focus solely on one another. Before long, the disadvantage of Albing's artifact became apparent. He was overpowered and soon found himself on the ground, transformed into a magnificent silver-scaled dragon sprawled upon the beach. Wait, you little rascal. I merely came to inquire about something, and you resort to violence. Albing lamented weakly. Nezha perched atop the dragon's head, grasping its horns, exclaiming, "Oh, it turns out to be a dragon. Well, today I am in a good mood, and since you have not committed any wrongdoing, I shall refrain from vanquishing you." After venting his emotions, Nezha patted the dragon's head, feeling much better, and decided to leave, promising not to bully you again. Just as Nezha was about to rise and depart, his eyes inexplicably turned blood red, and he began to tear into Ao Bing's flesh, preparing to extract the dragon tendons. Ao Bing froze, realizing that this was no jest. Something was amiss with Nezha's gaze. Struggling to escape, Ao Bing twisted his body. But Nezha's uncontrollable strength held him firmly in place. He could only cry out in desperation, hoping for assistance. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Nezha, cease at once." Jinzha finally sensed the disturbance and rushed to Nezha's side, tightly embracing him, even as Nezha bit into his shoulder, refusing to let go. Simultaneously, he chanted a calming incantation, attempting to awaken Nezha from his trance. A chill gripped his heart, and his pupils trembled. Was this the predetermined fate dictated by the heavenly order? He realized that with a moment's inattention, Nezha had nearly fallen into a catastrophic trial. Gradually, Nezha regained his composure, staring blankly at his brother. "Brother, what has happened to me?" Nezha leaned against Jinzha's shoulder, perplexed. Jinzha let out a sigh of relief, gently ruffling Nezha's hair. "It's all right, brother is here." Nezha, by nature already troubled, had been further tainted by the lack of affection and the encroachment of heavenly will, which compelled him to act against his better judgment. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully altered part of Nezha's fate. Reward: 1 drop of Pangu's essence. Reward: 300 years of cultivation. As Jinzha continued to soothe Nezha, he pondered within himself that while destiny might be slightly altered, it would inevitably restore itself. It all depended on which side possessed greater leverage. Just as the brothers shared this tender moment, a clueless dragon raised its head and howled in protest, attempting to rise. Jinzha frowned and lightly struck the dragon's head, urging it to remain still. How should he handle Ao Bing? Whether he lived or died would significantly impact Nezha. What was the best course of action? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Jinzha, and a mischievous smile crept across his face. "Ah, I have a splendid idea." Jinzha descended from the dragon's head and asked Nezha to help hold it down, instructing Ao Bing to remain still. With a focused mind, Jinzha formed a series of hand seals and extended his consciousness, beginning to employ a soul manipulation technique. Before long, Ao Bing awakened, his eyes no longer fierce but instead radiating tranquility and peace. "Where am I? Who are you?" he asked, gazing at the grinning Jinzha. Jinzha stepped closer, taking Ao Bing's hand. "Brother, do you remember me? I am your elder brother, Jinzha. We just formed a brotherhood not long ago." Ao Bing paused, his expression turning anxious as he took a step back. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced through his head, and in his mind, he envisioned himself alongside 3 others, with Jinzha leading the group. He laughed heartily, addressing him as 4th brother. Why not call upon your elder brothers? Indeed, within the picturesque peach garden, he had acknowledged 3 elder brothers. Nezha covered his mouth, his large eyes darting between his brothers and Ao Bing, until he could no longer contain himself, turning away to stifle his laughter. Ao Bing, filled with hesitation, heard Jinzha's joyful exclamation. "Ah, 4th brother, I have missed you dearly." Jinzha then enveloped the bewildered Ao Bing and the giggling Nezha in a warm embrace. Beep. Detected successful binding with Ao Bing. Reward: 1 Millennium Water Repelling Pearl. Reward: a strand of water technique insight. Ao Bing, feeling flustered, instinctively raised his arms to embrace the two. His mind swirling with confusion, everything was unfolding at an alarming pace, and he sensed something amiss. His head throbbed. Releasing A.O. Bing, Jinzha beamed. Fourth brother. It is getting late. We are brothers now, and there will be plenty of time ahead. Do remember to visit often. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the ruins beneath the deep sea, A.O. Bing walked, attempting to alleviate the swelling in his head, musing on the sudden addition of not two, but three brothers. Such is the unpredictability of life. Reaching his father, he found a dark figure confronting the king. Father, your son has arrived. A.O. Bing respectfully bowed. A.O. Guang and the shadowy figure turned in unison, astonishment evident in their eyes. My son, you have come. Today, your father wishes to reveal certain truths. A.O. Guang, perched upon the dragon-binding pillar, trembled slightly as he leaned closer to A.O. Bing. The shadow stepped forward, revealing a tall, lean figure with high cheekbones and sparse golden hair. Indeed, it was the true man, Shen Gongbao. My dear disciple, how has your training been? What has happened to your head? Shen Gongbao leaned in, his expression one of disbelief. Breaking the silence, Shen Gongbao calculated with his fingers. You have encountered Nezha, haven't you? A.O. Bing nodded, raising and lowering his gaze, merely stating, he is formidable. Shen Gongbao nodded in return. Do you understand that you and he share an inextricable fate? A.O. Bing looked up at Shen Gongbao, puzzled. Are you referring to our brotherhood? Shen Gongbao approached and gave A.O. Bing's shoulder a reassuring pat. Though I do not know why you met Nezha earlier and fell to him, it does not diminish my and your father's faith in you. A.O. Guang concurred, speaking earnestly. My son, you are the hope of our dragon clan, our chance to escape the abyss of the ocean. Regardless of the path you choose, I will never abandon you. Wiping away his tears, A.O. Bing bowed deeply to his father and Shen Gongbao, resolutely committing himself to the hopes of both his father and master, vowing to strive diligently in his training. As night fell, the two brothers returned home, just as they were about to dine, when they spotted the armored figure of Li Jing approaching them. Having been absent from the residence all day, he wondered whether Nezha had been up to mischief again. Just as Nezha was about to retort, Jinzha interjected. Father, today I took Nezha to the seaside to practice our magical arts. We have not caused any trouble. Li Jing nodded, offering a brief admonition to work diligently before departing. As they walked along, Nezha suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed, glancing around. Jinzha playfully struck Nezha on the head, chastising him for his reckless behavior and lack of focus in his studies, insisting that he must meditate for 2 hours in addition to his training. Nezha, with his hands shoved into his pockets, muttered defiantly, Learn? What is the point? Jinzha delivered another playful tap, prompting Nezha to cover his head and huff in irritation. The brothers engaged in their playful banter, relishing their final moments of warmth together. Chapter 5. The calm is disrupted. Time flowed as seasons changed in the study of the Li residence. Jinzha stood at the door, his expression heavier than ever before. He had just received grave news from Tai Jinren, who revealed that Nezha was the reincarnation of the primordial spirit pearl. 3 years prior, the two energies within him had yet to fully differentiate, and now, as the 3-year period approached, Jinzha sensed that the energies were on the verge of separation, foretelling an impending calamity. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Jinzha knew he must act decisively. After briefly informing his parents of the circumstances, he made his way to find Nezha and Muzha. Nezha was tugging at his hair, cursing as he filled a pool with water, while Muzha sat in a daze, seemingly detached from everything. Jinzha knocked on the table and cleared his throat. Let us set aside our studies for now. I must share something important with you both. I may need to journey to Yushu Mountain to cultivate and break through to the Earth Immortal stage. Nezha and Muzha exchanged glances, their hearts simultaneously lifting with joy, albeit tinged with a hint of sorrow. Jinzha playfully tapped his brothers on the head and scoffed. Don't get ahead of yourselves. I will leave you with 5 volumes of coursework. Should you fail to complete them, Muzha and Nezha grimaced. Brother, you truly have a heart of stone. Ding. Detected host has significantly affected the mental state of his 2 younger brothers. Reward: 1 9-turn resurrection pill. Reward: a glimpse of breakthrough insight. After relaying his message, Jinzha returned to his room to organize his gains from the years past. 3 postnatal spiritual treasures, 1 personal artifact, and a 9-turn resurrection pill. He anticipated a 98% chance of success in his upcoming breakthrough. At this thought, an inexplicable chill ran through him, and he looked up to the sky. Meanwhile, in the study, Nezha also lifted his gaze, placing his pen down. One eye shimmered with azure light, while the other was enveloped in a crimson hue. The following day, at the entrance of the Li residence, Jinzha, having prepared his belongings, searched the crowd for Nezha, but he was nowhere to be found. Jinzha, it is time to accompany your master, urged Guangfa Jinren, prompting Jinzha to follow. Jinzha gazed towards the towering vermilion wall, where a diminutive figure, distant yet poignant, cradled itself, failing to rush over to bid farewell to his elder brother. With a tongue laced in reproach, he muttered about his insufferable sibling, while his eyes unwittingly glistened with unshed tears. The clouds drifted lazily from one mountain peak to another, accompanied solely by the morning light and the evening glow. At that moment, a rotund figure laboriously ascended the eaves, panting heavily as he made his way closer to Nezha, giving the latter a gentle pat with his chubby hand. Nezha, there's no need to be so sorrowful. Your brother's tribulation should proceed smoothly, especially with the protection of our senior brother and master. Unless the heavenly will intervenes, all will be well. Nezha, sulking, replied, Oh, if it's all fine, then what's the fuss? I'm not worried. Tai observed Nezha's retort. Though it was evident that he was not as troubled as he appeared, he couldn't help but rub his belly, reflecting on the bond shared by the two brothers. Nezha, feeling somewhat awkward, kicked Tai lightly and stammered, Typically, how long does a tribulation take? My brother will surely be all right, won't he? Tai nodded vigorously, thumping his chest. Absolutely. My words are as reliable as ever. Upon hearing this, Nezha rose to his feet and, bathed in the sunset's glow, broke into a broad smile. Well then, if my brother doesn't return within a few months, I'll give you a good smack. Tai, clutching his cheek, thought to himself, what trouble I invite upon myself. I should inquire more about Jinzha's situation. If it seems dire, I might just take my leave. On the 3,000 steps of Yushu Palace, Jinzha followed closely behind his master, the venerable Guangfa Jinren. For the first time since his rebirth in the primordial chaos, he experienced the grandeur of immortals. Bowing his head, he nonetheless refused to accept a fate of eternal resignation. Master, do you have confidence in my tribulation? Guangfa Jinren inquired. Master, I should have about a 90% chance. But, Jinzha's voice faltered. But what? Speak freely, urged Guangfa Jinren, noting the apprehensive expression on Jinzha's face, sensing that something troubling was afoot. In a whisper, Jinzha conveyed his thoughts to his master, discreetly offering several vials of elixirs into Guangfa Jinren's hands. No, my dear disciple, Guangfa Jinren gently pushed Jinzha's hand away. As your master, I cannot accept gifts from my students. Jinzha patted Guangfa Jinren's hand and, lowering his voice, insisted, Master, do not treat me as a stranger. This is a token of filial piety. It is the duty of a disciple. If you refuse, how can I ever have the audacity to seek your guidance again? If you do not accept it, how can you exemplify the virtues of a teacher? Guangfa Jinren stroked his beard, concealing a smile as he accepted the offerings. Oh, it seems I have gained an admirable disciple, though it burdens my junior brother Tai. Forgive me, dear brother, for my disciple's generosity is a bit overwhelming. Once they completed their serious business, they adjusted their sleeves and glanced around before entering Yushu Palace with an air of ease. However, they were met by two figures already present within the palace, Yuding Jinren and Yang Jian. In that moment, a memory flickered in Jinzha's mind, a remnant soul that bore a striking resemblance to Yang Jian. Could this fragment of a soul belong to a blood relative of Yang Jian? Master, your disciple Guangfa has arrived with his disciple Jinzha to pay respects, he announced. Jinzha clasped his hands, imitating his master's demeanor, and spoke in unison. Shortly thereafter, a melodious voice, seemingly echoing through the ages, resounded. Guangfa, now that you have returned, you shall diligently instruct Jinzha and patiently await the forthcoming calamity of the divine ordainment. You two, master and disciple, are destined to face this trial of our Chan sect. So be particularly cautious. As for you, Jinzha, your innate talent is remarkable. After achieving the status of an earth immortal, you should both cultivate your skills and gradually take on some mundane affairs of the sect in preparation for the divine ordainment. The master and disciple bowed in response, but did not withdraw. The middle-aged Taoist, appearing as the primordial heavenly sovereign, furrowed his brow. Do you have further matters to report? The two exchanged a knowing glance and retreated a step in unison. Guangfa Jinren was momentarily taken aback. You clever lad, seeking favors while relying on your master. Master, Jinzha feels that his breakthrough to Earth Immortal may be fraught with peril, and thus requests a treasured artifact to safeguard him on his journey. Guangfa Jinren's face remained impassive. The primordial heavenly sovereign pondered, recognizing the necessity of not merely demanding labor without providing sustenance. Then I shall lend you the celestial clouds of celebration. With that, the primordial heavenly sovereign waved his sleeve, and a treasure resembling ethereal mist appeared before the master and disciple, diving directly into Jinzha's consciousness. Thank you, master, for your generous gift. With their goal accomplished, The two hurriedly took their leave from the Jade Void Palace. After bidding farewell to his master, Jinzha began to wander through the palace, seeking out that man. Atop the Jade Void Mountain, a solitary figure stood despondently against the cold wind, tears brimming in his eyes as he softly called out, "Father, elder brother, mother, I have returned for you. But where are you?" Behind him, Jinzha stealthily concealed himself behind a large rock. Ding! Detecting Yang Jian lost in memories of family. Recommendation: commence strategy in a foreign land, away from home, during festive seasons. One longs for family more than ever. Jinzha, carrying 2 flasks of wine, wore a sorrowful expression, tears welling at the corners of his eyes as he slowly approached Yang Jian. Junior brother Jinzha, what you just recited resonated deeply with Yang Jian. Yang Jian turned, inadvertently wiping away the tears from his eyes, restoring his icy demeanor. Jinzha raised his flask, taking a hearty swig, and said with melancholy, "This is a verse I composed during my heartache after each departure from home, a reflection of my yearning for my family." He then pressed the other flask into Yang Jian's embrace, gazing skyward at a classic 45-degree angle, his face unflinching. "I understand the pain of parting from loved ones. Now that we embark on our cultivation journey, we are destined to drift further from our parents. Hence, I often return home to avoid leaving any regrets in my heart." Upon hearing this, Yang Jian felt a bitter pang in his heart. Although he had rescued his mother, his father and elder brother, forever lost, could never be reclaimed. Overwhelmed by emotion, he gulped down the strong liquor, his fingers turning white and his eyes reddening. Yang Jian bellowed skyward, and Jinzha, moved by the moment, echoed his sentiments. "Come, let us drink to dissolve 1,000 sorrows. Come, let us drink until we find respite." Thus, as the evening breeze caressed them, the two inebriated souls leaned against each other atop the mountain, clutching empty flasks and gesturing at one another. "Do you understand the depths of my despair? My father and brother met their untimely demise, while I remain helpless." Jinzha shook his head, observing the disheveled Yang Jian, unable to fathom the hardships that would forge the future Erlang Shen. "Indeed, hatred is the most arduous yet direct path to success. Brother Yang, I am aware of your origins. I have encountered a remnant soul that bears some resemblance to you," Jinzha said, shaking off the effects of alcohol and addressing Yang Jian earnestly. Yang Jian was instantly alert, his eyes aflame with intensity as he gripped Jinzha's shoulders. "What?" Without hesitation, Jinzha summoned the remnant soul, meeting Yang Jian's fervent gaze. Yet, just as he was about to articulate further, he felt a chill at his neck as the mountain-splitting axe was suddenly poised on his shoulder. Severing a few strands of hair, Yang Jian, now devoid of intoxication, maintained a solemn demeanor, his third eye wide open, radiating golden light as he inquired, "Who are you truly? What is your intent regarding the remnants of my brother's soul?" Jinzha swallowed hard, his mind racing. This was disastrous. He had unwittingly dug his own grave. How could the illustrious Erlang Shen easily trust a stranger? He had merely been waiting for Jinzha to reveal his true purpose. At that moment, the axe was a mere millimeter from his throat, and in the next, he aspired to forge a bond with this man. With a thunderous voice, Yang Jian unleashed a roar, his celestial eye opened wide, intent on discerning Jinzha's disguise. Yet, after a moment, he found no discernible clue. The 5 eyes met in silence. Then, the remnant soul began to weep. "Is it you, my younger brother? I never expected to see you again. Elder brother has been nurtured by this young friend, yet he has not inquired about you." Yang Jian gradually lowered his axe, offering a respectful fist salute to Jinzha. "I, Yang, have misunderstood my junior brother. Forgive me. I am ensnared in this web of sinister plots and cannot afford to be complacent. I hope you understand." Jinzha took a deep breath and patted Yang Jian's shoulder. "Brother Yang, you need not be overly remorseful. I comprehend your plight, and I firmly believe that with your potential, the truth will ultimately be revealed, and I will stand with you to seek justice." Beep. Detected that Yang Jian's favorability towards the host has reached binding value. Yang Jian lifted his head, his spirits lifted, and offered a fist salute to Jinzha. "Very well, Jinzha, I shall refrain from further trivialities. I am willing to be your brother, sharing both fortune and misfortune." Jinzha beamed with joy, though he suppressed a smile, affirming, "Indeed, we shall share both fortune and misfortune. Today, we become brothers." Beep. Detected that the host has successfully bound with the great power Erlang Shen, Yang Jian. Reward: a century of cultivation. Reward: the 8-9 mystical skills. Reward: an improved version of the 9 curves Yellow River formation diagram. You may continue to alter Yang Jian's fate and receive ongoing rewards. Jinzha and Yang Jian knelt side by side atop the mountain, bowing respectfully towards the vast landscape, pledging their brotherhood. Fortunately, it was merely a close call. Indeed, the art of deception had proven effective. As Jinzha descended the mountain, a voice interrupted his reverie. "Ah, young one, your strength is quite substantial. With a success rate for transcending tribulations nearing perfection, why then do you still require my assistance?" A haughty voice echoed within Jinzha's mind. Furrowing his brow, Jinzha replied, "Are you the spirit of the artifact? Do not call me a spirit. I am your esteemed grandfather, Qing." "The name shall remain unchanged," the voice retorted. Jinzha was left speechless, wondering why he was being taken advantage of so readily. "Grandfather Qing, I propose a bargain. You need only do this, then that, and finally, the last thing you understand." He began to speak earnestly, weaving a nonsensical plan. A pair of ethereal hands emerged from a cloud, striking Jinzha on the head. "How audacious! I am your grandfather Qing. Show me some respect. I am a treasure capable of withstanding heavenly tribulations. Do you grasp the magnitude of that?" With a sigh, Jinzha conceded. Recognizing that under such circumstances, one must bow their head and accept the title of grandfather Qing. He glanced out the window, pondering the fate of Nezha, but decided against dwelling on it further, instead immersing himself in contemplation of his forthcoming strategies. The heavenly tribulations represented the most direct monitoring and threat posed by the celestial order to those cultivating in the primordial realm. He contemplated how best to ensure the safety of both himself and Nezha. Meanwhile, in the study of the Li residence, Nezha, bored beyond measure, rested his chin on a pen, gazing out the window, his mind racing with the mischievous idea of sneaking out to play. Muzha, having just exchanged words with a few elderly bald men, had succumbed to slumber once more. Finding himself utterly bored, Nezha had a sudden inspiration and executed his plan without hesitation. He transformed his appearance to resemble his brother Muzha, while Muzha took on his form, misleading Tai Yi, who was drinking at the door, allowing Nezha to escape the Li residence. Nezha kicked a shuttlecock as he strolled through the streets, the cries of vendors filling the air, while a little girl nearby watched enviously as several children played. Approaching the little girl, Nezha greeted her. "Hello, I am Muzha. May I join you in play?" At that moment, a young boy stepped forward from the group of children. He sported a buzz cut and wore a sullen expression. Positioning himself protectively in front of the little girl, his face clearly expressing disdain. "I'm sorry, but my little sister is going to play with us." The little girl was pulled away by her brother, her eyes darting between Nezha and the boy, confusion evident on her face. "But we haven't even played together yet," she whispered, questioning. "Brother, why can't I play with that older brother?" The boy looked down, tugging at his sister, squinting his eyes in disdain. A monster is still a monster. Anyone who could befriend a monster surely isn't normal. If Nezha were to come looking for trouble, it would be disastrous. "You're too young to understand." As Nezha observed the retreating figures, he clenched the shuttlecock tightly, his eyes ablaze with indignation, glaring at the boy. Just then, a voice reached his ears, revealing the nature of the situation. Nearby, a storyteller, bowl in hand, was beating a rhythm, adding to the atmosphere. It was said that on that fateful day, thunder roared and the sun and moon illuminated the sky, as a golden light surged into the Li residence. In an instant, a tempest arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, heralding the sudden emergence of the third son of the Li family. Unlike ordinary mortals, he was a veritable demon of the world, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms. The moment he descended into existence, he threw the Li household into utter chaos, bringing untold calamities to the Qintang Pass. Among the gathered listeners, fear was palpable on every face. Was he not a monster? How could he possibly possess 3 heads and 6 arms, while the rest of us are mere mortals with 1 head and 2 arms? Nezha, upon hearing this, felt his temper flare. With a swift kick, he sent the shuttlecock crashing down upon one man. "Ah, so it is you, old scoundrel, who has slandered me. Take that." The man was sent flying like a kite, collapsing on the ground as if lifeless. Nezha, somewhat bewildered, had not exerted such force. He hurried over to check on the man's condition, but as he crouched down to assist him, the storyteller suddenly raised an arm and pointed it at Nezha's forehead, exclaiming, "Who are you, you fiend? Why do you strike me?" Struck on the forehead, Nezha cried out in pain, clutching his head as dark energy began to swirl around him. His form gradually reverted to its original state, growing larger by the moment, until he let out a wretched scream. "Ah, I shall slay you." Nezha brandished the universe ribbon, striking the man and instantly causing a mist of blood to erupt, leaving only a field of debris shrouded in black smoke. A voice from the crowd shouted in alarm, prompting a mass exodus. "It is Nezha. He is killed. Run." With a swing of his universe ribbon, Nezha brought down entire houses, stirring up clouds of dust. His eyes blazed crimson, and his deep voice roared like a cornered beast. Just as he prepared to charge into the crowd again, a voice cried out from behind, "Stop!" Nezha. Tai Jinren rushed forward, still reeking of wine, promptly summoning the cosmic circle. With the sun and moon born together, and the myriad spirits gathered, O cosmic circle, heed my command. The cosmic circle transformed into golden threads, dividing into thousands, encircling Nezha from all directions. Trapped, Nezha struggled fiercely, but ultimately let out a long howl to the heavens before fainting, curling up into a small form, blood seeping from the corners of his eyes. Tai wiped the cold sweat from his brow, sighed deeply, and rescued several mistakenly injured bystanders before carrying Nezha swiftly back to the Li residence without delay. As Tai departed, a shadow cloaked in black appeared in a narrow alleyway. Transforming into several elderly figures, they began to weep bitterly on the street, denouncing Nezha. In an instant, the crowd, oblivious to the truth, surged toward the Li residence like a flood. Humph, finally. At that moment, a voice echoed in Shun Gongbao's heart, urging him not to linger and to return for an important discussion. Meanwhile, at the Li residence, Tai and the couple Li Jing stood by the bedside, gazing at the furrowed brow of Nezha, their hearts heavy with concern. Jar, what is the current situation? Why has the malevolent energy within him suddenly erupted? Lady Ying tightly clutched the corner of her garment, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she leaned against her husband, unable to meet Nezha's gaze. Alas, I have just examined him, and the balance of his two energies has been maliciously disrupted. I fear that what was once a distant tribulation will now arrive much sooner. The opportunity to successfully separate the malevolent and pure energies is rapidly diminishing. Tai wore a troubled expression, his head drooping in regret. Oh dear. Drinking has led to this predicament. Li Jing furrowed his brow, his fingers clenched until they turned pale, his voice feigning calmness. Is there a way to resolve this? Tai lowered his head, turning away in contemplation, rummaging through his belongings. There is a method, but he produced a small cauldron, cradling it in his palm, continuously retrieving various peculiar items from within. The couple stared in confusion, approaching to see what Tai was doing. The only way now is to revert Nezha to his primordial spirit pearl form, separating the malevolent energy to evade the tribulation. However, it is exceedingly perilous. One misstep could result in. What could happen? Li Jing and his wife pressed anxiously. He could remain a pearl for eternity. Li Jing supported his wife as they approached the bedside, gently smoothing Nezha's tightly furrowed brow. Initially wary and even disdainful of his unusually born third son, he now perceived Nezha as no different from any other child, perhaps even more deserving of affection, leaving him with a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Turning to Tai, Li Jing stated, given the circumstances, should we not inform Jinzha? After all, as his elder brother, he cares for Nezha more than I, his father. Tai sighed, patting his chubby face, attempting to muster some enthusiasm as he retrieved a communication jade disc. Brother Guangfa, has Jinzha begun his tribulation? His brother Nezha is in trouble and needs to speak with him. Jinzha is still in seclusion and cannot be disturbed. Once he completes his tribulation, I shall inform him, came the response. Just as Tai was about to say more, the connection was abruptly severed. Li Jing and his wife exchanged glances, and Tai's face twitched in dismay, realizing Jinzha would not be able to return in time. At that moment, Nezha on the bed stirred and groggily awoke. Do not disturb my brother. I am fine. He curled up, turning away, stifling a sob. Father, mother, master, please leave. I need to rest. Lady Ying gently embraced Nezha, whispering in his ear, Jar, your parents have always been by your side. As Li Jing, his wife, and Tai stepped outside, they were met by a servant rushing to report, Lord Li, there are citizens at the gate seeking justice, demanding the third young master come forth to atone. Li Jing glanced at Tai, his expression one of confusion. Master, what is the meaning of this? Tai scratched his brow. When I arrived, I found Nezha in distress and did not pay attention to anything else. Li Jing refrained from further inquiries and followed the servant to the entrance. Upon seeing Li Jing emerge, the crowd pushed forward a small cart bearing a grotesque pile of blackened bones, a sight too horrific to behold. Lord Li, may I inquire if we should take action against the rampaging demons? An elderly man, gray-haired and leaning on a cane, squinted as he confronted the stone lion. Questioning Li Jing, Li Jing regarded this elder, a renowned member of the Li clan at Chintang Pass, who, relying on his seniority, frequently offered unsolicited advice. Elderly, as the governor of Chintang Pass, it is my duty to quell the disturbances. However, Li Jing was about to continue when he was interrupted by Elderly.
Your son Nezha has caused chaos. Should he not also face equal scrutiny and bring justice to the people by eliminating the demons? With a solemn tone, Li Jing clasped his hands together and assured the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, my son Nezha may be a bit mischievous and impulsive, but he is by no means a ruthless killer or a demon. I will investigate thoroughly and ensure that Nezha is well looked after. I implore you all to grant me and Nezha a chance." Just as the old man was about to speak again, he stumbled forward, colliding with the stone lion and letting out a couple of yelps before fainting. Seeing their leader down, the crowd dispersed. Li Jing gazed helplessly at the sky, letting out a deep sigh. If only my eldest son were here, things would not be so dire. Meanwhile, on a peak of Yushu Palace, Jinzha was wandering about when he suddenly sneezed. He was meticulously observing the feng shui and the flow of spiritual energy in this place. Quite satisfactory. This shall be the foundation for our trio's teachings. He declared it should be named Diao Peak, maintaining a serious demeanor. Jinzha glanced at the clear sky and pulled out a yellowed calendar. The ink had yet to dry on the paper, which bore the auspicious phrase, "Great fortune and prosperity. Tonight we face the tribulation. Today is indeed suitable for breaking through." Upon saying this, he donned a resplendent armor and adorned his wrists with a bracelet. Not feeling secure, he protected all his joints. Subsequently, he soared into the air, inserting several large black iron pillars around the peak, and finally placed a 9-rebirth soul pill in his mouth. Ahem, Jinzha, third disciple of the Xianmen, hereby requests the heavenly Tao to bestow the thunder tribulation. Jinzha straightened his attire, lifted his head, and wore a smile befitting the primordial era. Before long, the heavenly Tao responded, dark storm clouds rapidly gathering, swirling towards Diao Peak. Initially, thin strands of lightning struck near Jinzha's feet, as if questioning his readiness for the impending trial. Jinzha suppressed his unease, uncertain whether his plan would come to fruition or if he, as an anomaly, could. Was a 99% certainty too low? Yet, he understood that to navigate these changes, he must rely on his strength, making this risk essential. Taking a deep breath, he charged into the storm clouds. Floating in the air, Jinzha inhaled deeply and swung his fist to disperse a portion of the thunderclouds, assessing his own abilities. Now, it is time for the performance. With that, he maneuvered through the tribulation, skillfully dodging each lightning strike, retreating behind the stout iron pillars as the furious bolts crashed down, echoing with a thunderous resonance that pierced the very soul. "Hee, you must understand that this is the entirety of my savings accumulated over the years, forged from the ancient cold iron. Today, it has been completed through the baptism of heavenly thunder, and I can immediately embark on my own era of primordial chaos." The heavenly thunder, as if sensing the provocation, grew increasingly tumultuous, with lightning dragons thrashing about, striking down upon Jinzha. Jinzha strained to complete the final refinement of the profound iron, coughing up blood, and let out a long howl towards the sky, his garments bursting apart as he charged once more into the tribulation. In the distance, a charred figure descended from the heavens, electricity still crackling around him, enveloped in a haze of black smoke, accompanied by the scent of charred flesh. A slender bolt of heavenly lightning struck him again, as if scrutinizing the remains, while that figure lay motionless on the ground, devoid of any breath. Moments later, the tribulation dissipated, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. At that moment, a cloud floated by, trailing a basin of water, which it splashed over Jinzha, cleansing him of the dust that had settled upon him. Then, Lord Qing sighed, disdainfully lifting Jinzha. Lord Qing conjured several small clouds, and soon, these transformed into a professional funeral procession, their mournful melody resonating at the foot of Jade Void Mountain. Particularly the resounding sound of the Swana. Life is not easy, the elder plays his role. Meanwhile, by the seaside, a small figure sat upon the sandy shore, casting a long shadow. Chapter 7, Diverging Paths. The sea breeze gently caressed Nezha's wrinkled face, while the sound of the waves softly concealed the sorrow of a helpless child. Just then, a figure rode in on the waves, arriving at the shore. Upon seeing the newcomer, Nezha hurriedly wiped away his tears, revealing a broad smile. "What brings you here? Aren't you afraid I might hit you?" Nezha feigned calmness. Ao Bing, not shattering Nezha's facade, sat down beside him, understanding that Nezha merely needed companionship at that moment. "Nezha, is there something you cherish deeply?" Ao Bing gently inquired, his gaze reflecting a clear spring. "Of course." Nezha's voice faltered, countless answers surfacing in his mind, yet words remained trapped on the tip of his tongue. It seemed he had always been within the crimson walls of the Li residence, never possessing anything particularly dear to him, and had scarcely ventured outside. Always accompanied by his elder brother, Nezha hugged himself, resting his chin on his knees. Ao Bing glanced at Nezha and produced a seashell from his pocket. I have always cherished this seashell. Whenever I feel helpless, I blow into it, and my heart finds peace. Now, I wish to give you this one. It's quite ordinary, so do not overthink it. Nezha held the iridescent seashell, turning his head to glance at the awkward Ao Bing, bursting into laughter as he patted Ao Bing's shoulder. Ha ha. Ao Bing, why are you so awkward, just like my dead elder brother? Ao Bing's face darkened, resembling a soot-covered pot, as he reached out to reclaim the seashell. But Nezha suddenly stood, lifting the seashell and blowing into it, producing a melodious sound that seemed to emanate from the distant heavens, echoing along the shore, accompanied by the evening breeze, dispersing the twilight glow. As night descended from the distant sea to the shoreline, Nezha paused in his steps, stowing away his shuttlecock, and waved goodbye to Ao Bing. Hey, reach out to me when you wish to blow that conch. I shall come forth. Ao Bing turned slightly, tugging at the hem of his garment, his expression inscrutable. Nezha could not help but smile. He withdrew his hand from his pocket and made a playful grimace. Within the Li residence, Li Jing and his wife, along with the celestial master Tai Yi, gathered around the table. Madame Yin appeared utterly drained, her eyes swollen and red, her complexion resembling that of parchment. Li Jing's face, too, bore a lifeless expression, lacking the vigor of yesteryears. His spine, which had stood firm for half a lifetime, now completely crumpled. Tai Yi contemplated offering words of comfort, yet the successive days had brought relentless tidings of misfortune, making it difficult even for him to accept the reality, let alone for the grieving parents. At that moment, the cheerful laughter of Nezha echoed from afar, startling the three, who each mustered their composure and adjusted their appearances. Mother and father, I have returned, Nezha exclaimed, carrying the conch as he opened the door. However, as he stepped inside, despite the trio's attempts at feigned calmness, their distress was evident. Tai Yi, with a stony countenance, turned his rotund body towards him. Oh, my dear disciple, where have you been playing today? You seem quite jubilant. Nezha chose not to shatter the pretense, simply nodding in a daze. Indeed, I am quite happy. A friend gifted me a present. Do you all have something to discuss with me? Madame Yin gazed at the pitiful Nezha, tears welling in her eyes, only to be gently restrained by Li Jing's hand, urging her to maintain her composure. Li Jing shook his head and gestured for Nezha to leave. Casting his eyes around the room at the three, Nezha, unable to discern any clues, ultimately departed. He wandered aimlessly within the residence until, unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a place he had previously despised, the classroom. Pushing the door open, he discovered his elder brother, Mu Jia, still asleep at his desk. Approaching, he gently patted Mu Jia. Elder brother, awaken. How can you still be asleep here? Mu Jia stirred groggily, lazily sitting up and yawning before collapsing back down. It's already nighttime. Sleeping in the classroom is truly comfortable, he mumbled. Nezha's lips twitched. His elder brother seemed perpetually ensnared in slumber. Elder brother, I just realized that mother, father, and master seemed to be concealing something from me, he whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Mu Jia. Mu Jia yawned again, squinting as he rested his arms on the desk. Well, how should I put it? Adults often hide certain matters from children. After all, it is for your own good. Nezha was left speechless as he sat in a chair, gazing at the blackboard. In the past, seeing his elder brother standing there had always annoyed him. Yet now he found himself longing for him. I miss my elder brother a bit. Mu Jia remained silent, quietly retrieving a hefty stack of books along with several volumes on techniques. Let me see. The 3 sets of actual exam questions from Heng Shui, 10 sets of 3-year simulations, selections on the intricacies of the Primordial World, and 3 books on evasion techniques. Have you completed your studies and written them all? When the elder brother returns and wields a feather duster to strike you, I shall not intervene. Nezha closed his eyes and pushed aside a large pile of objects, resting his head on the table like a salted fish. What shall we do? Have we been deceiving Nezha all along? Would it not be too cruel? Tai Yi, with a somber expression, gazed into the distance where Nezha stood, then turned to inquire of Li Jing and his wife. Li Jing looked toward his spouse, seeking her opinion. Lady Yin lowered her head, her fingers turning pale from clenching, her body trembling involuntarily. Let us allow Nezha to remain happy for as long as possible, if we can. We shall conceal the matter concerning Jinzha for now. Upon speaking, Lady Yin seemed to exhaust all her strength, clutching her chest and leaning against Li Jing's shoulder. Like my wife, we have been preoccupied with military affairs, and Nezha has always been accompanied by the elder brother. Perhaps revealing the truth to him would be more cruel. Tai Yi nodded. Very well, I shall seek out Nezha. Tai Yi expanded his consciousness to locate Nezha and hurried over, discovering that Nezha and Muzha were both asleep, resting their heads on the table. "Ah, young lad, should you not be so carefree?" Tai refrained from waking them, gently enveloping the two with floating dust and carrying them toward the room. Just as Nezha and Muzha sank deeper into slumber, at the city gates of Chintang Pass, a procession played funeral music, drawing a curious crowd. People wondered where this funeral procession had come from and why it was entering the city. The guards inside the city, upon seeing the procession, hurriedly approached to inquire, was it for the great Master Jinzha? Old Master Qing was taken aback, pondering the purpose of this event. Yet he nodded in agreement. The leading guard approached Old Master Qing, stating, "Our governor has instructed us that upon encountering the procession for the great master, we shall take charge." Old Master Qing, with a thoughtful glance, consented and dispersed his avatar, soaring away. The guards then pushed a small cart into a narrow alley. And after a brief moment, a shadow flickered. Shen Gongbao marked the foreheads of the guards, causing them to fall into a deep slumber. And he lifted the barely recognizable figure of the blackened coal, flying away from Chintang Pass. At the ruins of the Dragon Palace, Ao Guang lowered his massive head upon seeing Shen Gongbao's return. Matters are quickly progressing on the right path. No. Ao Guang furrowed his brow, leaning closer to Shen Gongbao. Were there any unforeseen circumstances? Indeed, Shen Gongbao replied, his fist clenched, displaying a look of exhilaration, oblivious to Ao Guang's silent, perplexed expression. Just then, Ao Bing approached, observing the joyful countenance of his father and master, and inquired, "Father, master, is there good news?" Seeing Ao Bing's arrival, Shen Gongbao, filled with excitement, grasped his shoulders, his typically placid face contorting with enthusiasm. "Do you know what is most important in the primordial chaos?" Ao Bing looked up with a blank stare, radiating an innocent naivety. "Is it hard work?" Shen Gongbao scoffed, shaking his head, and nodded at Ao Bing. "If hard work were truly effective, the position of the 12 golden immortals rightfully belongs to me. If diligence bore fruit, then my millennium of arduous cultivation would have already granted me all that I deserve." Ao Bing lowered his head, unable to meet his master's gaze, while Shen Gongbao grew increasingly agitated. "It is about lineage, about identity. Do you understand? Merely because I am a transformed leopard spirit, I am regarded as an outlier within the sect, forever deprived of opportunities." Observing the dazed Ao Bing, Shen Gongbao inhaled deeply, moderating his tone. "Never mind. You are still young. You need only to know that in the future, you shall replace Nezha, inherit his lineage, and become a revered child of heaven." Ao Bing's pupils widened in shock, his arms dropping helplessly to his sides. Ao Guang joined in, saying, "My son, you are the hope of our dragon clan. You must be ruthless, or how can you stand firm in this primordial chaos?" Ao Bing stared blankly at his father and master, retreating 2 steps under their intense gazes. His expression somewhat dazed, and bowed in respect. "Ao Bing takes his leave," he said. Upon exiting the Dragon Palace, Ao Bing gazed at the ruins before him, feeling the weight of an immense boulder in his heart, nearly suffocating him. He broke through the water's surface, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards Chintang Pass. Would he still seek me out? Chapter 8. My second brother's great power. Muzha awakened groggily from his slumber, noticing Nezha beside him. Squinting, he summoned the paper doppelgangers he had created from Nezha, replacing them with new ones before closing his eyes once more. Ah, how exhausting it is. My elder brother still has not returned. I can no longer sense the paper figures on his side. He must have been struck down by the thunder tribulation, I suppose. Madame Yin entered, gently patting the 2 boys, her weary eyes lighting up with a smile as she spoke softly. "Nezha, Muzha, rise and shine. Mother has come to play with you." Muzha rolled over, inadvertently kicking Nezha, then got up alongside him as they made their way to the open ground. Nezha, not in high spirits, stood with his hands in his pockets, head drooping. Madame Yin held a shuttlecock in her hand, grinning as she waved it before Nezha. "Let us play with the shuttlecock. Mother is eager to join in." Nezha pouted, displaying a haughty demeanor. "Very well, I shall reluctantly indulge mother." Muzha, witnessing this, rolled his eyes at Nezha and yawned. Inadvertently, he slapped Nezha's topknot, flattening it a bit. Madame Yin spread the 2 apart, ready to start kicking the shuttlecock. Muzha felt a twitch in his eye and attempted to remind her, but the shuttlecock had already been kicked towards Nezha. In an instant, Nezha took a step back, leaping into the air with a backward somersault, executing the very kick his father, Li Jing, had imparted to him. Madame Yin stood rooted in place, eyes wide with disbelief, as she was unexpectedly embedded in the wall behind her. Though she typically busied herself with military affairs and had not played much with Nezha, she never anticipated that such a small child could possess such strength. Nezha pouted, feeling somewhat bashful. Mother, perhaps I should hold back. I didn't really gauge my strength when playing with brother. Madame Ian struggled to extricate herself, gesturing dismissively with a smile, exclaiming, "No worries, let's enjoy ourselves." Yet, she hurriedly beckoned those nearby to don their armor. Observing this scene, Muzha wore a smile, silently dispersing paper figures from his sleeves, joining in the merriment. Just as the three were reveling in their playful antics, a soldier approached briskly, his expression tense. "Report. Another beast is attacking." Madame Yin's face clouded with concern as she approached Nezha, attempting to pat his head, only to be rebuffed. With a sigh of resignation, she squatted down. "Jaryu." Madame Yin gazed at Nezha, who turned his head away. Nezha muttered in a low voice, hands in his pockets, "You go ahead. I have my brother to keep me company." Muzha, uncooperative, interjected, "If mother won't play, then I shall sleep." As Madame Yin looked at her two sons, donning their battle attire and preparing to depart, she pivoted and hoisted Nezha onto her shoulder. "Come, let's fight the monsters together." Nezha, perched on his mother's shoulder, waved his hand and grinned broadly, with Muzha silently trailing behind. Meanwhile, in the classroom, a weary Muzha stirred awake, stretching lazily before retrieving a few talisman papers to craft paper figures. As he diligently sketched, a familiar figure suddenly appeared on the rooftop, unleashing a burst of azure spiritual energy into the void, revealing a shadowy figure whose expression was obscured, yet whose voice dripped with arrogance. "Who are you?" "I hide very well. How did you discover me, Lord Qing?" Muzha yawned, waved dismissively, and vanished from sight. Lord Qing, at a loss for words, pondered. "Who is this? He is even more pretentious than I am. Only I can be this ostentatious." He instantly materialized in the classroom, spotting Muzha, yet sensing that this Muzha was markedly different from the previous one. "Are you not the formidable and unpredictable Qing Yuan, revered by the primordial celestial? I have long admired your name." Muzha, pausing in his drawing, displayed a smile befitting the era. Lord Qing was taken aback, finding the manner of speech oddly familiar as he scrutinized Muzha, puzzled by the apparent disparity in strength. "Who are you? Do you know me?" Muzha clasped his fists respectfully. "I am Muzha, the second brother of my elder brother. May I inquire if my brother sent you?" Lord Qing, intrigued, locked gazes with him, and they slowly began to speak in unison. "The heavenly king covers the earth, and the chicken stews with mushrooms." Both raised their eyebrows, internally scoffing at the absurdity of the password, finding it quite awkward. Muzha composed himself and addressed Lord Qing. "My brother has informed me of his plans. You may place your trust in me. By the way, how should I address you?" Lord Qing nodded in agreement. "Very well, for now. You may refer to me as Grandfather Qing." Behind Madame Yin and Nezha, Muzha's lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth? However, as he momentarily lost focus, a heavily armored tiger general wielding an iron hammer breached the defensive line, and the battlefield's fortifications were on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Nezha, like an agile eel, slipped through the opening. Nezha soared onto the battlefield, wielding the mystic ribbon, his diminutive form darting through the chaos. With a single punch, he felled a small demon that obstructed his path, advancing to confront the tiger vanguard. Standing before the imposing figure of the tiger vanguard, the stark contrast in their sizes elicited a sinister grin from the latter. "Little brat, are you seeking death?" Nezha remained silent, leaping high and swinging the mystic ribbon. Sensing a hint of danger, the tiger vanguard swiftly dodged, only to witness the ground beneath him being ruthlessly cratered by the mystic ribbon. A look of astonishment flickered in the tiger vanguard's eyes as he retreated hastily, raising his iron hammer defensively. "Lucky I dodged in time. Could this child be Nezha? It seems our demon clan is destined for greatness." Instead of pressing the attack, the tiger vanguard signaled to the rear, indicating a hidden stratagem. Behind the demon horde, several iron cages were rolled out, each containing massive beasts, their eyes swirling with dark energy as they emitted low, guttural growls. The tiger vanguard fell back in an orderly fashion, and as the cages swung open, the frenzied beasts surged towards Nezha. Furrowing his brow, Nezha raised the mystic ribbon once more, but a wave of dark energy began to cloud his vision, shrouding him in a crimson haze. He swung his arm, delivering a powerful blow to one of the beasts, which, seemingly impervious to pain, was pierced through yet continued to bite at Nezha's arm. In tandem, the other frenzied beasts self-destructed, releasing a dense malevolence that gnawed at Nezha's consciousness. Nezha raised his arm, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that pushed everything aside, just as his vision threatened to be engulfed in crimson. From his shoulder, a paper figure emerged, chanting incantations. The Qianquan circle began to activate, but at that moment, Nezha resembled a wild stallion, Even when restrained, he wielded the mystic ribbon, emanating malevolent energy. Nezha appeared at Nezha's side, sighing and shaking his head. Alas, so tiring. With a flourish of his sleeve, dozens of paper figures took flight, each performing hand seals and murmuring incantations, a stream of pure energy converging around Nezha. The dark energy at the corners of Nezha's eyes dissipated, yet the bloodlust in his gaze lingered. Overcome, Nezha succumbed to slumber, his body shattering like porcelain. Nezha glanced back at the Lee residence, his eyes betraying a sense of melancholy. Even after all this, must there still be unforeseen calamities? Gently, he cradled Nezha and flew back to the Lee residence, seeking the counsel of Tai Junren. Tai was preoccupied with a great cauldron, its ancient bronze surface intricately engraved, revealing only a small opening. What could this be? Tai turned to regard the unconscious Nezha, inquiring of Nezha. Nezha succinctly explained, handing Nezha over to Tai, and clasping his fists in respect, spoke gravely. Master, everything has transpired swiftly. Please wait for our parents to come and see Nezha. Tai's plump visage bore an unusually grave expression, his usual playful demeanor replaced by a solemnity that demanded attention. Chapter 9, The Conceited One. With a deep breath, Tai steadied himself, lifting Nezha with care and inscribing a formation on the ground with floating dust. As Nezha settled into the formation, his expression began to soften. Only the traces of malevolent energy on his body had yet to heal, rendering him as fragile as porcelain. Tai wiped the sweat from his brow and gazed at Nezha, softly attempting to rouse him, yet received no response. At that moment, the steward of the Lee residence approached. His appearance unremarkable, but a smile gracing his lips as he offered a stool and a bottle of wine to the immortal. Immortal, take a moment to rest, he suggested. Tai accepted the offerings with a nod of gratitude, but chose not to indulge in the wine again. The steward rubbed his hands together, still smiling, and inquired, Immortal, what has happened to our third young master? A look of helplessness spread across Tai's plump face as he turned to the servant, feeling an inexplicable unease in his heart. Alas, my disciple is in a dire state. I can only hope for the best now. The steward nodded and stood by, his gaze fixed on Nezha, his sleeves tightly clenched, fingers turning pale from the grip. Li Jing and his wife approached alongside Nezha, their eyes falling upon the unconscious Nezha. Lady Yin leaned against Li Jing's shoulder, her voice trembling. My dear Zhar, it is all my fault. I should not have taken him there. It is my mistake. Li Jing supported his wife, mustering his strength as they reached the formation. Immortal, is there still a chance for Nezha to awaken? Tai stroked his chin, glancing at Nezha, his 2 wisps of beard trembling as he spoke gravely. It is hard to say. At most, 3 days. If he can awaken, we may gain some time. If not, we shall have to forcibly enter the cauldron and leave it to fate. Nezha suddenly inquired, is there any way to enhance Nezha's chances of awakening? Tai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, there is. His consciousness lies in chaos. If something were to stimulate him, it should be feasible. Upon hearing this, Nezha had a sudden inspiration, retrieving the 3-year simulation and placing it against the formation's barrier before beginning to recite the text. To their astonishment, Nezha furrowed his brows and opened his eyes, yet the malevolent energies within his gaze could no longer be retracted. Stop reading, second brother, my head hurts. Tai, Li Jing and his wife, along with Shun Gongbao observing from a distance through the puppet technique, felt a jolt in their hearts. Well then, as long as Nezha has awakened, that is sufficient. Shun Gongbao departed, returning to the Dragon Palace where he found Ao Bing practicing diligently. He approached slowly, a look of satisfaction on his face, for he held great esteem for Ao Bing, despite his character flaws. Ao Bing, how goes the refinement of the Dragon Pearl? Ao Bing turned at the sound and replied, Master, my Dragon Pearl is nearly perfect. May I ask why you inquire about it? The Dragon Pearl is a treasure of one's essence, a key to seizing the creation of heaven and earth. Shun Gongbao affirmed with a nod, standing tall. Very well. My disciple, prepare yourself. Soon, we shall venture forth to claim Nezha's creation. Ao Bing could not help but evade his master's intense gaze, his eyes shifting as he turned away and inquired, Master, will taking away Nezha's essence lead to his demise? Shun Gongbao furrowed his brows. Observing this scene with a cold snort, he sighed, acknowledging the goodness of his disciple, yet lamenting his excessive kindness. Nevertheless, he spoke, never mind. He is destined to perish under the heavenly tribulation. Taking his essence is only fitting. I believe Nezha will not hold it against you. A hint of sorrow flickered in Ao Bing's eyes as he fell silent, clasped his fists in respect towards Shun Gongbao, and nodded. Ao Bing was determined not to disappoint the expectations placed upon him. Shun Gongbao nodded, patting Ao Bing on the shoulder, his tone heavy as he said, "Dear disciple, you must understand the weight of your responsibilities." Meanwhile, at the Li residence, Nezha stood amidst 4 or 5 individuals who surrounded him, playfully patting his shoulder and pinching his cheeks, adjusting his top knot. Nezha's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot, as he hastily withdrew his hand from their probing grasp, stepping back a few paces. "I am perfectly fine. You need not worry. I assure you, I am well." The onlookers exchanged glances, noticing the fine scars adorning Nezha's body. Lady Een was the first to speak. "Jar, your birthday is approaching. How about we celebrate it together?" Upon hearing this, Nezha cracked a smile, only to stifle it, turning away and nonchalantly placing his hands in his pockets, feigning indifference as he replied, "Whether or not I celebrate is inconsequential. It is you who wish to celebrate for me. Will my elder brother be able to attend?" At this, the expressions of Li Jing and his wife darkened. "Tai," he interjected, stroking his beard, "Brother Guangfa informed me that your elder brother, possessing extraordinary talent, is nearing the end of his tribulation and should be able to make it for your birthday." Nezha nodded. "Well then, I shall reluctantly prepare for the celebration, haha." Standing nearby, Muzha cast a glance at the steward lurking in the corner, who averted his gaze, pretending not to notice Muzha's glance. The Li residence bustled with activity. Muzha remained in the classroom, while the rather bored Grandpa Qing found himself perusing examination questions from Hengshui, dedicating part of his attention to the restless Jinzha, shielding him from celestial secrets. Upon returning to the Li residence, Jinzha began to make arrangements for the impending heavenly tribulation, a phenomenon possibly unprecedented. As for Nezha, he clutched the vividly colored conch shell and made his way to the shore. He blew into the conch, standing at the water's edge, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the one person he longed for, yet inexplicably, they did not appear. Nezha kicked at the sand by his feet, and just as disappointment threatened to overwhelm him, a voice, feigning calm as it had during their first encounter, resonated behind him. "Why have you come looking for me?" Nezha turned at the sound, oblivious to Ao Bing's expression, tossing a map towards him, scratching his head and tracing circles in the sand with his foot. "It's my birthday, and everyone from Chuntang Pass will come to celebrate. Will you join us?" Ao Bing opened his mouth, but the words of his master echoed in his ears, causing him to lower his head. "Nezha, if I were to take something of great importance from you, would you harbor resentment towards me?" Nezha patted his chest, raised his head, and with an air of pride declared, "I assure you, in matters concerning friends and brothers, I am more loyal than my elder brother. I would never resent you. Now, enough of that. You must come. You are my only friend." Ao Bing, unable to meet Nezha's fervent gaze, turned away, his fingers turning pale as he tried to maintain his composure. "You are also my only friend. It's just that." Ao Bing was about to say more when Nezha joyfully interrupted him. "Then it's settled. Since we are friends, you must come. It doesn't matter if everyone else stays away, but you cannot." Ao Bing turned his face away, concealing his expression. After a moment, he nodded silently. Nezha, interpreting his silence as shyness, waved his hand and departed. Standing on the shore, Ao Bing felt the gentle breeze caress his face. Yet it could not dispel the sorrow etched upon it. At that moment, Ao Bing found himself at a crossroads, uncertain of the path his future would take. He would gradually come to comprehend his master's words about fate. As the distant glow of dusk faded, Ao Bing returned to the Dragon Palace, while Nezha made his way back to the Li residence, one adorned with festive lights, the other shrouded in darkness. Chapter 10. The Thunder Rumbles. I fear not. As night fell at the Li residence, Nezha carefully stowed away the conch shell, his face adorned with an exuberant smile, oblivious to the sudden appearance of a shadow behind him. Upon turning, Nezha staggered back several paces, pointing his finger at Shen Gongbao. "Hey, who are you, you monster? Prepare to face my wrath." Nezha steadied himself and hurled the Hunyuan ribbon. Shen Gongbao, seeing this, quickly dodged, attempting to explain, but Nezha struck again, the blow landing squarely on Shen Gongbao's forehead, forcing him back. Wait, don't strike. I am your master." Nezha furrowed his brows and paused, tilting his head to observe Shen Gongbao, who had a bump on his forehead. Seeing Nezha relent, Shen Gongbao composed himself and cleared his throat. "I am your master's elder disciple, Shen." Nezha, dismissively putting away the Hunyuan ribbon, replied nonchalantly, "Oh, Master Shen, are you here to celebrate my birthday too?" "No, it's Shen Gongbao," he retorted, glaring at Nezha, who was acting like a mischievous child, and then took a moment to regain his composure. Nezha, now more attentive, scrutinized Shen Gongbao, particularly curious about the intentions of this unfamiliar elder disciple. "So, Master, do you have something to discuss?" Nezha inquired, eyeing Shen Gongbao warily. Sensing that this elder did not bear good tidings, Shen Gongbao, with a slight smirk, looked at Nezha with a hint of pity. You may be unaware of your own destiny, which explains why you can still smile so brightly. Today, I can kindly enlighten you. Nezha interjected impatiently, waving his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. Is it not merely that I am to be struck by divine retribution? What of it? The heavens may thunder, but I fear not. I find joy in my existence regardless. Though Nezha spoke with such nonchalance, the fingers behind his back were clenched so tightly that they turned pale. A letter grasped firmly within his palm. Shen Gongbao was taken aback, observing Nezha with a gaze that suggested sincerity. Could it be that he had decided to let matters lie? No matter, for there was still a surprise in store for him. Without uttering another word, Shen Gongbao produced a figure made of black charcoal from behind him, its features faintly recognizable. Nezha pondered whether his master was in his right mind. What purpose did this charred figure serve as a gift? Was it not an exceedingly meager offering? Shen Gongbao chuckled coldly, gesturing toward Nezha while patting his belly in mirth. Nezha, my dear, do take a close look at who this is. At his words, Nezha leaned in, his eyes widening in disbelief as his breath quickened uncontrollably, the letter behind him slipping from his grasp. He reached out, incredulity washing over him as he touched the charcoal visage. Brother, how could this be? Is this your doing? Nezha, like a wild beast unleashed, lunged at Shen Gongbao, his eyes ablaze with fury, veins bulging in his arms. Unbeknownst to him, the cracks upon his form deepened, rendering him a mere assemblage of fragments. Shen Gongbao lay upon the ground, unfazed by the weight of Nezha's wrath. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his elation, and struck at Nezha's brow, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. Now devoid of a target, Nezha, with his scarlet eyes wide open, clung to the last vestiges of his reason and exited the room, following the sounds of revelry step by step until he reached his parents. In the open space before the Li residence, the citizens of Chuntang Pass sat nervously, awaiting the banquet in silence, though a few whispered amongst themselves. Have you heard? Because of Nezha, our resistance against the demon clan has suffered greatly. Indeed, Nezha is a calamity. Alas, his elder brother could once rein him in, but now, no one can contain him. As Tai Jinren spotted Nezha approaching, he began directing the music below. He himself walked up to Nezha, taking his hand and leading him to the center. My dear disciple, can you guess what surprise I have prepared for you today? Nezha bowed his head, concealing his expression. Believing Nezha was merely discontent, Tai hastily produced a gift, as a plump, painted pig trotted leisurely behind him. Simultaneously, the Mitian Ling soared forth, wielding a fiery spear and showcasing his martial prowess. Nezha, this is my most treasured possession. Come, come, feel it. There is a surprise in store. Nezha extended his hand to pat the pig, which instantly transformed into a flaming wheel, propelling him skyward. Yet, not a trace of joy graced Nezha's countenance. He swayed as he approached his parents. Mother, father, where is my elder brother? What has happened to him? Li Jing and his wife, sensing something amiss with Nezha, crouched down and gently brushed away the tears from the corners of his eyes, sighing deeply. My child, your brother. Mother too wishes that in the end you. Madame Yin was gently tugged by Li Jing, suppressing her tears and words. Li Jing feigned calmness, crouching down to pat Nezha on the shoulder. Nezha, do not overthink. Just enjoy this birthday, will you? Nezha took a deep breath, forcing a smile that was more painful than a cry. As he walked past his parents and approached them, wiping away his tears. Father, mother, thank you. However, I am aware of my own matters. It's nothing to worry about. With that, Nezha silently recited his incantation. The sun and moon coexist, the myriad spirits converge, the universe is boundless in its circle, swiftly. As commanded, standing tall once more, with the fiery spear in hand, Nezha inhaled deeply and gazed towards the increasingly oppressive thunderclouds, forcing a bitter smile as he shouted, I, young master, fear not your heavenly thunder. As he launched himself towards the tempest, a shadow abruptly appeared, kicking him back to his parents' side. The arrival was none other than Jinzha, who had stealthily returned to the Li residence. Jinzha sighed deeply. He had just been setting up formations within the estate when, upon looking up, he spotted his overly ambitious younger brother. Nezha landed, and, momentarily dazed, slumped before his parents. Astonished as he regarded his elder brother, thinking how pretentious he appeared. Meanwhile, Madame Yin collapsed into Li Jing's embrace, incredulously staring at her eldest son, questioning whether she was seeing things. Jinzha, unable to suppress a smile at Nezha's bewilderment, swept back his hair, lifting his half-divine artifact with one hand and clearing his throat. Since elder brother is still here, it is not your place, foolish little brother, to perish first. Nezha, having just shrunk, grinned upon seeing his brother return, but his expression darkened upon hearing his brother's words. What about my dignity? Jinzha then turned to Tai, clasping his fists in apology. Uncle Tai, I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to deceive you, but rather the master's idea. I must trouble you to begin reforging the heavenly pearl for Nezha. I shall serve as his protector. Some unfortunate immortal of the Jade Void Palace sneezed, pondering if his cherished disciple was thinking of him. Tai, with a puzzled expression, scratched his belly, observing Jinzha's intent to confront the thunder tribulation with confusion. Oh, you young lad, do not run off. Why would you attract lightning? Does the heavenly tribulation hold a grudge against you? It won't chase after you to strike. Before Tai could finish, he saw a greater storm brewing near the heavenly tribulation, with a sinister face faintly materializing, as if mocking. Well, you can flee. But this time, I shall not obliterate you. Sweat beaded on Tai's forehead. Indeed, it seemed he truly had enmity with the heavenly tribulation. Jinzha gazed at the converging storms in the distance, swallowing hard. My goodness, 1 + 1 exceeds 2. However, Jinzha remained undaunted. He cast a fleeting glance at his family, retrieved the essence of Pangu, and cast it into the center of the formation, summoning a towering, ethereal figure. His broad physique, wielding a colossal axe, stood majestic even before the impending calamity. Jinzha ascended into the air, shielding his family behind him. At that moment, from the depths of darkness, Shen Gongbao gradually revealed himself, his gaze fixated on the unexpected departure of Jinzha, his eyes locked onto that cauldron. At last, he had come so far. Chapter 11. Brothers in Arms. Let us speak freely. Li Mansion. Nightfall in the distant horizon. Thunder roared incessantly, showing no signs of respite. As if intent on obliterating everything in its path, Jinzha stood resolute in midair, his attire torn and tattered, besieged by the relentless wrath of thunder striking where he sought refuge. This malevolent force of nature filled him with suspicion as he mused upon its jealousy towards him. The thunder remained silent, yet continued its assault upon his younger brother. Nearby, tranquility enveloped the scene. Tai Jinren leaned against the cauldron, resting his chin on his hand, yawning with drooping eyelids, while the floating dust in his embrace swayed gently. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows. Who dares to approach? Tai jolted upright, attempting a graceful leap, only to falter midway and land awkwardly. He composed himself, adjusting his garments, and glanced at the newcomer, a steward he recognized from earlier. His brow arched in suspicion as he thought, surely, he is not here to bring more wine. No, I cannot indulge again. Jinren, you have worked hard. Would you not care to take a rest? The steward, with a face full of obsequiousness, presented a jug of wine, unscrewing the cap and extending it towards Tai. Swiftly, Tai waved his hand, shifting his body away, and sternly replied, No, we must focus on our duties. I cannot drink again, do not lead me astray. The steward, with his eyes darting and mustache askew, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jinren speaks wisely. However, this wine is homebrewed, possessing no potency to inebriate. As Tai struggled with his resolve, another figure emerged from the distance, revealing yet another steward. The three exchanged bewildered glances, the two stewards mirroring each other as poses, creating a comical tableau. In a moment of confusion, Tai's eyes darted between them, yet he ultimately accepted the wine jug, cautiously positioning his plump form to shield it while warily observing the two. At that juncture, Li Jing, who had come to relieve Tai in safeguarding Nezha, approached and inquired about the peculiar scene before him. Jinren, what is happening here? Tai shook his head, uncertain, when another Li Jing emerged from the darkness, carrying a late-night snack. Tai turned in stunned silence, locking eyes with the Li Jing beside him, creating an awkward moment as the latter prepared to explain. In the distance, Li Jing, holding a midnight snack, quickly exclaimed, Master, move aside. Without a second thought, Tai swung his floating dust and leapt away, inadvertently sending Li Jing flying. With a cold smile, Li Jing discarded the snack and unleashed the Lei Gong whip, striking heavily at the two. He then soared to the cauldron, erecting a barrier. Oh, Tai, you truly are foolish, he mocked. After establishing the barrier, Shen Gongbao turned to gaze at Nezha, whose two energies were nearly separating. A rare, triumphant smile graced his usually impassive face. Indeed, my efforts have not been in vain. Subsequently, Shen Gongbao summoned the steward holding the wine, patting him on the shoulder with a solemn nod, his voice laced with expectation. Disciple, I have brought you this far. The rest is up to you. With that, Shen Gongbao exited the barrier, confronting Tai and his companions, who sought to breach it. Holding the Lei Gong whip, he stood resolutely before the barrier, his gaunt face alive with excitement. The fate of our endeavor rests on this moment. Ao Bing removed his disguise, his white robe billowing in the wind, echoing the turmoil within his heart. Shadows obscured his figure and face as he approached the cauldron, placing a hand upon it, his expression unreadable. Is this truly the right course of action? Yet, the sounds of his master battling and his father's expectations resonated incessantly in his ears. He expelled the dragon pearl, beginning to absorb the pure energy emanating from Nezha's separation. Inside the cauldron, Nezha's eyes were tightly shut, his brows twitching. At this pivotal moment, several paper figures emerged from the corners of the Li residence, silently executing the grand formation. Ao Bing, controlling the dragon pearl, felt the changes within his body, but suddenly, a paper figure emerged from beneath the cauldron. It drifted out, silent and still. Just as Ao Bing intended to focus again, a dashing figure appeared beside the paper figure. Muzha, clad in a nightgown, appeared disheveled, yawning with heavy dark circles under his eyes, a cloud floating beside him. Ao Bing frowned, wanting to cease his absorption, but the dragon pearl was irresistibly drawn to the cauldron, slipping from his control. Alarmed, he had no time to evade. Muzha promptly produced a yellow talisman and tossed it atop Ao Bing's head. With a resounding explosion, Ao Bing's once smooth hair became a chaotic plume, and his blue-white dragon horns blackened. Muzha blinked, opening his eyes to see Ao Bing standing still, and could not help but scoff. What are you doing? At least take care of me first. Ao Bing harbored grievances but remained silent, casting a cold glance at Muzha. He did not recognize this individual, but sensed complexity in him. The recent paper figure exchange was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary true immortal. Rolling his eyes, Muzha thought, forget it, I want to hold it against you. The two remained silent. Muzha was too lethargic to speak, while Ao Bing found himself at a loss for words. With a swift motion of his grand sleeves, Muzha summoned several paper figures, which proceeded to grasp Ao Bing by his limbs and head. After completing this task, he unexpectedly settled onto the ground for a brief respite. The paper figures rhythmically tugged at Ao Bing, rendering the dragon malleable as if it were mere modeling clay. Veins bulged on Ao Bing's forehead, and his delicate visage turned crimson from the strain. Nearby, Grandpa Qing, witnessing the spectacle, found it increasingly intolerable and roused Muzha from his slumber. Little Mu, it appears that this young friend before us cannot speak or move. Perhaps you should release him for the time being. Muzha, groggily awakening, displayed no signs of embarrassment or agitation as he dissipated the paper figures and approached Ao Bing with a cheerful smile. My apologies. I was unaware of the circumstances. It's all the fault of this disrespectful cloud. I've kept you in this predicament for too long. By the way, I am Muzha, the second brother of Nezha. A tear glimmered at the corner of Ao Bing's eye as he turned his face away, silently lamenting, truly, there is no one else. I suffer, yet I remain mute. Curious, Muzha inquired of Grandpa Qing about Ao Bing's current condition. Without uttering a word, Grandpa Qing floated closer to Nezha and Ao Bing, circling around them. Well, it seems that Ao Bing's Dragon Pearl and Nezha's Primordial Spirit Pearl have developed a peculiar attraction, leading both to desire the absorption of the other. Muzha furrowed his brow, shaking off his previous lethargy, and earnestly asked, is there a strategy to counter this? Grandpa Qing raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness, revealing a smile that was characteristic of the ancient times. No, we can only wait and see. Muzha forced a smile, gazing towards the improved version of the Nine Curves Yellow River Formation within Shintang Pass. His doppelganger had nearly completed the remaining flags of the formation. Now, all that remained was to see how his elder brother fared. As Jinzha endured a seemingly unending thunderstorm, his consciousness began to wane. Suddenly, he perceived a resounding roar from the formation, and the dissipating shadow of Pangu coalesced once more. In an instant, Jinzha felt a powerful force propelling him forward, filling him with vigor. Ah, it's my second brother. I am rejuvenated. Come forth, mere heavenly tribulations. The aspirations of my brothers can eclipse the sun and moon. So why should I fear your tempest? The heavenly tribulation, sensing the challenge, converged once more and struck fiercely at Jinzha. Yet, at this moment, fortified by the formation and Pangu's essence, Jinzha stood resolute against the storm. However, the unsettling movements below and the ominous gathering of thunderclouds in the distance intensified his unease. Why has another bolt of lightning appeared, and it seems equally formidable? Everything transpired with alarming swiftness, and Jinzha knew he had to swiftly conclude this heavenly tribulation. Nezha, hold on. Don't perish. Chapter 12. I just laugh heartily. Muzha ceased his rest, attentively observing the distant Jinzha, as well as the immediate situation with Ao Bing and Nezha. At this juncture, Muzha felt utterly overwhelmed. Oh, I implore you all, spare this pitiful creature. I have traversed realms, and yet I am denied a moment's peace. With a distressed expression, Muzha rested his chin in his hand. Just as his eyelids began to droop, a sudden, anguished cry startled him awake. Ao Bing let out a cry, his form suddenly becoming transparent, his spirit in turmoil. Muzha noticed this and promptly inquired of Master Qing. What is happening? Floating gracefully in the air, Master Qing had already drawn near Ao Bing and cast a glance into the cauldron. This is dire. The sudden involvement of this young friend has caused the malevolent energy within Nezha's being to dominate entirely, now beginning to ensnare the dragon pearl for assimilation. Muzha felt overwhelmed, his brows knitting together, and he hurriedly asked, Is there anything we can do? Master Qing pondered briefly before responding. The dragon pearl and the primordial spirit pearl are now intertwined. We must separate them together to cleanse the malevolent energy and restore balance. Muzha slapped his forehead, lamenting the unfortunate fate that had intertwined their destinies. Stop fighting, Uncle Shen. Did you hear? My second brother is about to be drained by my disciple. Cease the battle and come to our aid. Shen Gongbao sheathed his thunder whip and approached with Li Jing and his wife. Upon seeing Ao Bing, whose form had become nearly indiscernible, his brow furrowed in concern. What should we do now? Master Qing observed this disciple, previously noted by the primordial heavenly sovereign, circling around him before slowly articulating. Let us place Ao Bing into the cauldron as well, continuously infusing spiritual energy to restore the balance of the malevolent energy. Shen Gongbao sighed deeply, fists clenched, and nodded in agreement, contemplating the potential futility of their efforts. In the distance, Jinzha, drenched in blood, witnessed the last remnants of the thundercloud dissipating. A strained smile crept across his face, but upon noticing the third thundercloud, which he had not summoned, he sensed something was amiss. Without delay, instinct urged him towards Nezha, fearing that calamity had struck once more. Jinzha took a moment to gather himself before hastening to the Li residence. Upon arrival, he beheld everyone concentrating their spiritual energy towards the cauldron. Perplexed by Shen Gongbao's unexpected cooperation, despite his villainous reputation, Master Qing, hovering nearby, noticed Jinzha's approach and swiftly flew to his side, circling him in admiration. Remarkable. To withstand 2 heavenly tribulations and still arrive so swiftly. Could you be a reincarnated celestial being? Jinzha smiled and shook his head, inquiring of Master Qing. What is happening? Why is everyone focused on the cauldron? Nothing much, just that your brother and Ao Bing are on the brink of demise. Jinzha was at a loss for words, his brow twitching and lips quivering at such casualness. As he drew closer, witnessing their efforts to channel spiritual energy into the cauldron, he intended to join them. However, upon looking up, he saw a colossal thundercloud, rivaling the size of the previous 2 combined, approaching ominously, an overwhelming sense of despair rising within him. Is the heavenly Tao truly so unforgiving? Jinzha gazed upward with a bitter smile, wiping the blood from his lips, preparing to charge once more into the thundercloud. Master Qing swiftly flew forward, positioning himself before Jinzha. You are recklessly confronting the impending tribulation, a flagrant provocation against the heavenly order. Previously, you deceived the thunderous trial by feigning death, only to re-emerge and divert Nezha's tribulation, traversing the bounds of fate with audacity. Jinzha, devoid of his prior levity, bore a serene countenance. I have always been a wanderer, yet in this unfamiliar realm, I have found a home. Qing Yi stood there in a daze, as an innate treasure. Born of heaven and earth, having endured countless epochs, he could neither comprehend nor fathom the essence of unwavering resolve. Jinzha, in silence, departed once more towards the thunderclouds, only for Qing Yi to unexpectedly follow closely behind him. There was no alternative, for the primordial celestial master had instructed that no mistakes could befall Jinzha. Jinzha suppressed a smile, turning to glance at Qing Yi, who wore an expression of deep affection. Qing Yi, a true comrade, accompany me through this tribulation today, and we shall be brothers henceforth. Qing Yi, at a loss for words, pondered how, at such a moment, Jinzha could maintain such earnest humor. I could very well be your ancestor from several generations back, and yet you speak of brotherhood. Jinzha, with utmost sincerity, replied. A good brother is defined not by age, but by loyalty. Qing Yi cast a sidelong glance at Jinzha, acknowledging the genuine care he held for his brother. A commendable trait indeed. Ding, detecting an increase in the innate treasure, the myriad clouds of Qing, for the host's favor, binding possible. Reward, a fragment of the essence of the myriad clouds of Qing. Reward, a century of cultivation. Reward, insight into the principles of the heavenly order. Jinzha stifled a laugh, casting a furtive glance at Qin Yi, feeling a tinge of guilt. Ha ha ha. At last, the grandson has emerged from the shadows. Qin Yi suddenly felt a void within, as if a fragment of his essence had dissipated. He looked around in confusion. Why do I feel as though something unsavory is fixating upon me? His gaze fell upon the chuckling Jinzha. Why does it seem this lad is setting me up? Yet, lacking evidence, I shall let it pass. I am magnanimous. The two exchanged no words as they plunged into the thunderclouds, which, unlike the previous two strikes, chose to bypass Jinzha entirely, as if repulsed by his presence. Jinzha, bewildered, turned to Qin Yi. Qin Yi, the omnipotent Qin Yi. Together we can surely overcome any obstacle. Qin Yi, now aware of Jinzha's character, realized that giving him an inch would lead to him taking a mile. No, I intend to adopt a more understated presence. Undeterred, Jinzha soared beside Qin Yi. Now that you share a bond with my second brother, and our ties are as close as brothers, can you bear to watch Nezha perish? Qin Yi, exasperated, lamented his earlier decision to volunteer alongside the Primordial Lord. Sensing Qin Yi's acquiescence, Jinzha invoked the incantations bestowed by Qin Yi, positioning himself above the cauldron to shield against the relentless tribulations. Within the cauldron below, Ao Bing, in his final moments of consciousness, gazed upon the curled form of Nezha, his brow furrowed, revealing a bittersweet smile. This could be considered a self-inflicted calamity. Enough of this. I return it to you. A resounding explosion, shattering the very fabric of the universe, reverberated in the hearts of all present at Chintang Pass. Behold, a dazzling spirit orb, the size of a fist, emerged from the cauldron, exuding an aura reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. Amidst the tribulations, Jinzha felt the tempest above him grow frenzied. The silver-white lightning had inexplicably taken on a crimson hue, imbued with the inexorable intent of the heavenly Tao. In the fleeting moment of metamorphosis during the heavenly tribulation, Jinzha coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his body hurtling backward. Just before losing consciousness, he cast forth a strand of the primordial celebration cloud from his sleeve, placing it before the orb. As the last glimmer of light faded from his vision, the orb transformed into a figure who barely raised an arm to defiantly extend a middle finger towards the heavens. I have triumphed. Upon awakening, Nezha revealed his three-headed, six-armed form, brandishing the fiery spear, the misting silk billowing in the cold wind. He stood aloft, witnessing his family, who lay unconscious. He raised the spear's tip toward the raging thunderclouds, bellowing in fury, "Curse you." Chapter 13. My regret. The heavenly tribulation, sensing a provocation, lashed out violently towards Nezha. Unbeknownst to all, the thunderous clamor subsided, and light tore through the dark clouds, illuminating Chintang Pass. Li Jing and the others awakened, their faces brightening at the sight of Nezha descending from the clouds. Yet, only Shen Gongbao, upon seeing Nezha alone, departed in despair, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Nezha touched down, sheathing his weapon, tears welling in his eyes as he stood in a daze. Everything had come to pass. Jinzha and Muzha followed closely behind Li Jing and his wife, the five of them encircling one another, relishing a sense of peace and happiness unprecedented in 3 years. Tai Yi stood nearby, gently brushing away tears with a feather duster. Nezha approached Tai Yi, inquiring, "Master, do you possess a method to reshape the physical body?" Tai Yi rummaged through his garments, his mind racing, and finally produced a colorful lotus radiating with iridescent light. The treasured 7-colored lotus of the Yusu Palace. Tai Yi cradled the lotus protectively, a puzzled expression on his face. However, why do you wish to reshape your body? At a loss for words, Nezha felt his appearance begin to transform, his aura growing colder. The flame pattern on his forehead altering as well. Underwater Dragon Palace Ao Guang, coiled around a stone pillar, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. His pupils dilating as his massive head turned toward the world beyond the sea surface, having lost contact with Ao Bing. "My son." At that moment, Shen Gongbao, losing his usual composure, stumbled into the Dragon Palace, collapsing to the ground and pounding his fists against it. "I have failed. Ao Bing is no longer here." Ao Guang extended his dragon claws, lifting the prostrate Shen Gongbao, his colossal form trembling with near collapse as he demanded, "What has transpired?" Shen Gongbao, pale and devoid of color, responded. Ao Guang bowed his head. The centuries of torment had not crushed him, yet in this moment, his dragon whiskers no longer fluttered, and his eyes turned a dull gray. A mournful cry erupted from Ao Guang as he threw his head back, a sound so heart-wrenching that it resonated through the depths of the ocean, eliciting a chorus of sorrowful howls from the myriad dragons below. Beneath him, A dragon with dark purple scales extended its elongated claws to conceal its face, stifling a few sobs before ceasing its display. It fumbled for a command token, narrowing its elongated eyes. Ao Run, tucking the token away, approached her elder brother, whose outburst had subsided, her voice laced with mockery. Brother, shall we strike a bargain? Let my unfortunate nephew die with some semblance of worth. Ao Guang's fierce gaze bore into her, devoid of words, as he twisted the chains of the abyssal prison, unleashing a potent surge of lightning that swiftly subdued the restless dragons nearby. Do you seek your own demise? Ao Run's playful demeanor faded, replaced by an ingratiating tone as she slinked closer, lowering her head. Brother, it is my sister's fault. Yet she acts with the dragon clan's interests at heart and has devised a strategy. Ao Guang furrowed his brow, grappling with an indescribable disdain and wariness towards his ambitious and restless sister. Yet, in this moment, he found himself at a loss for a response. Then speak. How shall we exact our vengeance and resolve this predicament? Ao Run fluttered her eyelashes, casting an alluring glance at Shingongbao. That depends on our future, does it not? Esteemed Shingongbao. With that, she detached the longest claw from her dragon's talon and sent it soaring towards Shingongbao. He recoiled, perplexed and somewhat disgusted. Must you, a dragon, observe such hygiene? At a loss for words, Ao Run turned to her elder brother. Brother, do you still remember my innate divine abilities? Ao Guang raised an eyebrow, fully aware of his sister's intentions, yet wary of the potential perils of the underwater prison. Sensing his apprehension, Ao Run spoke with earnest persuasion. Brother, the heavens are unjust, jeopardizing our dragon clan's future. If we remain timid, my spatial abilities can allow us to act swiftly and unnoticed. Ao Guang pondered, visions flashing through his mind. As the Dragon King, he treaded lightly. As a father, he bore a heavy conscience. A vivid image crystallized in his thoughts, a stunning woman cradled in his arms, holding their child. Even as she coughed blood, she implored him to care for their offspring. My wife, I am burdened with guilt. At Chuntang Pass, at the Li family's pond, the townsfolk busily harvested lotus roots, discarding them onto the ground, while the couple, Li Jing and his wife, calculated the wages for the workers. Nearby, Nezha sat beside the treasure lotus, continuously channeling Ao Bing's essence, nurturing his spirit within the bloom. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless. Report. We are under attack. Li Jing and his wife exchanged glances. Who could it be? How many? Only one. But it appears to be an immortal. Li Jing mused. Could it be Shingongbao? The couple bid farewell to Nezha and proceeded to investigate. Standing before the city gate, Shingongbao squinted, awaiting a figure. This time, he could not allow that insufferable brat to appear unexpectedly and disrupt his plans. On the city wall, Li Jing and his wife gazed upon the figure of Shingongbao. They were poised to explain, but Shingongbao, upon realizing that the detestable Jinzha was absent, felt a weight lift from his heart. He reached for his waist, only to find a mere lotus root. Yes, just a piece of lotus root. Shingongbao was taken aback, crushing the root in his hand. In the distance, sensing a disturbance in the air, he lashed out with his whip. Jinzha, having dispelled the celestial clouds that concealed him, brandished the magical artifact in hand and waved cheerfully, performing the customary gesture of respect. Greetings, Master Shun. It is a pleasure to see you again. Shingongbao was at a loss for words, squinting at Jinzha, who had repeatedly disrupted his plans. He had always acted with caution. How was it that Jinzha appeared at such critical moments? A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could this fellow possess some prophetic ability? Yet, it should not be so. Jinzha's cultivation was merely in the early stages of true immortality. Although Jinzha wore a smile, his fists were clenched tightly in his sleeves, his heart racing with anxiety. He understood the dire calamities that awaited Chuntang Pass. It would be a veritable hell on earth. A sight too harrowing to behold. Jinzha knew he had to act decisively, prioritizing stability and buying time. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Shingongbao produced another piece from his sleeve. He was not one to overlook lessons learned and had prepared thoroughly. Jinzha attempted to seize it, but Shingongbao denied him the opportunity, shattering the piece and merging it with the thunder whip. In an instant, the whip multiplied into countless forms, transforming into a radiant arc that encircled Chuntang Pass. Moments later, numerous fissures appeared in the sky above the pass, as torrents of molten lava from the ocean's depths descended, carrying an aura of annihilation. Then came the clanking sound of countless cold iron chains echoing through the heavens. A multitude of sea demons bared their fangs, their fierce gazes fixed upon Chuntang Pass. Lo and behold, our Master Shun has spoken true. I thought he was too impoverished to afford magical artifacts and coveted my life-bound treasure. A sultry yet acerbic voice drifted from the crevice, followed by the appearance of a captivating figure before Jinzha. She had deep blue hair cascading over her jade shoulders, her long fingers resting upon her crimson lips, her ivory arms accentuating her ample bosom. Jinzha squinted, unable to resist stealing glances at Ao Run, not out of lust. Certainly not, but because this ambitious princess of the West Sea was the least likely to spare Chintang Pass. He then glanced at the imposing figure beside her, Ao Guang, clad in resplendent white armor. His expression was stern as he cast a glance at his sister before turning his gaze toward Jinzha. Jinzha swallowed hard. The East Sea Dragon, Ao Guang, was a formidable figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, while the other dragon kings were also at the pinnacle of Tai, true immortality. Such strength. If the dragon clan had not suffered a significant decline in power during the Dragon and Phoenix calamity, along with punishment from the heavenly Tao, they would not have been marginalized by the celestial court. Jinzha reflected on the tribulations faced by Ao Guang's generation of great beings, feeling a profound sadness for him. Alas, in the early years, the dragon clan faced misfortune and in middle age experienced the tragic loss of both wife and child. Such was the lamentable fate of Jinzha. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, revealing that perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. Chapter 14. We are engaged in serious collaboration, however. He recognized that the moment was not yet ripe for action. Hastily, Jinzha concealed his form with the auspicious clouds of the myriad realms, lest he falter in the treacherous depths. Upon witnessing Jinzha's disappearance, Shen Gongbao ceased his search and addressed the crowd within the city with a booming voice. Li Jing, you are all aware of my schemes with the Dragon Clan. Ao Bing has already met his demise. Today, let all of Chintang Pass accompany my disciple to the grave. Li Jing furrowed his brow and swiftly ascended. Eager to clarify, Taoist, Ao Bing is currently within the Li residence and is unharmed. Humph, mere fabrications, Shen Gongbao scoffed, signaling the assault on the city. With a flourish of his thunder whip, he struck down Li Jing, intent on capturing him. Suddenly, he sensed a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the distance of the Li residence. Shen Gongbao soared towards it, followed closely by Ao Guang and the others. Upon arriving at the pond, he beheld Nezha confronting the resplendent lotus flower, yet Ao Bing was nowhere to be found. Humph, a deceitful trick indeed. Since Ao Bing is dead, there is no need for you, Nezha, to remain. With that, he leapt down, swinging his thunder whip menacingly towards Nezha. At that moment, two figures suddenly rose from the ground, brandishing their long halberds. Shen Gongbao retreated as three dragon kings surged forth, their tremendous roar echoing throughout the Li residence. But the seemingly fragile protective barrier remained intact. As the dust settled, the two figures clashed their palms in defiance, producing a resonant metallic sound. Humph, strength. The three dragon kings transformed into their dragon forms, their imposing silhouettes overshadowing the Li residence. The two barrier beasts exchanged glances, their round eyes fixated on the approaching dragon kings, their legs trembling, yet they still raised their halberds. No other choice. They had merely 3 seconds. In a brief moment, the two figures were propelled outward, still constrained to 3 seconds. However, this delay afforded Nezha the precious time to awaken. As he regained consciousness, Nezha instinctively shielded the lotus with his body. Yet how could he withstand a strike from the three great dragon kings? He was sent flying, blood spilling from his lips. The precious lotus following suit, losing its luster. Once vibrant, the lotus began to wither, petals falling away as Ao Bing's weakened consciousness escaped from within. All halt. In that fleeting instant, Ao Guang recognized Ao Bing's aura and swiftly moved to his side, his handsome visage momentarily frozen, arms raised. Upon seeing his father, Ao Bing's spirit momentarily faltered before he leapt into Ao Guang's embrace, almost convinced he would never see his father again. Nezha, who had been preparing to intervene, could only awkwardly gaze towards the heavens at this sight. Alas, what a sky it is! Jinzha, stealthily approaching, witnessed this poignant scene and realized it was his moment to make an entrance. He walked slowly towards the father and son, gently clearing his throat to shatter the warmth of the moment. Greetings, Uncle Ao. I am Jinzha, the sworn brother of Ao Bing. It is indeed a fortunate encounter. As it is said, a tiger begets no dog. Ao Guang glared coldly at Jinzha, clearly unappreciative, avoiding eye contact until he noticed Ao Bing nodding, which eased his expression somewhat. I inquire about Ao Bing's current situation. Are there any prospects for his salvation? Jinzha succinctly elucidated, maintaining a demeanor of calmness and composure. Neither servile nor arrogant. He paused slightly before continuing. At present, I am highly favored in the Yusu Palace, and my master is arranging for me to formally attain the status of an immortal there. Ao Guang furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Jinzha. Suspicious of his intentions, Jinzha glanced around. The presence of his parents, Tai Yi, the 4 Dragon Kings, and Shun Gongbao weighed heavily upon him. Rather than divulging his plan outright, he posed a question to Tai Yi. Uncle Tai Yi, might you possess a method to revive the Balian? Tai Yi, momentarily taken aback, pondered and then spoke. To revive the Balian, we require the essence of jade, which can only be found in the Heavenly Lord's treasury. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang released Ao Bing, tilting his head with narrowed eyes, his anger simmering. Immortals, a band of greedy creatures. Rest assured, I shall settle this score with you one day. I shall retrieve it at once. My son must not suffer any misfortune. Tai Yi quickly gestured dismissively while bowing towards the Yusu Palace, addressing Ao Guang. Do not act impulsively. The Heavenly Lord has been in seclusion, deliberating on the list of deities for many years. He is likely to emerge soon. I shall seek his favor on your behalf, and there may yet be hope. At that moment, Li Jing stepped forward, declaring, we ought to report to the Heavenly Lord, hoping he will show discernment and grant Ao Bing some leniency. Both Tai Yi and Ao Guang turned their attention to Li Jing. Is there not a possibility that the dragon race is already looked down upon, and yet we hope for leniency? Jinzha gently cleared his throat, gathering the attention of those present. Uncle Ao, as the leader of the dragon race, you would not forsake your kin for the sake of Ao Bing, would you? He paused, casually glancing at the other 3 dragon kings before continuing. It happens that the 3 of us brothers are all exceptionally gifted and of proper lineage. Ao Guang narrowed his sharp gaze, realizing that this young lad intended to propose a bargain. Your reasoning is sound, but how can I trust you? Jinzha offered no explanation nor retreated, maintaining a serene smile. Uncle Ao, you have no alternative. Supporting us 3 brothers, alongside Ao Bing, will lead us into the heart of the Chan teaching and secure greater benefits in the heavenly court during the upcoming deification. After articulating his entire proposition, Jinzha moved beside Nezha, pulling Muzha closer, while subtly beckoning Ao Bing to join them. The 4 dragon kings took to the air, engaging in a discreet discussion. What are your thoughts? Ao Guang was the first to inquire. He was indeed somewhat stirred, for he understood that the current dragon clan could scarcely withstand another upheaval. Ao Run delicately played with her long fingers, her crimson lips parting slightly before she smiled and closed them again, casting a glance towards the other 2 dragon kings. She had already prepared an escape route, for no matter the circumstances, her own leisurely existence was paramount. The remaining 2 dragon kings exchanged glances, seemingly devoid of any thoughts. Well, we shall wait and see what our elder brother decides. Ao Guang rubbed his forehead, closed his eyes, and nodded silently. Jinzha, witnessing the 4 great dragon kings' descent, could not help but clench his fists. He was unaware of how much his words might alter their fates, yet he knew that failing to speak would lead to deep regret. Fortunately, everything did not disappoint him. In 7 days, upon passing the assessment and obtaining the precious elixir, I shall witness your prowess, and then I may earnestly consider the matter of collaboration, Jinzha declared once more. In 1 month's time, I will allow Ao Bing and Nezha to share a body, ensuring a commendable performance in the Chan teaching, thus garnering attention. Ao Guang nodded decisively, turned to briefly converse with Shun Gongbao, and then hurriedly departed. It was done, yet Jinzha felt a sense of loss. Indeed, while Ao Guang was handsome, his intellect was lacking. Jinzha sighed deeply, gazing into the distance as the weight in his heart lessened slightly. Ding! The system detected a pivotal shift in the destinies of Nezha and Ao Bing. Reward: 1,000 years of cultivation. Reward: falling treasure copper coins. Reward: a glimpse into significant future events of the primordial chaos. Jinzha inhaled sharply, firmly grasping the copper coins in his hand. Falling treasure copper coins were a remarkable treasure, not only capable of gathering wealth from the world, but also of absorbing magical artifacts. Most crucially, they were key artifacts for the 3 celestial maidens of the Jie sect and their elder brother, Zhao Gongming, carrying immense karmic significance. Jinzha couldn't help but marvel at the duality of the situation, presenting both a challenge and an opportunity. Zhao Gongming seemed to be a man of loyalty, an admirable choice for a brother. Yet, what should he do regarding the relationship between the Chan and Jie sects? Chapter 15. The establishment of the God of Wealth sect. However, it appeared that the relationship between the Chan and Jie sects was as antagonistic as fire and water. Nevertheless, the pressing matter was to formally become an immortal of the Chan sect and enter its core. Jinzha collected his thoughts, turned towards Nezha, and affectionately ruffled his hair. This time, Nezha did not shy away, allowing his brother's touch. This time, we shall face it together. Nezha lowered his head, struggling to hold back tears. He understood that his elder brother, despite his usual frivolity, had always devoted himself to him. Observing Nezha instinctively turning his head away, Jinzha could not suppress a smile, clearing his throat and gesturing grandly. Prepare yourselves. We shall set forth towards the Jade Void Palace. The following day, at the Li residence, the three brothers of Jinzha tidied up their affairs, standing before their parents with heads bowed. Jinzha, despite having lived 2 lives, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In his previous life, he had been so consumed by work that he never truly expressed his gratitude to his parents. Father and mother, do not worry. I shall take good care of my 2 younger brothers and ensure they do not suffer any grievances outside. Nezha, with his hands nestled in his pockets, murmured softly, as long as you don't bully me. Jinzha maintained a serene smile on his face and executed a decisive dunk right atop Nezha's head. Observing this, Li Jing and his wife suppressed the tears welling in their eyes and regarded their 3 sons with affectionate amusement. Jinzha, as the eldest, while you look after your 2 younger brothers, do not forget to care for yourself as well. Your parents understand that you tend to be more reserved. Should you have anything on your mind, do not bottle it up. Nezha, your temperament is impetuous. Remember not to rush in your endeavors. The 3 brothers stood attentively, listening to the gentle admonitions without a hint of impatience. Just as Lady Yin was about to continue, Li Jing gently grasped her hand. She lowered her eyes, refraining from further speech, merely tilting her head to the side. Tai stepped forward, leading the 3 away as they mounted the flying pig and set forth. Lady Yin followed closely behind, wishing to voice something more, yet the words eluded her as they lingered on the tip of her tongue. Beneath the drifting clouds and verdant grass, in a secluded forest, Jinzha lay on the ground, holding a falling treasure copper coin and gazing skyward through its square hole. A few days prior, he had departed from the group to journey alone to Yushu Palace, having made it clear that the assessments would not commence until his return. He was now faced with a matter of greater urgency. Having endured 2 heavenly tribulations, his foundation had been compromised, and he had incurred the disdain of the heavenly Tao. It was imperative that he rectify this situation promptly. Otherwise, as the impending calamity of the Fengshen loomed a few hundred years hence, he would find himself at the mercy of fate. At that moment, through the square hole, he spotted the person he had been waiting for. Brother Yang, it has been many days. The newcomer approached on a cloud, his expression frosted, and his hands fidgeted restlessly, betraying his unease. Indeed, Jinzha, it has been quite some time. The air thickened with tension as the 2 men stood facing each other, the atmosphere frozen. Clearing his throat, Jinzha produced the falling treasure copper coin, deftly tossing it into the air and clapping his hands together to catch it, exhaling a breath afterward. What you may not know, Brother Yang, is that this coin is an innate spiritual treasure, imbued with great fortune. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, extending his divine sense to investigate, astonished to confirm that it was indeed an innate spiritual treasure. Brother Jinzha, what is your intention in presenting this treasure? Jinzha shared his plans, unveiling several other spiritual treasures laid before them. Brother Yang, I intend to establish a sect and gather merit. Should you be willing to lend me your support, you may choose any one of these treasures. Indeed, Jinzha's foremost strategy to appease the heavenly disdain was to amass merit. In essence, it was about demonstrating devotion to the heavenly Tao, proving through action that he was a virtuous subject. Yang Jian took a few steps back, regarding Jinzha with newfound seriousness. Did you not just attain immortality? Why entertain such thoughts? Their brotherhood had been sincere, yet the sudden prospect of immense gain prompted contemplation. Jinzha remained steadfast, refraining from persuasion. Due to this matter, he was capable of handling it on his own. However, with the assistance of a future deity like Yang Jian, the endeavor would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. His intention to establish a doctrine was primarily to accumulate merit, ensuring that when the time of tribulation arrived, he would not be ensnared by karmic hindrances. Naturally, if he could mass-produce postnatal moral treasures, it would be even more advantageous to enter the era of the Primordial 20. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian inquired, what kind of religion do you intend to establish, and which deity will you honor? What role do I play in this? Jinzha's expression brightened with delight, though he quickly composed himself, engaging in serious thought before responding slowly. I plan to establish the cult of wealth, venerating the true Lord of the Dragon and Tiger mystical altar. Its doctrine is that the wealth of the world shall flow abundantly, and fortune from all directions shall heed my call alone. Yang Jian's face reflected a peculiar expression. The name and doctrine seemed rather commonplace. However, Seeing the fervor in Jinzha's eyes, he refrained from voicing his critique. Believing Yang Jian was satisfied with his proposal, Jinzha eagerly took hold of Yang Jian's hand. Isn't it exhilarating? Brother Yang, come and be my deputy leader. Together, we shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. Yang Jian's lips twitched. It felt a tad unorthodox. Yet, considering the significance of the moral treasures, he stiffly nodded. However, he had never heard of the true Lord of the Dragon and Tiger mystical altar. Little did he know, this endeavor would lead to a chapter in the future that the revered Erlang Shen would prefer to keep under wraps. Jinzha brought Yang Jian to a remote fishing village, establishing it as their starting point. After all, in more prosperous areas, competition would be fierce, as they were still two small figures in the vast primordial realm. Competing with the formidable elites would be futile. Once they chose their location, they invested in hiring a craftsman, and within 2 days, a simple temple was erected. Throughout this period, the two collaborated harmoniously without any disputes, until a sudden disagreement arose. This won't do. Yang Jian turned away, furrowing his brow as he firmly insisted on his suggestion. Jinzha sighed in resignation, shedding crocodile tears. Alas, must I bear the burden alone? It seems my trust was misplaced. Yang Jian's face darkened, and he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. One day, while the peaceful village engaged in their routine fishing, the skies shifted from serene blue to ominous gray, and the sea roiled tumultuously. Fishermen aboard several boats strained to secure their sails. Suddenly, monstrous fish leaped from the depths, accompanied by sea demons brandishing steel tridents, lunging towards the villagers. Several villagers narrowly evaded the onslaught, their fear compelling them to huddle down. Just then, a radiant beam of multicolored light pierced through the clouds, revealing Yang Jian clad in golden armor and mystical robes, wielding the falling treasure copper coins. With a stern countenance, he first deflected the tridents aimed at the fishermen, then positioned himself protectively in front of them, driving back the monstrous fish. Unbeknownst to him, the monstrous fish deviated from Jinzha's script, intent on devouring a villager. Reluctantly, he had to intervene decisively. Witnessing their savior, the fishermen knelt in gratitude, fervently proclaiming their reverence. The sea god has manifested. The sea god has manifested. We are saved. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, his expression stiffening. He had been mistaken for the sea god. He descended swiftly, a halo deliberately created by Jinzha enveloping several fishermen. My heavens, is this the grandeur of a deity? It is blinding. Yang Jian spoke solemnly. I am the vice leader of the God of Wealth sect. Today, I appear to bestow blessings upon you all. By venerating my God, you shall receive protection and an abundance of wealth. After delivering his lines, he cast aside a token imbued with the essence of falling copper coins and hurriedly departed, oblivious to the few individuals in the crowd whose expressions were dark and displeased, as though they had just swallowed a fly. High above, Jinzha observed silently, his face taut, struggling to suppress a smile. However, he could not restrain himself and chuckled aloud. Yang Jian, already exasperated, suddenly heard that infuriating voice. He leaped into the clouds, his 3 eyes fixed intently on Jinzha as he coldly inquired, Did you not say you were designing a deity statue? Jinzha bit his lip, casting his eyes sideways. Well, it's nearly finished. I called you to take a look out of concern for you, certainly not to watch a performance. Yang Jian maintained his stern demeanor, his ears reddening, yet he refrained from lashing out, having already boarded this proverbial pirate ship. Upon their return to the village, they noticed that someone was still preaching in that very spot. Jinzha focused his gaze and recognized that the leaders were merely of transformation stage cultivation. While standing before a 3-foot clay statue was an elderly Taoist of peak return void cultivation. Several Taoists clasped their hands together, reciting scriptures that wafted through the wind into Jinzha's ears. The supreme way of the grand aspiration, may it lead to the Western Enlightenment. The Western teachings. Jinzha frowned. They were in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, the territory of Taoism, yet the Western sect dared to preach directly here. Jinzha briefly explained the situation to Yang Jian, and the two transformed their appearances, blending in with the surroundings, awaiting the unfolding spectacle of the Western sect. Chapter 16. Slapping the Western sect in the face before long. Fishermen who had just returned from the sea caught the attention of the crowd. Wasn't that the team that went fishing this morning? Why are they back so soon? A voice in the crowd inquired, and someone from the fishing team was about to respond. The Western sect's Taoists displayed compassionate expressions, their prayer beads continuously turning in their hands as they chanted scriptures, blocking the path of the team. Those carrying the injured, upon seeing the obstruction, erupted in outrage. What are you doing? Don't you see someone is gravely injured? The Taoists lowered their heads, tears welling at the corners of their eyes. approaching the wounded with solemnity. This humble priest has the means to save those fated to be helped. Those carrying the injured, hearing this, were filled with excitement and knelt before the Taoists, bowing deeply. The eldest among them spoke, "I beseech you, noble one, save my poor son." The Taoist maintained his expression of compassion, yet shook his head, sighing repeatedly. "I can only save those fated to be helped. Without the protection of my sect, I am powerless. Furthermore, just now the Western sect has generously rescued you mortals. How can you still be so greedy? Who among you is the deputy leader of our wealth god sect, the true celestial being?" Someone from the fishing team directly retorted, striking a blow to the pride of the Western sect. The leader furrowed his brow, searching the ranks, and soon someone approached, whispering an explanation to the old Taoist. "What? Ambushed?" At that moment, Jinzha stepped forward, approaching the injured individual to apply medicine. He also produced a common copper coin infused with the essence of the falling treasure, hanging it around the man's neck. The severely injured man's pale complexion began to regain color, and his condition improved significantly. The villagers who had knelt down were filled with joy, and the elder at the forefront grasped Jinzha's hand in gratitude. Jinzha revealed a warm and amiable smile, saying, "Dear elders, the wealth god sect has arrived. Prosperous days are upon us in Zhuge village." The elder's dim eyes widened, and his rough hands continued to pat Jinzha's hand. "Child, this wealth god sect surely isn't like the Western sect, a deceptive cult we've never heard of, right?" The old Taoist could not help but frown. It seemed today as preaching would require some genuine prowess. He cleared his throat, redirecting the crowd's attention, halting the chanting, and with a peculiar intonation, proclaimed, "Our sect possesses true deities. By venerating the revered god, one can receive divine protection, impervious to blades and flames. Lai Fu, come demonstrate." Upon hearing this, a young disciple affixed a talisman to his forehead, preparing to sit and call someone forth. Observing the brawny men in the audience, Lai Fu's lips twitched. "Have you all consumed some elixirs? Why are your heads so pointy?" Suddenly, he spotted a girl with twin ponytails and large, adorable eyes at the back of the crowd, and his heart leapt with joy as he pointed at her. "This young lady, would you come up and give it a try? I assure you, I'm quite sturdy." The girl, Zhuge blinked her big eyes, her face blooming like a peach, evoking a strong desire within Lai Fu to cherish her deeply. However, as she pushed through the crowd, Lai Fu's good brother instinctively recoiled. To his astonishment, beneath her twin ponytails were broad shoulders and exaggerated pectoral muscles. What a stark contrast. Where was the promised cute girl? Zhuge shyly approached the young Taoist and sweetly asked, "Taoist, should I hit you with all my strength?" Lai Fu swallowed hard, out of a sense of masculine pride. He could not refuse. Yet, gazing upon the girl before him, he opted to add another talisman. He simply could not withstand it. Closing his eyes, he nodded, signaling that she could strike. Zhuge swung her small fist, landing a blow on Lai Fu's chest, and surprisingly, he did not utter a sound. Dali's large, watery eyes were somewhat astonished. In truth, Lai Fu had already been unconscious for a while. Zhuge delivered another punch, only to have it repelled by the talisman on Lai Fu's body, causing him to stagger backward. With a sudden cry, she collapsed before Jinzha, who naturally caught her with both hands, as this robust figure left him no chance for a single-handed display of bravado. Zhuge blinked her large eyes, her twin ponytails swaying, her innocent visage evoking a protective instinct in those who beheld her. However, just as Jinzha intended to speak, Zhuge nestled against him, began to whimper, her embarrassment palpable. "Oh dear, how humiliating." Jinzha attempted to free himself, yet the strong arm of the burly man remained draped over his shoulder, preventing any escape. "Miss, perhaps you could release me. I am quite at my wit's end." Zhuge shyly rose from Jinzha's embrace, her eyes shimmering with affection as she stood before him and playfully beckoned with her finger. "Wow, this brother is truly handsome." Jinzha hurriedly retreated towards Yang Jian, only to find Yang Jian unsympathetically shoving him aside. A hint of amusement flickered across Yang Jian's icy countenance, as if to mock him for his pretense of choosing a dashing facade. Jinzha cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and approached Lai Fu. This immortal master was indeed formidable, having withstood the young lady's 2 punches, earning Jinzha's utmost respect. As Lai Fu gradually regained consciousness, he swallowed the congealed blood in his throat and nodded weakly in response. Yet, Jinzha would not grant him the opportunity to act. He clasped his fists and spoke directly. "I am but a humble disciple of the god of wealth, who has recently received a boon. Might I inquire if you would be willing to spar?" Just as Lai Fu was about to respond, several individuals gathered behind him, blocking his path. "If you wish to spar, come to us." Jinzha raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his lips as he cracked his knuckles and inquired with a sardonic tone. Will it be one at a time or all together? The group before him frowned, unable to discern Jinzha's strength, yet brazenly encircling him. Jinzha shook his head, observing them with a knowing gaze. It appeared their confidence was as thick as their skin. He summoned the dragon escape pillar, erecting it before him, from which several golden dragons emerged, prompting the individuals to scatter in alarm. The elder behind them, no longer composed, halted his rhythm of turning the prayer beads and inquired. Young friend, this place bears a connection to our Western teachings. Would you consider yielding it to us? I can offer some compensation. How about 1,000 spirit stones? Jinzha, as if hearing a jest, replied with a sardonic smile, you may insult my character, but not my financial standing. Over the years, aside from the various treasures bestowed by the system, he had also acquired numerous valuable items from Tai, amassing a modest fortune. Without uttering a word, Jinzha produced his least esteemed postnatal merit spiritual treasure and tossed it to Zhuge. The aura emanating from the treasure captivated Zhuge and those beside her. Is this the might of the god of wealth? She glanced at the elder, raising an eyebrow and gesturing with her hands. No, do you comprehend my true strength? The elder, upon witnessing this, appeared as though he had swallowed a fly, his face paling as he joined his palms in reverence and turned to leave. Alas, how disheartening it is to witness the disparity among individuals. Despite my own 3 centuries of existence, I possess but a solitary middle-grade spiritual artifact. The old man cast a final glance at Jinzha, perceiving him as a scion of a noble lineage. Humph, noble families are indeed the finest. My own Western realm is barren, sorely lacking in such plump sheep as yourselves. Let us bide our time and see what unfolds. As the followers of the Western sect departed, Jinzha approached the clay idol and shattered it with a single, forceful blow. Subsequently, he summoned a towering statue, 9 feet in height, holding a dragon-binding rope in its left hand and the 12 sea-controlling pearls in its right, exuding an aura of majesty and grace before the assembly. Then, Jinzha produced a replica adorned with fallen treasure coins. Esteemed guests, by aligning yourselves with our sect, you shall receive the blessings of the god of wealth. I trust you can discern our sect's might. Zhuge, cradling the precious artifact, was the first to kneel in reverence, a radiant smile illuminating her youthful face. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd displayed glimmers of envy in their eyes and promptly followed suit. Ah, fair maiden, your sincerity is apparent. You may serve as our deity's envoy in this place. Zhuge tilted her head, her large eyes blinking, her cheeks flushed as she softly inquired. Does this mean I could marry you, dear brother? Of course, should you feel bashful, I could always render you unconscious, he replied. Indeed, in Zhuge village, there exists a tradition where one can be taken away after being knocked out. Naturally, for Zhuge, the notion of anyone attempting to knock her out was nothing short of a daydream. Upon hearing this, the crowd raised their eyebrows, realizing that the village beauty, often overlooked, harbored such preferences. Jinzha inhaled deeply, his fingers behind his back cracking audibly. You are quite perceptive, aren't you? Yang Jian, reveling in the situation, remarked. This young lady possesses discerning taste. Should you selflessly devote yourself to our sect, I am certain our esteemed envoy will indeed marry you. Zhuge appeared to have heard the most beautiful words in the world, nodding fervently. Her face growing crimson, she declared, I shall strive to strengthen our sect and marry this esteemed brother at the earliest opportunity. By the way, I am Zhuge. May I ask your name, dear brother? Chapter 17. The assessment conference. Jinzha dared not open his eyes, intending to depart discreetly, yet Yang Jian detained him, a rare smile gracing his icy countenance. I am Jinzha, dear Dali. I, Yang Potion, foresee your swift union with this fine brother of mine. Jinzha was petrified. His true identity had been exposed. Over the years in the Primordial World, he had always been the one to tease others, yet today, he found himself the subject of such jest. In the ensuing days, Jinzha, like a rodent in a game of hide-and-seek, continuously altered his appearance to evade Dali while disseminating teachings in the village. Meanwhile, Yang Jian instructed Dali on effective evangelism and organization, discovering to his astonishment that Dali possessed exceptional talent. Most notably, he realized that the reason the villagers were so remarkably robust was due to a faint trace of the Pangu bloodline within them. Zhuge envoy. Have the people of your village migrated here? Zhuge turned to meet Yang Jian's scrutinizing gaze, a palpable sense of pressure rising. She pondered seriously for a moment before responding thoughtfully. Indeed, I have heard my father mention that the previous village chief earnestly instructed him when passing on the roll. If the village flourishes in the future, we must return to our ancestral land. Yang Jian fell into deep contemplation, scrutinizing the entire village with keen perception. It appears that this seemingly ordinary village harbors profound secrets. After bidding farewell to Zhuge Yang Jian sought out Jinzha to share this discovery. Jinzha frowned, realizing he was once again embroiled in a predicament. Did this mean they needed to find a new place to develop? Yet, he had recently discerned that the villagers possessed an exceptionally strong faith. Moreover, he had only imparted some basic cultivation techniques to the villagers and had already garnered considerable merit. Clearly, risks and opportunities coexist. Sighing, he decided to set this matter aside for the time being. Everything was just beginning, and there was no need to rush. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Jian spoke slowly. Well, that is true. What do you plan to do next? Jinzha stretched lazily, adjusting his clothes, which had not been changed in days. Of course, I shall tidy up, convene a teaching conference, and then set off for Yushu Palace. I have yet to officially become an immortal of Yushu Palace. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, observing the disheveled Jinzha. Shall I accompany you back? Jinzha shook his head, patting Yang Jian's shoulder with a solemn expression. Vice Chief, some urgent matters must be entrusted to you. I have great confidence in your abilities. Yang Jian's 3 eyes sparkled with intensity as he silently drew his trident spear. Jinzha flashed a charming smile, producing 2 innate treasures and unceremoniously thrusting them into Yang Jian's arms. Yang Jian paused, holding the spear aloft, before discreetly stowing the treasures away and clearing his throat. It was unavoidable. Yang Jian had not intended this, but the offerings were simply too generous to decline without reciprocation. He then retrieved a token and a key, tossing them to Jinzha. I have a certain degree of renown among the 3rd-generation disciples. If you encounter difficulties, mention my name. The key is to my room. If you have nowhere to stay, you may use it. A notification chimed, detecting that the host had left Yang Jian feeling quite embarrassed. Reward: diagram of the 10 absolute arrays. Reward: complete explanation of the Tai Ching array. After a long time, Jinzha finally heard that melodious voice again. It was just that Yang Jian's demeanor was exceedingly composed, seemingly devoid of emotion, with minimal fluctuations in sentiment. Jinzha tempered his emotions and found a quiet place for a brief comprehension, yet it still proved too challenging. It seemed he would need to visit the human sect at some point. 2 days later, Jinzha gazed at the towering iron structures before turning to Yang Jian. In this nascent stage of our endeavor, I rely on you for support. After the teaching conference concluded, Jinzha soared on his cloud towards Yushu Palace. The celestial towers and jade pavilions, accompanied by the cries of immortal cranes, appeared boundless in his gaze. Even now, having ascended to immortality, he could not perceive the end. Look at him, hunched and lacking any grace in his stride, with such a disheveled appearance and dark circles beneath his eyes. He seems oblivious to the fact that our sect does not indiscriminately accept individuals. Nezha, who was in line to register information, glared at the gossipy onlookers, hands tucked into his pockets. What are you staring at? Move along. The mockery only intensified upon seeing Nezha's reaction, and they pointed at him with unabashed glee. In a fit of indignation, Nezha lowered his head and kicked a nearby white jade pillar. At that moment, a teasing voice rang out, and a warm hand rested upon Nezha's head. It's all right, Nezha. You're handsome in my eyes. Besides, we can always consider cosmetic enhancements elsewhere. Nezha retracted his foot, a broad grin spreading across his face as he leaped forward, aiming a sneak attack at Jinzha. However, the celestial clouds surrounding Jinzha formed a barrier, and he effortlessly caught Nezha in his embrace, softly inquiring, "How do you fare? Do you miss your elder brother?" Nezha pouted, turned his head away with a huff. Yet his arms firmly wrapped around Jinzha. After 3 consecutive days of travel, Jinzha exhaled deeply, reflecting on how infuriating it had been for him to witness Nezha's once unshakable confidence now wavering in this dismal place. Jinzha lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the individuals who had just mocked Nezha. He set Nezha down and soared toward the group, wearing a benevolent smile. A few of them hesitated, but one stepped forward, squinting as he proclaimed, "I am a brother of Yang Jian. Do you even know who Yang Jian is? He is the most formidable disciple among our sect's 3rd generation." Jinzha suppressed a smile. He was a professional and rarely allowed himself to laugh. "Oh, is that so? Then are you acquainted with this?" With that, Jinzha brandished the token bestowed by Yang Jian, showcasing it before the gathering. "What is this?" Yang Jian's identity token in the hands of this individual? Humph, it appears that this Huang Ji has encountered a formidable opponent. He had merely pointed the way for the newly initiated Yang Jian, yet now he borrowed Yang Jian's name every day after his rise to fame. Ding. Host detected using a brother's gift to display divine might in public. Reward: Spirit Stone Gift Pack. Reward: Primordial map with built-in navigation. Ah, it can be used this way? Jinzha's mood lifted slightly, though his face remained icy as he coldly declared, from now on, if you see our brother, keep your distance. Or someone will come to teach you a lesson. The group nodded like frightened chicks and scampered away with their tails between their legs. Jinzha returned to Nezha's side, guiding him to complete the registration before arriving at a white jade plaza. From a distance, one could see young men and women clad in Taoist robes and flowing skirts engaging in lively conversation, with only a few elderly individuals tucked away in the corners, engrossed in their Taoist texts. The number of female practitioners was not less than that of their male counterparts. Most were strikingly beautiful and gracefully poised, each a unique blossom among the plum, orchid, chrysanthemum, and daisy. Yet, a select few stood out remarkably, akin to celestial maidens descended to earth, reminiscent of twinkling stars and the luminous moon. For instance, a young woman entered the square alongside Jinzha. Her phoenix-like eyes exuded a serene elegance, reminiscent of an otherworldly fairy, akin to a celestial being from the heavens, seemingly surrounded by the words, I am aloof and regal. Despite this, she effortlessly drew the gaze of many. She was a prodigy of the food sect, one of the branches of the Chan teaching. And even in a tradition that emphasizes fortune and lineage, she stood out as exceptional. A massive sword rested on her back, complemented by a belt adorned with 12 exquisite gems, accentuating her already slender waist and enhancing the allure of her bosom. As Jinzha Muja and Northeast Jia entered the square, they quietly found a corner to observe. Jinzha's attention was drawn to the woman, and the imposing figure that had lingered in his mind began to fade. Indeed, the beauty of women was worth a prolonged gaze. As the sound of bells resonated, figures converged from various directions, and two individuals clad in white robes woven with golden threads approached the assembly. All of you are distinguished members of your respective sections. I shall refrain from unnecessary elaborations. The assessment period and tasks will be randomly assigned, and the leaders of each region will approach you, declared a striking young man, his features sharp and devoid of emotion, as he bore a long bow upon his back. Beside him, a woman of striking beauty, without a trace of makeup, interjected. The dangers vary across regions. If you wish to withdraw, now is the time to speak up. Otherwise, you must not exit. Are there any questions? Silence enveloped the crowd. The two remained impassive, adhering to the formalities as they bowed respectfully. May your paths in the Tao flourish. With a flourish of their sleeves, countless tokens were released, randomly landing in the hands of each individual. Upon receiving their tokens and reviewing the information, everyone proceeded towards the halls designated for their respective regions. Jinzha glanced at the token in his hand before looking at Nezha and Muja's, confirming that they had indeed been assigned together. They were all from the northern Jilu continent. However, as the three brothers entered their designated hall, the young woman unexpectedly followed behind them. With a delicate step, she glided into the entrance, her skirt billowing like a blooming golden lotus in the wind. Close behind her was a seemingly cultured gentleman adorned in jewels. His gaze remained fixated on her resplendent figure, though beneath the veneer of his admiration lay a glimmer of greed. This time, you shall undoubtedly be mine. Chapter 18. The gluttonous immortal's indiscretions. Upon entering the hall, Jinzha surveyed his surroundings and discovered two pairs of individuals present. Their eyes briefly scrutinized the three brothers before swiftly shifting their attention to the other two. They introduced themselves as Wang Yu, Li Siyu, and Xia Huixing, Sun Huixi. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be disciples from smaller sects, as their clothing and the quality of their magical artifacts spoke volumes. All were clad in azure robes, adorned with lotus crowns, lacking any significant spiritual treasures, possessing merely the artifacts they had earned through diligent tasks within their sects over the years. Upon encountering the assembly, in a secluded corner of the hall, a fragrant celestial maiden devoured a chicken leg in one swift motion, swallowing without so much as a chew. She patted her chest and, after a gentle shake, removed the gourd from her waist, only to discover it empty. Observing this, Jinzha extended a cup of exquisite nectar, which the maiden accepted eagerly, drinking deeply, with some liquid trickling down the corners of her mouth, cascading over her alabaster neck and into the depths of her loose collar. This rough-and-tumble appearance of the maiden was truly incongruous with her esteemed position as a steward of the Yushu Palace. Fortunately, her waist, bound with a cloth strip, and her nearly bursting burlap attire, along with the occasional hint of her latent authority, revealed her identity as a celestial being. This individual, known as Wu Jiao, was a named disciple of the esteemed Master Guang Qingzi of the Chan School, sharing the same sect as other stewards of the outer court. The maiden patted Jinzha's shoulder and nodded, exchanging a meaningful glance with him. She signaled to him with her eyes, then patted her chest again, her coarse garment nearly straining under the weight. Following this, she briefly introduced herself before sinking her teeth into another chicken leg. Jinzha found himself perplexed. Perhaps this celestial being did not recognize him? Could it be that my handsomeness is so striking? Surely, she must desire something from me. A young man must learn to guard himself. After a brief interlude, a colossal jade rui began to ascend gracefully before the hall. Wu Jiao, clutching a pancake, stood at the handle of the jade rui, her dark hair billowing about her face, seemingly unperturbed. Behind her, disciples stood quietly at various points on the rui, each engaged in meditation and recuperation. Upon finishing her pancake, Wu Jiao formed a series of hand seals, causing the jade rui to emit a soft luminescence, creating a thin membrane that shielded them from the wind, her hair cascading onto her shoulders. Once she completed her preparations, she sat upon the ground, her hands still oily, retrieving several maps and communication talismans from her bosom, which floated into the hands of the gathered. The maps indicated the locations of various monsters and treasures, with a 2-week time frame to eliminate the beasts and gather medicinal herbs. The communication talismans were to be shattered in the event of an insurmountable crisis, at which point she would come to their aid. Jinzha glanced briefly at the tasks before inquiring about the well-being of his companions. After a brief exchange, tranquility once again enveloped the jade rui. Wu Jiao pouted slightly, her hunger returning, and she reached for her storage pouch, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Shall we take a moment to introduce ourselves? Teaming up for this task is permissible, though the respective ranks should be somewhat elevated. Wang Yu, seated near Wu Jiao, nodded and spoke softly. Fellow friends, I am Wang Yu, and this is my partner by my side. We hail from Linjiang sect and have cultivated for 300 years. Our skills are limited, and we hope for your gracious guidance. Upon concluding his introduction, he looked toward Wu Jiao, who nodded in affirmation for the gathering to continue. Subsequently, everyone shared brief introductions before silence reigned once more. 2 days passed without further discourse. As the sun set behind the western mountains, dusk descended, and the night sky became adorned with a multitude of twinkling stars. Jinzha, we are almost there. My esteemed Master Tai specifically instructed me to inform you that it may be inconvenient for you to travel with your 2 younger brothers. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you require assistance. Wu Jiao perched on the edge of the jade talisman, her smooth legs gliding over the clouds as she casually addressed Jinzha. Upon hearing her words, Jinzha detached from his contemplation of the Ta Ching formation, realizing the underlying concern in her message. He bowed his head in gratitude, replying, "Thank you, esteemed Master Wu Jiao." Wu Jiao stretched languidly, nodded, and began to gently maneuver the jade talisman, gradually descending towards the majestic mountains below. The individuals aboard the talisman had since risen, extending their consciousness to survey their surroundings. The gluttonous immortal retracted her casual demeanor and began to counsel the others. In the North Julu continent, toxic miasma pervades the air and ferocious beasts roam freely. Remember not to overexert yourselves. The path to seeking immortality is still long. Just as Wu Jiao was about to speak again, the sleepy Muza stirred awake. Someone is approaching. Wu Jiao furrowed her brow and glanced at Muza, who had previously gone unnoticed. Following his gaze, she soon beheld a captivating figure materializing before them. Clad in a blood-red short skirt, her voluptuous thighs bared, a vermilion dot adorned her forehead, and her alluring eyes glimmered. Oh, is she truly just a terrestrial immortal? Jinzha, still attuned to the energy surrounding him, scrutinized the woman, focusing on her aura. As she drew nearer, she delicately parted her lips. Esteemed friends, this humble maiden, Hongxing, extends her greetings. I perceive that your demeanor is remarkable. I have come seeking assistance. A calamity has befallen my companion at home, and I urgently require immortal herbs to save his life. With that, her voice quivered, and her figure trembled, her ample bosom straining against its confines. However, the group did not rush to acquiesce, particularly the 2 couples, who exchanged glances and tightened their grips on each other's hands, hesitant to speak. Only Gu Yu broke the silence, offering words of encouragement to the woman. In this world, one must not betray true feelings. Nearby, Lu Xie gazed affectionately at Gu Yu, yearning to take her hand. Wearer, I share your sentiments. Yet, Gu Yu did not return his gaze. Instead, she stepped back, distancing herself from Lu Xie. Jinzha raised an eyebrow, realizing that Gu Yu possessed her own story. Wu Jiao yawned, and noticing the group's lack of response, she intervened to dispel the tension. Accompany me. If they procure what you seek, it may be sold to you. Jinzha cast a glance at Hongxing, who knelt in gratitude, before transmitting a message to Wu Jiao. Master, One must always remain wary of those whose origins are unknown. Caution is paramount to avoid falling into a trap. The others nodded in agreement, satisfied with the counsel. Hongxing, witnessing their reactions, bowed gracefully and ascended onto the jade talisman, settling between Jinzha and Guyu. Jinzha observed Hongxing, noting that unlike the others who meditated, she rested her chin on her delicate hand, her head lowered in a state of melancholy. Indeed, the melancholy of a young woman profoundly wounds the spirit of youth. Jinzha, overwhelmed by the weight of emotions, opted to exchange positions with Nezha. After overcoming this minor setback, the group, led by Wu Jiao, descended from the Jade Rui and arrived at a quaint human settlement. This locale was fortified by a powerful barrier, shielding its inhabitants from the pervasive miasma that lingered beyond. Here, one could observe grand and resplendent halls, towering pagodas, yet the majority were humble wooden structures and earthen homes. The layout appeared utterly chaotic, with merely 2 narrow streets designated for trade. It was evident that the cultivators present were primarily transient, drawn here by necessity, rather than intent on establishing permanence. With familiar ease, Wu Jiao navigated through the streets, exchanging greetings with the locals, and soon procured a sizable bundle of peculiar edibles, fried 8-segmented poisonous centipedes, ice-cold silkworm pupae, alongside grotesquely shaped delicacies, some exuding a faint greenish liquid. Generously, she offered some to Jinzha and his companions, who recoiled, shaking their heads in unison. Wu Jiao rolled her eyes, deeming them timid. These are quite delectable and purportedly beneficial for enhancing male vitality, she remarked. Upon hearing this, Jinzha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a brief moment of hesitation, he gingerly picked up a centipede and consumed it, only to discover it was unexpectedly delightful, reminiscent of chicken. Moreover, a warm sensation coursed through his veins, seemingly invigorating his essence. Could it be the effect of the 8-9 mystical art? Under Wu Jiao's guidance, the group traversed several turns within the town, ultimately securing enough elixirs and talismans from various shops. Well then, my friends, it is time for us to part ways. I shall remain aloft, extending my consciousness to monitor your progress. Do not stray too far, lest you bear the consequences alone. According to the map, the most significant resource hub in the vicinity was the buried marshland. Bidding farewell to Wu Jiao, Guyu was the first to venture into the marsh, delving deeper as if harboring ulterior motives. The men followed closely, their eyes darting about vigilantly. Meanwhile, the other 2 pairs of partners wisely chose divergent paths. In this exploration, most opted for foot travel. Although many had ascended to immortality, they were still novices on the celestial journey. Watching as the group split into 4 directions, Wu Jiao munched on a thick, fried earth dragon, murmuring, "Are they truly so audacious?" I explicitly advised forming teams. Behind her, Hongxing interjected gently, "Immortal Master, may I also descend and explore? It feels rather awkward to linger idly." Wu Jiao frowned, biting through her snack. "Are you certain? Even with my half-step golden immortal cultivation, I cannot safeguard so many amid such peril. Your life and death are your own responsibility." As Jinzha and his companions continued on their path, they dispersed their spiritual senses, swiftly evading the occasional bizarre venomous creatures that crossed their way. After approximately 2.5 hours of travel, they noticed the forest ahead growing increasingly dark, a pungent odor permeating the air. Jinzha closed the map and glanced back at his 2 younger brothers. "Our 3 precious celestial herbs can be found in the Bone Swamp, the Goo-Drawing Peak, and the Magic Pearl Ridge. However, the strength of the monsters in these 3 locations varies. How do you intend to choose?" Nezha clenched his fist, waved his small hand, and boldly replied to Jinzha. "We shall simply push through." Jinzha playfully patted Nezha's head and shot him a disapproving look, ready to offer a reprimand. Meanwhile, Muzha, who had been resting with his eyes half closed, suddenly spoke up. "Wait, someone is following us, and it's not just one figure." Chapter 19. A spectacle unfolds. He then retrieved 2 paper figures from his sleeve and tossed them to his brothers, instructing them to hold on tightly. These paper figures are essential tools for traversing the wilderness. Whenever Muzha ventured out, he would deploy at least 50 rudimentary scouting paper figures around himself. Even more astonishingly, he had 3 guardian paper figures and a substitute close at hand. All the spirit stones Jinzha had given him over the years had been spent on such preparations. Before long, a somewhat blurred image began to materialize in the minds of the 3. A figure clad in gray linen and wearing a bamboo hat darted swiftly through the forest. Not far ahead, a striking sight caught their attention, a woman in disarray, her garments tattered, revealing patches of pale skin beneath. Seeing this, Nezha immediately intended to soar on his wind fire wheels to rescue her, but Jinzha restrained him. "Hold on. Nezha, Are you not aware that in the wilderness, the hero saving the damsel is often a ruse? Nezha blinked, looking up at his older brother with confusion. What is a ruse? He only perceived the woman's dire plight, her partner grievously injured, and she herself bereft of proper clothing. Jinzha gently ruffled Nezha's head, imparting wisdom with a serious tone. Nezha, in the wilderness, women are fierce beasts. At your tender age, you may not grasp the intricacies. It is best to let your brother handle this. Nezha's wide eyes brimmed with confusion, but upon witnessing Jinzha's mischievous grin, he realized his brother was concocting some scheme. With a sudden gasp, the woman was struck by the gray-clad figure, spitting out blood, her eyes reflecting determination as she fell to the ground, raising her long sword in an attempt to take her own life. Stop, lady. Jinzha stepped out of the thicket, leaping towards the woman in distress. At that moment, with a resounding clash, Guyu emerged from the distant mist, disarming the sword from the woman's grasp. Simultaneously, she formed a hand gesture, flames swirling around her, and with a pointed finger directed a massive fire dragon towards the gray figure, forcing him to retreat. Jinzha cast a glance at Guyu, then turned to find the woman's gaze fixed upon her. Ah, the lilies of my homeland have bloomed. This tale of beauty rescuing beauty has become even more intriguing. I have yet to witness such a spectacle. Just as Jinzha intended to pull the woman away and distance himself from the unfolding drama, he felt her grip tighten around his hand, as if inadvertently he was drawn towards her, enveloped by her fragrant essence, her soft form lifting his face. In the midst of the unfolding drama, the character known as Deng Tuzi, a man bound by the ties of companionship, found himself in an unexpected predicament. As the crimson-hued apricot, under the guise of an actress, screamed beneath Jinzha, she, with a tear-streaked visage akin to a weeping pear blossom, once again pushed him away. Ah, such commendable acting, he thought, albeit lamenting the lack of lingering traces upon her. Jinzha brushed off the lingering scent of powder from his attire, his expression one of indifference as he observed the fleeing figure of Hong Xing, who hastened toward Guyu. Guyu, her phoenix-like eyes ablaze with indignation, confronted Jinzha. When she perceived his nonchalance, even as he raised his sword, her fury was palpable. Jinzha, resigned, shook his head. The age-old adage rang true. 3 women could stage a performance, and evidently, 2 could as well. He offered no further explanation, instead producing 2 protective talismans, tossing them to Guyu and Hong Xing as a form of apology. Consider these a token of my contrition. Farewell, he declared, swiftly seizing his 2 younger brothers and activating a divine movement talisman, allowing them to vanish in an instant. Guyu's charming visage still bore traces of anger, her grip on the talismans rigid, an odd sensation gnawing at her, a feeling that perhaps she had erred in some manner. Gradually, she approached Hong Xing, offering her support. Startled by the sudden gift thrust upon her, Hong Xing's eyes widened as she gazed at Jinzha. Is he truly a fool? Yet, with caution, she concealed the treasure within her bosom, narrowing her elongated eyes like a siren, fixating on Jinzha's retreating figure as if he were a delectable morsel. Following closely behind, Nezha queried, Elder brother, why did you merely cast aside the treasures? Do you hold affections for one among them, that pitiable one? Jinzha's countenance darkened, casting a sharp glare at Nezha. He had no ambitions of a heroic nature. Why would he develop feelings for someone already entangled in a bond? Especially one as perilous as this. Surely, my intentions were unpremeditated. The talismans bear your second brother's paper effigy to assist us in monitoring their movements, he explained. Turning to Muzha, they observed him awkwardly wiping his nose, his embarrassment evident as he nodded stiffly. Jinzha suppressed a chuckle, playfully patting Muzha. Dear brother, moderation is key. As your elder, I care for you, and you must cherish your own well-being. For half a day, the trio traversed the damp forest, uprooting herbs with fervor, leaving naught but desolation in their wake. So much so that even passing dogs would recoil in astonishment. However, an unforeseen event soon transpired. A tremendous clamor erupted from the white bone marsh, heralding the emergence of a colossal skeletal serpent, its form wreathed in ethereal blue flames. This creature swiftly transformed into a man clad in white, his complexion pale, and sunken eyes fixated coldly upon Muzha. Humans, you shall pay for your transgressions. You dare invade my domain, he spat. Jinzha's expression darkened. They had been preempted by this adversary. Scanning the man before him, he discerned he was merely at the nascent stage of celestial ascent. A decision was swiftly made. We must flee. Nezha, upon hearing this, unleashed the blazing essence of Samadhi true fire, forcefully dispersing the noxious mists. Nearby, Muzha deftly gestured with his fingers, summoning the paper effigies that surged forth from their surroundings, their runes aglow as they encircled the man, self-destructing in a cacophony of explosive force. A vast cloud of dust mingled with the fetid waters of the marsh, forming a barrier before the man. The skeletal figure regarded the retreating trio, his gaze lingering on the disfigured marsh left in the wake of the explosion. His already somber visage twisted further, and a surge of vitality coursed through him. Oh, it is indeed the human race that has provoked the demons excessively. Pangu closed his eyes, recalling a figure from years past that he despised, yet suppressing his aversion. He soared forward. After flying several miles, the trio halted, a shadow of foreboding clouding their hearts. What was amiss? How could there be individuals here capable of rivaling celestial beings, seemingly just moments before their arrival? Jinzha furrowed his brow, pondering the recent events, and sensed the scent of conspiracy. No, he must first locate Master Wujio. Thus, the three parted ways. Jinzha ventured to ascertain the situation at two other locations, while Muzha, accompanied by Nezha, sought Master Wujio to report the circumstances. To conserve spiritual energy, Jinzha ceased flying and instead employed a divine movement talisman to navigate through the forest. However, not long into his journey, maintaining his rapid pace, he cast a paper effigy given by Muzha from his sleeve. He sensed he was being watched, and not by a single pair of eyes. Could it be Master Wujio? No, there was hostility. After sprinting another 5 miles along his original path, Jinzha formed a hand seal, instantly shifting back to his previous position, and indeed, the sensation of being surveilled vanished. Nevertheless, Jinzha remained vigilant, repeatedly eluding his hidden pursuers. He did not pause for a moment, his consciousness taut and unyielding, feeling no fatigue. It seemed that the years spent honing his endurance had borne fruit. As for the reason behind his successful perseverance, it was undoubtedly due to Nezha's incessant mischief. Do you know how my past 3 years have unfolded? Nezha had ventured out 57 times and instigated chaos over 70 times on the streets, never allowing himself a moment's rest. Suddenly, a surge of murderous intent. Jinzha calculated the consumption of the effigy talisman and leapt into a low valley ahead, deploying the effigy once more. The pursuers, frowning, found it perplexing that despite their collective efforts, they could not catch up to this solitary figure. Moments later, Jinzha emerged from a pool of murky water, shaking off the moisture and donning a fresh divine movement talisman to speed away. Just then, the temperature beside him surged. A searing heat, swifter than the flash of a sword, sliced directly towards Jinzha's neck. Jinzha spun around abruptly, but he was too late to react. A massive sword struck his neck, propelling his head backward. A crimson figure appeared behind him. It was Guyu, though her pupils were now unfocused, and strange runes adorned her chest. Ah, indeed a wealthy fool, what a delightful surprise. The red figure extended a hand, gently encircling Guyu's waist, planting a kiss upon her cheek as if caressing a work of art. Then, stepping beside Jinzha, a jade foot pressed upon him, a smile gracing her lips. What can I say? I initially had no designs upon you, but your wealth is simply too enticing. Chapter 20. A perilous moment, she abruptly paused her speech, her gaze drawn downward to her embroidered shoes. To her astonishment, the decapitated Jinzha had managed to raise his hand and grasp her ankle. Simultaneously, the binding spell was hurled forth by Jinzha, resembling a serpent as it surged toward the approaching Guyu, who barely evaded it, only to be struck down by a concealed projectile from behind. In an instant, Guyu found herself ensnared, her already voluptuous form accentuated by the constriction. Hong Xing reacted swiftly, preparing to retreat, but suddenly, a disorienting haze enveloped her, draining her strength and rendering her eyelids unbearably heavy. At that moment, she noticed the small gourd at the waist of the corpse gripping her ankle had been uncorked. This is bad. I've fallen into a trap. Hong Xing hastily assessed her losses and devised a countermeasure. Within moments, she forced herself to regain her composure, her enchanting voice emerging as she implored, "Spare me, and I shall do anything." With that, she audaciously discarded her garments, revealing a body as pure as jade, her curves undulating enticingly. However, just as she attempted to seize the moment, her form faltered, and her cry for help remained unvoiced. The specially concocted sedative, heavenly darkness. At that very instant, a fire dragon erupted from the 9 dragons' fire shield, enveloping Hong Xing and instantly scorching her alabaster skin to a deep crimson, severing her ties to the outside world, and swiftly incinerating her essence. Jinzha descended gracefully from a nearby tree, the summoned artifact, the escaping dragon pillar, hovering beside him. The pillar then flew towards the trapped Hong Xing and mercilessly forced itself upon her, hastening her demise. The scene resembled a rhythmic pounding of rice cakes. Yet Jinzha displayed a rare kindness, refraining from glancing back. After all, every girl cherishes beauty. Should she lose her allure, she would undoubtedly prefer not to be seen. His tenderness was truly remarkable. After enduring 49 strikes, Hongxing had been reduced to a withered husk. Jinzha produced 3 long nails, driving them into her lower dantian, securing her spirit. He then exhaled the 3 flames of gold, searing her soul and corporeal form, leaving no chance for survival. Before long, Hongxing melted away like a snowman in boiling water. Oh, you were once a beauty, yet fate has turned you into a thief. With this, Jinzha cast forth a thumb-sized jewel, which spun gently, gradually absorbing the faintest remnants of blue light, leaving not even a trace of her lingering soul. Jinzha positioned the escaping dragon pillar before him, wary of potential retaliatory measures, such as a self-detonation of the artifact. He cautiously approached. Confirming the aftermath, the 3 flames had extinguished, leaving behind only a charred fragment of bone and a solitary ring. He retrieved 3 incense sticks from his sleeve. Casting them into the air, palms joined in prayer as he recited the Western rebirth chant and the Taoist incantation for disaster, alleviation, and blessings. Upon completing the incantations, Jinzha waved his sleeve, and a spiritual plant emerged, promptly consuming the small remnants of ash left by Hongxing. Fallen petals are not devoid of sentiment. They transform into spring mud to nurture flowers. Indeed, it was an example of nature's cycle. Yet, at that moment, Jinzha found himself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions. Guyu remained motionless as if her battery had been drained, her spirit seemingly wounded and unaware of when she might recover. Perhaps it would be best to leave her here. After all, she had her protector, so there was no need for my concern. Indeed, what of that devoted brother? Jinzha wore a puzzled expression as he extracted the remnants of a soul, uncovering numerous fragmented memories that elucidated the intentions and elaborate scheming of this group. So, they were indeed from the Western sect? Only those with the backing of a sage would dare to oppose the Jade Void Palace. The devoted brother turned out to be an insider, with their movements having been disclosed by him. Moreover, he had allied with Hongxing to subdue Guyu, coordinating with 2 other teams and the esteemed Master Wujiu. Their ultimate aim was to control Master Wujiu, thereby implanting a wedge within the Chan sect on behalf of the Western sect. To think such a grand plan was merely for the sake of winning over Wujiu. Jinzha clicked his tongue, shaking his head in dismay, internally lamenting that the fervent devotion of that brother was truly unsettling. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing back the poisonous miasma, and tranquility returned to the area as the toxic flora swayed gently, growing even denser. Aside from a small patch of land turned barren, there was no other trace left. Jinzha begrudgingly kept Guyu close, though the binding ropes remained intact, as he guided her through the air with a tether. It was not that Jinzha harbored any deviant tendencies. Rather, the circumstances were dire, leaving him no choice but to adopt this compromise. Oddly enough, the presence of Hongxing had vanished, along with the Earth Immortal, quite peculiar indeed. Deep within the forest, in a cave, several shadowy figures lay in wait. Beside them were Wang Yu and Xie Huaixing, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. What new scheme was Hongxing concocting? Was this enchantress truly so insatiable? How was the immortal locking array progressing? It has been set up. It will undoubtedly imprison the celestial beings, allowing us to act at our discretion, the leader remarked. Casting a glance at the 2. You must remain serious. This matter is critical to the resurgence of our Western sect. Should you continue in this manner, I shall not hesitate to revoke your current merits. After some time, several cloaked figures launched a surprise attack on the devoted brother, who immediately broke the communication talisman. Meanwhile, Wu Jiu, who was meditating above Li Xiyu and Sun Huaixi, suddenly felt a jolt of energy and swiftly turned to fly northeast. Just as Wu Jiu departed, the last remaining sprout was besieged by 3 Earth Immortals, while a true immortal launched a stealthy assault, knocking her unconscious and taking her away. Half an hour later, having hastily resolved the matter that had been intentionally drawn to the devoted brother, Wu Jiu returned, only to pause mid-air, catching a whiff of something unusual. However, she realized she had acted too impulsively. Upon discovering the unconscious Li Xiyu and Sun Huaixi, she sensed something was amiss and soared directly into the sky, only to find the immortal locking array already in place. The surroundings were enveloped in a dense white mist, and her celestial senses extended only to a vast expanse of whiteness. Meanwhile, a formidable suction force was devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming this place into a realm devoid of vitality. Wu Jiu realized she could not remain idle. She clasped the 2 individuals under her arms and soared chaotically within the array. Alas, her understanding of the formation was insufficient. Wu Jiu gazed around in bewilderment. Recalling Jinzha's warning, indeed, a trap had materialized. Sigh, one cannot trust a woman's words, especially those of a beautiful woman. As she lamented, her stomach audibly protested. Wu Jiu patted her belly and looked at her already flattened storage bag, sinking into despair as she sat down. One could surmise that those bold enough to provoke the Jade Void Palace must be an influential force, yet she was oblivious to whom they were targeting. As she pondered this, she retrieved her last rations. Just as she was about to bring the food to her lips, dark iron chains surged from the ground, inscribed with blood-red runes. Wu Jiu could not help but curse. Is it too much to ask for me to eat in peace? She cast aside Li Siyu and Sun Huaishe, stamping her foot in frustration, causing the delicate threads of her garments to strain precariously under the pressure. At the same time, earthy spiritual energy swirled around her as she unleashed a punch against the advancing chains, her body recoiling from the impact. Yet, before she could catch her breath, several more chains surged forth, ensnaring her limbs, a tremendous force dragging her down as she attempted to flee. Wu Jiu struggled valiantly, but the crimson runes on the chains incessantly siphoned her spiritual energy. In a final act of desperation, she hurled the Jade Rui. Ha ha ha, success. Chapter 21. Friend. I am a good person, ouch. Why did the esteemed one strike me? I have told you countless times not to make such wretched noises. As a great sect of the primordial era, we, the Western teachings, are disciples under a sage. Do not behave so lasciviously. Suppressing her anger beneath the weight of the chains, Wu Jiu glared fiercely at the individuals before her, her chest heaving with indignation. Who are you? I am an attendant of the Jade Void Palace. Do you dare offend the teachings of the sage? The leader of the group, with hands clasped together, nodded at Wu Jiu, his demeanor warm as he spoke. Esteemed friend, we harbor no malice. We merely wish for you to contribute to the flourishing of our Western teachings. Wu Jiu narrowed her eyes, reining in her spiritual awareness, and struggled to rise. In your dreams, the elder Taoist, unfazed by her defiance, waved his hand, and several individuals surrounding her, holding wooden fish, solemnly encircled Wu Jiu. They struck their instruments while chanting, Namo he luo de na duo luo yi. Namo e li yi palu jiet di shuabo luo yi. Struggling to stand, Wu Jiu felt as if she were being struck heavily. Each syllable of their incantation pierced her primordial spirit like nails. She tightly shut her eyes and began to circulate the Yuan Huang Shangqing Ju. The elder Taoist stroked his beard, the facade of benevolence shattering, as his sinister gaze fixated on Wu Jiu. I shall see how long you can endure. Not far underground. A paper figure stealthily emerged, capturing this scene with a crystal stone it held. Meanwhile, deep within the dense forest, in a hidden cave with a slight gasp, Guyu shook her head, observing the constricting bindings around her waist and chest, dark lines tracing her delicate brow. Upon hearing her stir, Jinzha turned to see Guyu regaining consciousness. He scratched his head and tucked away the binding rope used to ensnare demons. My friend, it was I who rescued you. There is no need for repayment. If all is well, I shall take my leave, Jinzha stated before departing the cave, dashing away with a cloud of dust, leaving no trace of reluctance behind. Guyu's lively eyes followed Jinzha as he swiftly vanished from view. Her lips parted slightly, a desire to call out to him rising within her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What a peculiar individual. Sitting upright, her dark eyes sparkled with a brilliant golden light, transforming the dim cavern into a scene as bright as day, where every detail became vividly apparent. The first thing that caught her attention was the large round stone at the cave's entrance, perfectly fitting the opening, allowing only thin beams of light to seep through. The faint twilight outside cast a cool, colorless glow. Summoning her spiritual awareness, she sensed that for miles around, there were neither poisonous creatures nor human figures. She was saved. The unpleasant memories of the two figures who had maliciously conspired against her, a woman she had selflessly aided and her senior brother with whom she had shared many years, flooded her mind. Her consciousness had been bound, rendering her unable to reclaim her body until her encounter with Jinzha. Gently, Guyu traced the marks left by her bindings. A flush spread across her previously pale face, as if awakening something strange within her. In a moment, her expression turned to one of cold resolve as she began to introspect. Her breath remained steady, and her injuries, though serious, were manageable. She turned her head to glance at the spot where she had lain, where a piece of parchment lay neatly folded, stained with a hint of blood and inscribed with words. Upon picking it up, she found a message accompanied by a detailed map. My friend, there is no need for overthinking. This was merely a whim of mine. This place lies 500 miles from the edge of the wet woods. The map indicates certain dangers. Should you wish to leave, I can offer assistance. Lastly, I impart a piece of advice. In this vast wilderness, remain vigilant and do not trust others easily. A new generation's commendable youth, signed. Guyu pondered over the small characters at the end, struggling to grasp their meaning, only to see them vanish moments later. This friend's great kindness needs no words of thanks. I shall repay this life-saving grace in the future. She carefully stored the parchment against her chest and assessed her injuries, noticing their severity, with only the exposed wounds having received rudimentary treatment. A blush crept onto her face again. How unexpected it was to find that this friend was indeed an honorable man. Yet, in an instant, a pang of sadness struck her. Was her charm truly so lacking? Her mood sunk once more as she removed her garments beneath the moonlight, revealing her flawless, jade-like skin, marred by a conspicuous red mark that stood out starkly. Little did she know, Jinzha had already made his swift escape, oblivious to the enchanting sight he had missed. Having parted ways with Guyu, Jinzha activated his spirit movement talisman, weaving through the forest in pursuit of the traces left by his younger brother. Intent on reuniting with the two, Jinzha, upon seeing his brother safe and sound, let out a long sigh of relief and inquired about the situation with a nod. Musa succinctly recounted the recent events, his expression unusually grave as he stroked his chin and spoke with great seriousness. This predicament has surpassed our ability to resolve. I propose we make a swift escape. Nezha gazed up at his elder brother, pouting slightly, thinking that his brother was indeed overly cautious. Jinzha rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat exasperated. Our time is limited. We can no longer afford the luxury of another trial. Musa, taken aback, lowered his head to contemplate the safest course of action. At that moment, inspiration struck Nezha. He stood on tiptoe, excitement illuminating his face, and whispered his plan. Jinzha and Musa found it agreeable, and thus the three brothers set off once more on their separate paths. As the moon waned and the crows cawed, shadows flitted through the already dim and damp forest. Guyu opened her eyes, grasping the massive sword beside her, her vigilance directed towards the cave's entrance. A round stone was pushed aside, and Guyu squinted, her brows furrowing as she swung her sword, unleashing a blazing arc of light towards the intruder. It's me. As Guyu raised her sword arm without lowering it, she extended her senses, finding no signs of danger. You dare come find me? Upon seeing Guyu's reaction, confirming she was not engaging in some sort of ruse, the alluring figure transformed, revealing none other than Jinzha. Guyu stood frozen in place. Upon recognizing him, she couldn't help but cover her face and chuckle lightly, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. Fellow Taoist, what brings you here? Jinzha tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, clearing his throat awkwardly as he briefly explained the circumstances. Very well, Guyu replied, having no objections. As members of the same sect, they ought to assist one another. Thus, Jinzha and Guyu advanced swiftly through the dense forest, one following the other. At that moment, an unexpected guest appeared, none other than the licking dog brother. Hongxing, you've completed your task as well. What of our previous agreement? The licking dog brother approached, his dirty hand resting on Hongxing's shoulder, his narrow eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Hongxing narrowed her eyes, extending her delicate hand to swat his away, twisting her waist playfully, a teasing smile gracing her lips. Of course I haven't forgotten, but do you intend to fulfill it now? The licking dog brother's eyes sparkled with intrigue, feigning modesty. Well, that might not be appropriate, but if Hongxing is willing to accompany me to the clouds and rain of Mount Wu. Jinzha suppressed his disgust, stepping back a few paces, his finger resting on his lips as he cast a mock-shy glance at the licking dog brother. Were it not for the fact that we are perilously close to that grand formation. Ah, licking dog brother, you truly go to great lengths for your friends. After a moment of hesitation, Hongxing pointed her finger at the licking dog brother's chest, her seductive gaze drawing him, as she led him and Guyu away from the formidable array. Before long, in a cave, the licking dog brother, having shed his garments, was about to turn and realize his long-held dreams. Dreams transformed into a formidable force, striking him down mercilessly, leaving the unfortunate brother to be reduced to a mist of blood by this colossal figure. Jinzha simultaneously cast the binding spell, ensnaring him tightly, while also releasing several paper figures to provide a rudimentary service to the devoted brother. With that, they resumed their journey. Jinzha clapped his hands and exited the cave, meeting Guyu's puzzled gaze, silently reciting the cleansing heart mantra to maintain an unperturbed demeanor. If one remains unembarrassed, it is others who feel the awkwardness. The two exchanged no words, and after a duration equivalent to the burning of 2 incense sticks, they returned to the vicinity of the Grand Formation. Suddenly, Jinzha halted, turning his head to convey his thoughts to Guyu. Dear friend Guyu, what is our foremost principle? Guyu, following closely behind, looked up at his suddenly near face, her ears flushing with warmth. The first principle is to save others. Chapter 22. The survival principles of the primordial world. With a sigh of resignation, Jinzha gently tapped Guyu's forehead, a stream of cool energy permeating her consciousness. Oh. Guyu felt her entire being relax, the tainted aura from the damp forest dissipating, her awareness instantly becoming much clearer. Jinzha spoke gravely. It is safety. In our endeavor to rescue, we must save if possible. If not, we must escape and bring forth the Western teachings conspiracies. Having said this, he retrieved 2, then 2 more. Finally extracting 5 substitute talismans from his robes, his concern evident. With a sweeping gesture, he placed the talismans in the 5 cardinal directions, and also summoned the divine dragon flame shield along with the celestial celebration cloud to encase them. Guyu stood in astonishment, her phoenix eyes wide in disbelief. This companion was undeniably. Jinzha cast a sidelong glance at her, and somewhat reluctantly handed her a substitute talisman. Well, if it runs out, I can always ask second brother for more. Besides, giving it to her might allow her to run separately and help divert attention. Poor second brother. Once again to be drained. Guyu cradled the talisman in her hands, her ears aflame, mimicking Jinzha's actions as she tossed the talisman into the air. Jinzha nodded and led Guyu to the front of the Grand Formation. Upon seeing Hongxing's return, the elder Taoist furrowed his brow. Why have you returned at this time? He inquired. Hongxing, do you disregard the rules of this place? Hongxing responded, recalling her previous encounters with the elder. As the compassionate and rescuing Lingzuan, I have not forgotten the significant duties of the Western teachings. Please forgive my recklessness. The elder Taoist, upon hearing this, refrained from further admonishments and merely cast a glance at Guyu behind her. Do not be too indulgent this time. Treat that girl well. After all, accumulating too many sins is contrary to our teachings. Jinzha clicked his tongue, noting that it was indeed this Hongxing who enjoyed testing the waters. A smile graced his face as he pulled Guyu along, nodding earnestly. The elder Taoist, seeing this, permitted the 2 to enter, then glanced at Jinzha. Clearing his throat, Jinzha understood the hint, casually producing a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure and respectfully offering it to the elder Taoist. The elderly Taoist took the spiritual treasure, his murky eyes suddenly gleaming with brilliance. His withered hands explored it reverently, much like a devotee caressing the compassionate bodhisattva in his youth. Sensing his own lapse in composure, he cleared his throat softly, stowed the treasure away, and patted Hongxing's shoulder. Observing her gracefully bowed figure, with utmost seriousness, he conveyed to Hongxing, upon our return, I shall elucidate the profound truths of the Tao just for you. Jinzha scoffed quietly, internally criticizing the old man for his lack of dignity and lowly demeanor. However, to the old Taoist, it seemed as if his vigor was undiminished, radiating an enduring charm. The trio arrived beside Wujiu, who had been shackled for 3 days. Although her celestial body showed no signs of damage, her aura was profoundly diminished. Jinzha furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings as his mind raced. There were 5 individuals in total, and the formation's core was becoming evident. Yet, Wujiu's weakened state raised concerns about her ability to resist once freed. Esteemed one, this matter should be resolved swiftly, the old Taoist declared, performing a hand gesture that tightened the chains binding Wujiu even further, causing her to collapse to the ground. Her vitality is indeed waning, yet her consciousness remains remarkably resolute. Jinzha observed the 4 individuals encircling Wujiu, seemingly fatigued from days without rest. Their senses taut as they mechanically struck a wooden fish. Merely laborers, ruthlessly exploited, he mused. Jinzha leaned closer to the old Taoist, whispering a few words that summoned the others over. Subsequently, he approached Wujiu, placing his delicate foot upon her, while forming hand seals and reciting incantations. The 5 behind him relaxed their senses, their attention captivated by Hongxing, their gazes lingering on the elegant curve of her raised thigh. The old Taoist clasped his hands together, narrowing his eyes in admiration. What a remarkable beauty! I must claim you for myself. At that very moment, a tremendous explosion erupted, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Guyu, who had been frozen in place, swung her gigantic sword, cleaving the nearest adversary in 2. Without hesitation, she activated her substitute talisman, creating distance to divert the remaining 3's attention. As Jinzha breached the formation's core, he released several paper figures to dismantle the chains binding Wujiu. the elderly Taoist. His body, mangled from the explosion, was hurled backward yet lunged toward Jinzha. "You dare, young wretch," he spat. "A mere self-detonation of a postnatal treasure could not vanquish you." Jinzha summoned the escaped dragon pillar, forming hand seals to erect a barrier before him. Yet, the old Taoist expelled a stream of golden blood, channeling his formidable powers as he intoned incantations. With a mighty strike, he sent Jinzha hurtling backward, crashing into Wujiu. "Is this the end? Have I underestimated him?" The old Taoist's eyes glinted with fury as he prepared to pounce on the two. Suddenly, a jade-white object soared from the ground, striking behind the old Taoist before expanding and hovering beside Jinzha. "Quickly flee," Jinzha exclaimed, overjoyed as he lifted Wujiu and ascended onto the jade Rui, sending a mental message to her. "Master Uncle, follow my lead." Wujiu's pale lips moved, her chest rising and falling, the fabric of her clothing straining against her ample bosom. Jinzha lowered his head and noticed Wujiu's distress. He draped the divine dragon's fire shield over her and assisted her in regulating her breath. While Wujiu skillfully manipulated the jade Rui, she swiftly absorbed spiritual energy, adjusting her rhythm, and soon found satisfaction. Behind them, the old Taoist resembled a rabid dog, his bloodshot eyes fixated on the pair, entirely devoid of reason. "You can't escape. Face your demise." Just as the old Taoist prepared to launch another attack on Jinzha, a paper figure suddenly floated from his body, and before he could react, the paper figure disintegrated into dust. "What foul thing is this? It's poisonous." The old Taoist spat blood again, but this time, the golden liquid bore traces of black, his aura in disarray. "Who is this wretched soul? Today, I shall act as heaven's enforcer and bring you to justice." The old Taoist gritted his teeth against the discomfort and accelerated his spiritual energy, closing the distance to Jinzha, oblivious to the subtle changes in their surroundings. Jinzha, recognizing the old Taoist's folly, formed a hand gesture and released several paper figures that floated to his side, self-destructing and enveloping the area in a cloud of black smoke. Seizing the opportunity, he activated a confinement formation, further distancing himself from the old Taoist. Jinzha supported Wujiu, his head rigidly turned aside, unwilling to lower his gaze. "Master Uncle, we are safe now. Let us rendezvous with the others." Wujiu leaned her head against Jinzha's shoulder, a faint blush gracing her pallid cheeks as she silently nodded. Jinzha gently pushed Wujiu away, shifting slightly. Yet she cast a glance and stubbornly inched closer once more. It was not that she was infatuated with the younger generation. Rather, Jinzha's innocent gaze ignited her competitive spirit. At that moment, Jinzha cleared his throat, prompting several concealed figures nearby to reveal themselves. Muzha and Nezha exchanged mischievous smiles, while Guyu maintained her icy demeanor, the sound of her sword clinking ominously, exuding a chilling sword aura. Observing this, Wujiu straightened, nonchalantly pulling out a meat bun and beginning to munch on it. Jinzha inhaled deeply, retrieving several herbs he had procured from the lovesick brother, and offered them to Wujiu. "Master Uncle, tend to your injuries first. Although this confinement formation was hastily set up, it can hold that celestial being for 3 days." Wujiu nodded, mumbling through her food. "Indeed, I have witnessed your mastery of formations. They are impressive, and I trust you. What are your plans next?" Before Jinzha could respond, Muzha interjected, "We shall return to the Jade Void Palace. It is too perilous outside." Jinzha contemplated the time elapsed since his agreement with Ao Guang, realizing it had been fewer than 7 days, yet to err on the side of caution. Wujiu looked at Jinzha, who nodded in affirmation. She swiftly finished the remaining bun, as the divine dragon's fire shield before her was nearly nudged aside by 2 mischievous rabbits. "Very well, we shall rest for a day and then depart." At that moment, a fierce wind suddenly swept through the forest, and 4 or 5 figures emerged in a line, shrouded in an unknown black mist. The emissary of my path to the underworld raised his arms, showcasing his muscular physique, turning his back to Jinzha. Concurrently, another voice resonated. The great love envoy of guiding lost souls. Chapter 23. Conversations in the courtyard. As the coarse voice concluded, a powerful sound of a swana emerged from somewhere. The 2 figures twisted their waists in rhythm, drawing nearer to each other, with the ox head facing left and the horse face facing right. Witnessing this, Jinzha felt a pang of sorrow. How could the primordial world indulge in abstraction? Yet, why did this individual's appearance seem so peculiar? Clearly human, but adorned with a beast's head? He dared not relax, for he could not fathom the essence of the two, only perceiving a robust aura of blood and energy emanating from them, resembling ferocious beasts in human form. The ox head and horse face maintained their stances, casting a glance at the few individuals beside them. Subsequently, under the pressure of their intimidating presence, the others had no choice but to join in support. The Oxhead and Horseface nodded in satisfaction, gazing at Jinzha and raising their brows, proclaiming in a loud voice, "Human race, your recent actions in the humid woods have been excessive. We, the emissaries of punishing evil and promoting good, could no longer stand idly by, and have come to defend our younger brothers." Following this, a familiar figure stepped forth, and the bone spirit spoke, "The emissaries of punishing evil and promoting good. Those human males are the ones who destroyed my bone swamp." Upon uttering this, the Oxhead and Horseface vanished from their location, reappearing directly before Jinzha, each placing a hand on his shoulders. "Young human, do you have any defense?" Jinzha clasped his fists, refraining from a direct answer, and instead telepathically inquired, "May I ask if you too are the valiant and fearless warriors of the Witch Clan, who embody righteousness and are willing to sacrifice for your kin?" The Oxhead and Horseface exchanged glances, with the Horseface asking, "Who are you?" Jinzha remained silent, retrieving several bottles of condiments he had prepared at the Li residence. The Oxhead and Horseface, puzzled, accepted them and inhaled the aroma, their eyes filled with delight. "Very pure. Young friend, you," Jinzha patted his chest, adopting a serious demeanor, "I am also acquainted with that esteemed individual." The Horseface displayed hesitation, while Jinzha decisively channeled his energy, causing his garments to tear audibly under the strain. Seeing this, the Oxhead and Horseface completely lowered their guard, patting Jinzha in acknowledgement, as if discovering a kindred spirit, forming an unbreakable triangle of camaraderie. Subsequently, the Oxhead and Horseface turned to the stunned individuals and declared, "From now on, this young brother shall be under our protection. Let bygones be bygones." "Is it really so hasty?" Ding. Successful binding with the Oxhead and Horseface. Rewards: soul-capturing mirror, soul-reeling rope, fragment of the Earth Book. Jinzha clasped his fists in gratitude, bidding farewell to the Oxhead and Horseface, and rejoined the others as they returned to the Jade Void Palace. On the Jade Rui, two beautiful figures sat at either end, with Jinzha and the two brothers, who wore expressions of schadenfreude in between. Jinzha chose to ignore the strange atmosphere, focusing instead on organizing his magical treasures. Dozens of postnatal spiritual treasures, 11 postnatal artifacts, and half a piece of innate supreme treasure. What a pity. It seems I am still too impoverished, akin to scavenging through refuse. Another fragment has come my way. Despite these words, Jinzha nonetheless collected them into 3 storage bags, heaven, earth, and humanity, finding a measure of solace within. In a secluded hall of the Jade Void Palace, anguished wails echoed, bringing tears to the listener's eyes and sorrow to the hearts of those who heard. "I have fought valiantly for the teachings of the Chan. I have shed blood for this cause, and I must report to the Celestial Master." The elegantly robed Lu Tong, with a handsome visage marred by dark lines, clenched his fists behind him, taking a deep breath to maintain his composure. "Junior brother Jinzha, we are merely adhering to protocol. This incident involves 2 sects, and we must clarify everything." Jinzha, feigning ignorance, stubbornly refused to submit to interrogation, for doing so would necessitate the temporary opening of his consciousness for Lu Tong's scrutiny. The prospect of revealing his most profound secret was unbearable. Lu Tong closed his eyes and turned away, his silver teeth gritted. "If it were not for you, Jinzha, a disciple of the 12 golden immortals, and for that old fool. Very well, let us delay this. I shall return to accompany He Tong." Having calmed his emotions, Lu Tong turned back and clasped his hands, speaking in a detached tone, "Junior brother Jinzha, if you are unwilling to speak, you may remain here. I hope you do not take offense, it is my duty." Jinzha stood still, then turned away to wave his arm and laid down on the bed, his anger dissipating, his expression returning to neutrality. More than half a month had passed. Had anything transpired at Chintang Pass? Was he to force his way out? As Jinzha pondered his next move, a sudden shift brought him to a small courtyard. Instantly, his senses sharpened, and he rose to survey his surroundings. The quaint courtyard housed a pond, with low walls surrounding it, exuding an elusive aura. He wished to investigate further, but found his perception could barely extend a foot beyond himself. "Where's this place?" At that moment, a figure appeared beside the pond, blurred, yet discernibly a robust, white-haired Taoist. Understanding the situation, Jinzha respectfully clasped his fists, stating, "Disciple Jinzha of the Chan teachings pays his respects to the master." The primordial figure remained silent, gesturing for Jinzha to approach the pond's edge. Jinzha steadied his thoughts, glancing into the water where golden fish swam. Could this be the homeland of some revered uncle? The master, holding fish food in his palm, cast it into the pond while speaking. Jinzha, what do you believe is the status of the human race in this world? Jinzha focused intently, swallowing hard as the sound of water rippled around him, each wave striking at his heart. Revered ancestor, the human race flourishes today, under the protection of the heavenly Tao, akin to the once mighty dragons and phoenixes, considered the favored children of heaven and earth. Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The human race has yet to truly prosper. The master nodded, continuing to scatter the fish food, observing the fish compete for it. Subsequently, he waved his hand, drawing a ladle of water from the pond, the ripples settling gradually, revealing images within. Within lies the entirety of Jinzha's experiences from birth to the present. Jinzha, among you 3 brothers, your thoughts weigh the heaviest. I am most intrigued by you. Jinzha's spirit trembled, a bitter smile forming within. Oh, venerable sage, grant me your favor. Just as Jinzha was organizing his thoughts, the primordial being spoke. You are destined to confront the trials of my teaching. You must be aware of this. Cold sweat trickled down Jinzha's back as he bowed and nodded. There is no need for anxiety. I summoned you today merely to ascertain if you possess the qualifications to grasp certain truths. Jinzha steadied his emotions, clasping his fists with gravity. I implore the ancestral master to enlighten me. Slumped upon the bed, his palm clammy around the jade token, he exhaled a sigh of relief. An ordeal avoided, another safeguard acquired. Jinzha rose, calling forth the disciple stationed at the door, and promptly revealed the jade token. Release me. The disciple's eyes widened in disbelief. Gazing at the token, was this not an emblem reserved solely for the 12 golden immortals? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily opened the barrier, allowing Jinzha to pass. Jinzha scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, but his brothers were nowhere to be found. Never mind. I shall first return to assess the situation at Chintang Pass. Summoning a cloud, he leaped into the air, racing towards Chintang Pass. I hope no unforeseen calamities have occurred. Atop the walls of Chintang Pass, Li Jing and his wife approached the area where Shun Gongbao was stationed, bearing wine and delicacies. Li Jing clasped his hands in gratitude. Speaking earnestly, I am deeply thankful for your assistance in recent days, esteemed Taoist. I have conveyed my gratitude to the citizens of Chintang Pass. I hope you will not find these offerings lacking. Shun Gongbao cast a sidelong glance, but did not refuse, leading Li Jing and his wife to a table. Sitting upright with decorum, Madame Yin served the dishes and poured the wine for the 3. Li Jing raised his cup, took a sip, and began to converse. Taoist, it is only a matter of time before the matter is exposed. Should we report to the Celestial Lord promptly, a favorable outcome may ensue. Chapter 24, Woe. How to alleviate woe. Shun Gongbao shook his head with a cold smirk, picking up his chopsticks to take a bite of the dish. Li Jing, if this is what you wish to discuss, you may leave. Observing this, Madame Yin hurriedly intervened, suggesting, Taoist Shun, please enjoy your wine. Shun Gongbao shook his head, declining the cup. A cultivator must maintain a tranquil heart and desire little to approach the way. Li Jing snorted in disdain, raising his cup and draining it in one gulp, indignantly declaring, since you have become an immortal, why inflict suffering upon the people of Chintang Pass for your own selfish desires? You. Shun Gongbao slammed his palm on the table, pointing a finger at Li Jing, yet his arm fell weakly, lifting the cup before him to drink deeply, still unsatisfied. At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. Father, mother, I have returned. The first to notice was Shun Gongbao, who quickly rose and approached Jinzha's side. But Ao Bing has been successfully rescued. Jinzha scratched his head, apologetically stating, Master Shun, it appears we have succeeded, but due to various reasons, we are currently unable to collect our rewards. Shun Gongbao, suppressing his excitement, turned away from Jinzha, gazing skyward, unwilling even to cast a glance at Jinzha. Then why have you returned? Jinzha rolled his eyes. Master Shun, could you not feign a little better? Of course, I have come to present a treasure to you, and I also wish to inquire about something. With that, Jinzha produced a postnatal merit treasure, the quality being the lowest among his possessions. Shun Gongbao eyed the treasure that Jinzha had placed in his arms, yearning to discard it, yet reminded of the thunder whip he had used for centuries without exchange. Noticing Shun Gongbao's embarrassment, Jinzha chuckled and inquired, Master Shun, this is merely a token of respect from the younger generation. It is of little significance. Besides, I am here to seek your esteemed wisdom. Shun Gongbao cleared his throat and discreetly accepted the treasure. What is it you wish to ask? I shall answer what I can. After a moment of contemplation, Jinzha slowly spoke. Master Shun, where is your homeland? Recently, some kin have come seeking you, bearing good news. Shun Gongbao frowned, somewhat puzzled, yet nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. My brother visited me recently. My hometown is Chishan Ling. Jinzha furrowed his brows, stroking his chin, confirming the shifts in circumstances. Even if the script deviated slightly, it continued to unfold normally. Thus, it seemed that matters regarding Master Shen's family would still face scrutiny. Noticing the odd expression on Jinzha's face, Shen Gongbao could not help but ask, "Do you know something?" Jinzha was at a loss for how to clarify, so he simply stated, "Master Shen, there may be unforeseen events concerning your family. I overheard in Yushu Palace that the demon-catching team is mobilizing again, with your family among their targets." Shen Gongbao furrowed his brows, his countenance growing anxious before quickly regaining composure. "On what basis should I trust you? What proof do you have to substantiate your claims?" Jinzha shook his head, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I have none. It is up to you to believe me. Additionally, I need to know the whereabouts of the Dragon King of the West Sea." Shen Gongbao narrowed his eyes, turning to face Jinzha directly, his gaze fixed on him, searching for any sign of deceit, yet finding none. "I will reluctantly trust you this once. The West Sea Dragon King is at the western gate of Chintang Pass." Jinzha clasped his fists and bowed deeply in gratitude. "Thank you for your trust, Master Shen. I hold my family in the highest regard and would never jest about such matters." With that, Jinzha took his leave, heading towards the western gate. "I seek an audience with the West Sea Dragon King," he proclaimed loudly, clasping his fists. Moments later, a languid voice drifted down from the colorful clouds behind him. "Oh, how bold you are." Jinzha turned to see a figure lounging upon the clouds, slender fingers propping up a delicate chin, the curves accentuated by a fair chest. Jinzha lowered his gaze, refraining from staring, and silently raised the jade token he had brought. Arwen believed that Jinzha was shy and had lost interest, stretching lazily. However, as soon as Jinzha produced the jade token, Arwen abruptly sat up and soared to Jinzha's side. "Who are you, really?" Arwen gazed incredulously at the jade token, which emanated a sage's aura. Jinzha did not respond directly, but calmly countered, "Arwen, have you not already collaborated with my master, the infinite immortal, in pursuit of liberation?" Arwen's beautiful eyes widened in shock, causing her to involuntarily step back. Could it be that the sage was paying attention to her, preparing to take action against her? She took a deep breath, steadying the tumult within her, and scrutinized Jinzha with newfound seriousness. "You know Jinzha. Do you have any instructions for me?" Jinzha waved his hand, squinting at Arwen, who was reluctant to divulge specifics. He spoke coldly, "You have no room for negotiation. Your only option is to cooperate with me. I can grant you freedom and a better future, but you must follow my instructions from here on." Arwen retracted her languid demeanor, twirling a lock of hair around her finger while straightening her waist. Just as Jinzha believed he had succeeded, Arwen suddenly appeared before him, seizing his neck. "Humph, do you think I would believe that a mere earthly immortal like you could win the favor of a sage?" Feeling the chill at his throat, Jinzha cursed inwardly, "Madwoman, is it a substitute talisman or a self-destructing spirit tool?" He employed a hand gesture, summoning the heavenly celebration cloud he had nurtured, to shield himself and unleash its power, sending Arwen staggering back. Staggering, Arwen's pupils dilated at the sight of the sage's treasure, the heavenly celebration cloud. She hastily retreated, increasing the distance between them. "It was my rudeness. I hope for your understanding. How shall we collaborate?" Jinzha took a deep breath, loosening his grip within his sleeve. Indeed, it was not easy to deceive her. He had nearly faltered. Subsequently, Jinzha and the now docile Arwen engaged in a clandestine discussion about their life aspirations in a secluded corner. Occasionally, soft, flirtatious giggles could be heard. "You are so naughty. I like it so much." Meanwhile, Shen Gongbao selected a trusted aide to replace him in commanding from the city wall while he hurried back to his homeland. "Father, little leopard, wait for me." Amidst the serene landscape of rolling green mountains and flowing waters, distant figures surged towards a waterfall. Unnoticed, a man and a woman hovered in the air, gazing coldly at the myriad of demons nearby, devoid of warmth in their eyes. Once the demon-capturing team departed, Hitong cast a sidelong glance at Lu Tong, a hint of a smile melting the icy facade of his countenance. "This hairstyle is quite nice. I should try it more often." Lu Tong remained silent, averting his gaze, his ears burning with embarrassment. Hitong couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Lu Tong's flushed ears, his wings flapping with increased cheerfulness. However, at that moment, a figure appeared on the distant horizon, capturing Lu Tong's attention. Hitong followed his gaze, frowning as he tugged at Lu Tong's hand. "Do not concern yourself. I will handle this." The young deer nodded stiffly, remaining silent as he gazed at him, his other hand tightly clenched, turning pale. "You. have become someone I no longer recognize. The crane youth flapped his wings and charged towards that figure. Master Uncle. I still call you Master Uncle because of the dear youth. Therefore, I implore you not to obstruct our demon hunting mission. Surely, as a former captain of the demon hunting squad, you harbor no compassion for demons, do you? Shen Gongbao's lips moved as if to inquire about the dear youth, yet he hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Finally, he spoke slowly. I merely wish to take my father and brother with me. I am willing to offer you a sacred treasure. The crane youth could not help but scoff, shaking his head in refusal. Shen Gongbao narrowed his eyes, summoning the thunder whip as he lunged towards the crane youth. Then I must take offense. Shen Gongbao moved swiftly, the thunder whip swinging towards the crane youth. In response, the crane youth soared upward, charging at Shen Gongbao. An explosive sound resonated through the air as both figures staggered back. Cease. Chapter 25. The grand scheme under control. The dear youth stood between the two, his gaze cast downward, obscuring his expression. Shen Gongbao clasped his fists and bowed respectfully to the crane youth, earnestly imploring, "Little crane, I ask you this once." The dear youth did not look at him. Instead, he approached the crane youth, taking her hand, yet his eyes remained averted. Shen Gongbao cupped his hands and deeply bowed to the dear youth. After tossing the sacred treasure, he hurriedly departed with his father and brother. The crane youth gently squeezed the dear youth's hand, but upon receiving no response, a surge of unnameable anger ignited within her, rising and falling, prompting her to release his hand altogether. At that moment, the dear youth finally became aware of his absent-mindedness. Noticing the crane youth's cold demeanor, he lowered his eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. Just then, a pristine white feather was presented before him. He reached out and caressed the crane youth's wing, smoothing the feathers that had been ruffled by the wind. "My child, why did you engage in conflict with the celestial beings of the Chan religion? Have we brought you trouble?" Shen Gongbao shook his head, perhaps sensing the stiffness of his expression, managing a few forced smiles. The trio walked in silence, retracing their steps to Chintang Pass. Meanwhile, the crane youth and deer youth had just returned to Yushu Palace when they were summoned by the malevolent Peach of Immortality. "Respected Master, your disciple has fulfilled the mission. 112 demon strongholds have been eradicated." The malevolent Peach nodded, calculating the time with his fingers before slowly speaking. "Nezha and Muza have already bestowed the Ascension incantation and selected the treasures. You may commence as planned." The deer youth and crane youth nodded, their expressions stoic as they exited the grand hall. Once they had distanced themselves, their forms gradually drew closer, their faces still devoid of expression, though their steps had become a touch lighter. The deer youth and crane youth arrived at a side hall, where Nezha and Muza awaited them, both wearing expressions of joy. Tai, too, appeared smug, his belly protruding and his whiskers curling upward. Muza was delighted to be able to return home for some rest, while Nezha rejoiced that Ao Bing could finally live, knowing Chintang Pass was safe. Lu Tong approached the two individuals, presenting them with command tokens while reciting a congratulatory speech with an expressionless demeanor. Just then, two figures rushed into the palace in a state of panic, their attire clanging with urgency. "This is not good. There has been an incident at Chintang Pass." Hearing this, Muzha and Nezha were taken aback, and Nezha swiftly turned towards the bronze guard, impatiently seizing one of them. "What exactly happened?" The captured guard lowered his head, his voice laced with tears. "Chintang Pass has been slaughtered." These simple 6 words struck Nezha like a hammer, shattering the rising hopes within him. Muzha furrowed his brow deeply and, using a hand gesture, peered through the paper effigy left at the Li residence and glimpsed a hellish scene. "This shouldn't be. I sensed that my elder brother had already rushed to Chintang Pass." Changing his hand gestures, Muzha shifted his perspective to the effigy of his elder brother, only to find that he was inexplicably enjoying himself. Yet, he couldn't help but murmur, "What is going on? My elder brother wouldn't just stand by and watch Chintang Pass be destroyed." A chill ran down his spine, based on his years of experience with treachery. He sensed that someone was about to be gravely deceived by his elder brother. Observing the nearly distraught Nezha, Muzha felt compelled to say something. But Nezha had already summoned his wind and fire wheels, soaring out of the hall, prompting Muzha to follow suit. Meanwhile, behind them, He Tong and Lu Tong maintained their stoic expressions, mechanically fulfilling their tasks while trailing the two brothers at a distance, occasionally exchanging a furtive handhold. Leading the charge, Nezha's countenance was as dark as water, his mind filled with thoughts of his parents and everything related to Chintang Pass. "Nezha, do not despair. It must be a misunderstanding. Shall we first inquire about my father's situation at the Dragon Palace?" Ao Bing, emerging from Nezha's side, wore an anxious expression, his eyes imploring as they sought Nezha's attention. with his eyes aflame and his entire being engulfed in fire. Nezha, oblivious to the potential harm to Ao Bing's spirit, rasped, "It is my parents who have perished, the citizens of Chuntang Pass who have died. You are not anxious. So how can I place even a shred of trust in you?" Ao Run bowed his head, lips moving as if to say something, yet words failed him, leaving him to stand in front of Nezha. Nezha fixed a steely glare upon Ao Bing, lifting his fiery spear towards him. "Step aside." Ao Bing stubbornly shook his head, unwilling to yield. A cold smile twisted Nezha's lips as he forcefully pushed past Ao Bing, managing to retract the flames that enveloped him. Ao Bing stood, dazed, watching Nezha, silently trailing behind him, refraining from any further pleas. The wind howled past, and time slipped away unmeasured until Nezha arrived at a place both familiar and alien. The current state of Chuntang Pass was one of desolation. A wasteland filled with ashes, a silent territory of gray and red. As Nezha faced the onslaught of blood and dust, the acrid scent filled his lungs, momentarily halting his breath and stabbing at his heart. At that moment, the tears he had long suppressed flowed freely. He hastily wiped them away and hurried towards the Li residence. Yet, amidst the ruins, all he could find was a charred helmet. Muzha stood behind him, expanding his divine perception to summon all the paper figures left in Chuntang Pass, beginning to survey the surroundings. Shortly thereafter, he discerned a clue just as Nezha was about to speak, when Deer Boy and Crane Boy arrived. Simultaneously, a figure pierced through the clouds, an unpleasant voice shattering the tranquil moment. "I have just emerged from seclusion to receive urgent news. Who is responsible for such heinous deeds that have wrought such carnage?" Upon seeing his master in position, Deer Boy turned and concealed his indifferent demeanor, then earnestly delivered the prepared speech. Standing aside, Tai blinked, scratching his chin, muttering to himself, "This should not be. Didn't we acquire the Jade Nectar?" The Infinite Immortal, noticing the commotion, inquired, "Brother, have you discovered something?" Tai promptly shook his head. "I was merely pondering the origin of this lava." The Infinite Immortal's expression brightened as he suppressed a smile, beginning a harmonious exchange with Deer Boy and Crane Boy, directing their accusations towards the Dragon Clan. Ultimately, the Infinite Immortal concluded with a mischievous retort. "Could it be that we have misjudged and wronged the Dragon Clan?" Muzha, observing the unfolding drama, turned away, refraining from watching the trio's captivating performance for fear of laughing aloud. Meanwhile, Nezha rose silently, his face marked by sorrow. "There is no mistake, it must be them." The Infinite Immortal eagerly awaited this affirmation, and after a flurry of words, he and Crane Boy set off to gather the demon hunting team. After Nezha spoke, he approached Tai, producing the colorful lotus and leading Tai to the pond's edge. Nezha stood beside, his gaze vacant. At that moment, Ao Bing once again soared into view, attempting to explain himself, yet Nezha cast him a glance and turned away, flying off without hesitation. "Our grievances are settled. Any future encounters will be as enemies, not friends." At this juncture, Ao Bing felt as though his heart had been cruelly wrenched, watching Nezha depart without a second thought. He clenched his fists, yearning to follow. Tai, emerging from the pond, swiftly intercepted Ao Bing. "Do you wish to be utterly destroyed? Nezha currently harbors such aversion towards you. You ought to focus on reconstructing your physical form." Ao Bing felt a lump in his throat, his heart heavy, uncertain of his next steps. Meanwhile, Jinzha, who had been observing everything from the shadows, wore a troubled expression himself. "Forgive me, my dear Ododo. Your growth must still endure some sorrow." Behind Jinzha, the four great dragon kings stood silently in the air, their dragon whiskers billowing as they gazed at the boundless world beyond. The Dragon Clan must rise. Chapter 26. The Primordial Film Emperor Competition above the Yushu Palace. The demon hunting team of Yushu Palace formed a massive square formation, with the first four being Tai, Nezha, Deer Boy, and Crane Boy, while the wicked old Longevity Peach occupied the center. The Yushu Palace had dispatched messengers to inform the 12 golden immortals of the Dragon Clan's rebellion. However, the mountainous terrain and distant roads made it impossible to gather swiftly. Thus the old man had no choice but to personally lead the charge against the Dragon Clan. With a command from old Longevity Peach, Nezha took the lead, galloping ahead towards the East Sea. Old Shotao squinted his eyes with satisfaction as he observed the scene, gently stroking his beard as he followed slowly. Meanwhile, in another palace, Jinzha stood within the hall, clasping his fists as he recounted matters regarding the Chan religion and the East Sea, quietly awaiting the pronouncement of the Jade Emperor, who sat majestically before him. "Jinzha, what is the purpose of your visit?" Jinzha shook his head, lifting his gaze steadily to meet the scrutinizing eyes of the Jade Emperor, and spoke in a solemn tone. I come not for my own interests, nor for the Chan religion, but for your majesty's long-term governance and for the welfare of the people. The Jade Emperor, seated regally, could not help but adopt a serious demeanor as he rose and descended the steps to stand before Jinzha. Then do enlighten me on how you intend to serve both me and the populace. Jinzha respectfully clasped his fists and bowed. The heavenly court, the dragon clan, the Chan religion, and the world at large are now intricately interconnected, yet their interactions remain shallow. What do you think of my assertion, your majesty? The Jade Emperor nodded, his eyes brightening. He then inquired, so, do you have a strategy to propose? Jinzha nodded, yet did not rush to divulge it, instead producing a jade tablet presented by the primordial heavenly sovereign. Upon seeing this, the Jade Emperor squinted, focusing intently on Jinzha, and then patted his shoulder. I see. So you are one favored by my esteemed senior. No wonder you possess such courage. Please, share your plan. Jinzha gradually articulated his strategy, concluding with his request. All I seek is for the heavenly court to dispatch a representative to accompany me, and at an opportune moment, for the heavenly court to manifest its presence, harmonizing the three parties and showcasing our majesty. The Jade Emperor stroked his chin, contemplating potential candidates. Very well, I shall send my trusted minister, the great sage Tai-Bai Jinxing. Along with you, he was pivotal in facilitating the Dragon Clan's allegiance. Jinzha raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Tai-Bai Jinxing, the venerable celestial figure. He nodded gratefully towards the Jade Emperor. Thank you, your majesty, for your support. Jinzha waited in the hall for but an hour when he beheld an elderly man, exuding an aura of celestial grace, arriving on a cloud before the hall. The Jade Emperor approached directly, taking the old man's hand and engaging in pleasant conversation. An image of harmonious sovereign and minister. Standing discreetly nearby, Jinzha wisely refrained from interjecting. Once their pleasantries concluded, Tai-Bai Jinxing spoke. This must be the young talent favored by Master Primordial, indeed a remarkable figure. Jinzha humbly clasped his fists and bowed. I am unworthy, my knowledge is limited, and I merely strive to contribute to the Chan religion. Yet you, esteemed sir, are frequently praised by His Majesty, which fills me with admiration. Their eyes met, and within the calm depths of their gazes, sparks ignited, signaling a meeting of like minds. The Jade Emperor wore a playful smile, sensing a kinship between the two. If only the realm were filled with such heroes who would join my celestial court. Enough of the modesty, let us embark for the East Sea. The two bowed in response and departed side by side. At the ruins of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Guang leaned on his sword, his white hair billowing behind him, armor gleaming with a chilling light. The three great dragon kings stood ready, surrounded by countless sea monsters, their chains clanking ominously. My friends, the teachings demand our demise, but I, Ao Guang, shall not acquiesce, nor shall my dragon kin. What say you? We shall not acquiesce, echoed the chorus of countless demons in the abyss, their cries resonating throughout the cosmos. At that moment, a voice, deep and haunting, pierced the surface of the sea. Everyone looked up to see a pitch-black sky, the Tian Yuan Ding breaking through the clouds, casting its shadow over the entire dragon palace. Ao Guang surged upward, breaking through the surface of the sea to confront the malevolent Old Peach. What brings you here today, immortal elder? Old Peach narrowed his eyes, a smile creeping across his lips as he regarded Ao Guang. Your dragon clan slaughtered at Shintang Pass, committing heinous crimes. Today, I shall lead the teachings in enacting divine justice. With that, he summoned the Tian Yuan Ding, plunging it into the depths of the ocean. Seeing this, Ao Guang rushed forward to intervene, but was repelled by a rain of golden arrows shot by the distant Lu Tong. Soon after, He Tong approached, his wings expanding as he prepared to strike heavily. Ao Guang could only raise his sword to block, retreating further, just as He Tong was about to advance. Nezha pushed him aside, charging forward with his fiery spear aimed at Ao Bing. Ao Guang is mine. Everyone else, stand aside. He Tong pushed back, frowned slightly, brushing off his garments in disdain as he stepped back beside Lu Tong. The two exchanged knowing glances, their expressions composed, yet both recognized the other's intentions. If we can bide our time, why fight fiercely? Ao Guang gazed at the advancing Nezha, puzzled. Had Jinzha not informed his brother? Before he could ponder further, Nezha's fierce strike was upon him. He sidestepped, the blade and spear sparking as they clashed. Ao Guang, pay with your life for my parents. Ao Guang, bewildered, did not wish to battle Nezha to the death, yet Nezha's onslaught was relentless, targeting vital points with precision. A moment of distraction left Ao Guang with a gash across his cheek, blood seeping forth. Just as he prepared to counterattack, a voice resonated within his heart. Dragon King, please guide Nezha. Proceed with the remainder as planned. Ao Guang halted, a look of resignation crossing his handsome features upon hearing this request. Is this truly what you desire? Your brother seeks my life, yet you ask me to mentor him? With a serious demeanor, he unleashed his consciousness, exuding the pressure of a half-step to the great Tao. Raising his sword in anticipation of Nezha's next attack, Nezha felt the oppressive force approaching, and as his entire essence surged, he was no longer the fragile being he once was. Under this pressure, his form remained unbroken yet grew more resilient. The celestial silk fluttered around him, the vivid crimson reflecting in Nezha's eyes as his petite frame charged once more towards Ao Guang. Observing the scene, Ao Guang could not help but reveal an expression of admiration, earnestly guiding Nezha through their fierce exchange. As they battled in the skies, Nezha grew increasingly valiant, his aura swelling. Unbeknownst to him, the dualities of purity and impurity within him harmonized completely. Cease, Nezha, there must be some misunderstanding here. Ao Guang, witnessing Ao Bing's restoration to his corporeal form, could not suppress his smile, despite having heard of it from Jinzha earlier. Nezha inhaled deeply, casting a cold glance at Ao Bing, and thrust his fire spear towards him. I have stated before that our next meeting would be as foes, not friends. Seeing this, Ao Guang swiftly interposed himself before Ao Bing, no longer holding back as he repelled Nezha. Yet, Nezha did not retreat. He charged again, engaging in a fierce struggle against the father and son duo. As Nezha began to falter, a reluctant Lu Tong approached from the distant sky, donning a heroic fade as he neared. I come to assist you. In Chapter 27, The Adventure of the Longevity Peach, Lu Tong retrieved a longbow from his back, replacing its arrowhead with a fragment of purple artifact. An arrow was loosed, slicing through the fabric of space. Within the cauldron, the three dragon kings emerged, accompanied by the anguished wails and curses of the myriad demons. My king, are you abandoning us? Do not. You scoundrels, you deserve death. Wasn't it promised that we would share wealth and prosperity? You wretched woman, I've long harbored disdain for you. Ao Run turned his head, squinting at a figure cowering in the shadows, a genial smile gracing his features. Ao Guang, upon seeing the three dragon kings behind him, furrowed his brow, his handsome visage contorting in fury. Dare you betray the dragon clan? Are you not afraid of the heavenly court's retribution? The three dragon kings exchanged scornful glances, transforming their forms as they lunged at Ao Guang and Ao Bing. We now stand under the auspices of the immortal elder. What fear do we harbor of the mere heavenly court? Soon after, Ao Guang and Ao Bing could not withstand the onslaught and were unceremoniously kicked into the celestial cauldron by Nezha. The malevolent Longevity Peach, witnessing this, wore a look of delight, forming hand seals to seal the celestial cauldron, while thunderous roars resounded from within. Ao Bing, having fallen into the cauldron, approached his father, lowering his head with tears in his eyes. Father, I have brought you trouble. Ao Guang placed a comforting hand on Ao Bing's head, his expression softening. Foolish child, how could your father ever blame you? Moreover, you have committed no wrongdoing. Come, let us bear witness to the history of the Dragon Clan together. Subsequently, the father and son made their way to the center of the Dragon Palace ruins, standing before the grand stone pillar that reached towards the heavens. Below, countless demons stood in formation, while the Dragon Clan transformed the iron chains, initially meant for confinement, into a symbol of their yearning for freedom. Beginning to lift the monumental pillar, Ao Guang's pent-up emotions, suppressed for a millennium, were utterly released at this moment. My comrades, join me in seeking justice and forging a future. Subsequently, a radiant glow began to shimmer around the stone pillar, and an uncountable number of energy-collecting formations buzzed, providing spiritual essence to the surrounding demon clans. Outside the heavenly Yuan cauldron, Nezha lingered in the air, caught in a state of confusion, uncertain whether to rejoice or mourn. He cast a glance back at the ruins of Chintang Pass, and then at the Dragon Palace, which had also been uprooted. A profound emptiness enveloped his heart, and unbeknownst to him, tears began to cascade down his face, while a once restless spirit found a semblance of tranquility in that moment. Just then, a voice broke through the stillness. Nezha, the fire-tipped spear, tightly gripped in his hand, slipped from his grasp as he turned in disbelief, his mouth agape. Soon, a warm embrace enveloped his small frame. Father, mother, are you still here? Li Jing nodded and began to explain, not only are your parents here, but the citizens of Chintang Pass are also safe. If it were not for your elder brother, the entire Chintang Pass would have fallen victim to the massacre by the Infinite Immortal. The Infinite Immortal narrowed his eyes, preparing to offer a spurious rebuttal. Behind him, Ao Run extended his taloned hand, tearing through the void to appear at the side of the Infinite Immortal. Unfortunately, As the attack approached, the immortal's staff unfurled countless branches to block the strike, allowing him to create distance. With a furrowed brow, the infinite immortal began to perform a forbidden incantation etched upon him. But even as his short fingers bled, his efforts proved futile. Ao Run, grinning, regarded the infinite immortal, flexing his long fingers. Immortal, do you still require this king to await your strength, or shall I assist you by screaming a few times? At these words, the immortal's face turned crimson, his eyes shut tight, and a cruel smile crept across his lips. I know not who you have allied with, but I assure you, I shall make your suffering far worse than that of hell beneath the sea. With that, he thrust his staff forward, murmuring an incantation. 1,000 arts, 1,000 origins. Deeply rooted, the slender staff transformed, extending countless branches that surged forth like a torrential waterfall towards the three dragon kings. Hearing Jinza's command, the three dragon kings engaged in a fierce struggle against the encroaching vines while retreating, but the tendrils relentlessly pursued them, refusing to let them escape. Until Jinza's voice rang in their minds. Hasten your departure, proceed as planned. The three dragon kings transformed back into their true forms, their sharp claws and teeth carving a path as they hastily departed. You old wretch, how dare you deceive me? Seizing the opportunity, Nezha brandished his fire-tipped spear, propelling himself closer to the old peach tree spirit, aiming a kick at its crown. Simultaneously, Moon Nezha, who had been concealed in the shadows, hurled a paper effigy that detonated before the old spirit. Just as Nezha was about to secure his victory, a searing pain surged through his chest, halting his momentum in midair. Damn it, what have you done? Yet, the paper effigy continued to explode, scorching the malevolent old peach spirit. In that instant, the figure dissipated into ash. What sort of paper effigy could possibly evade my detection? Truly, the world's heroes are as numerous as the carp crossing the river. In the ruins of the Li residence, enveloped by the debris of collapsed structures, Muzha awakened from a daze, dark circles reappearing beneath his eyes. He then retrieved a paper effigy from his sleeve, adorned with talismans that emanated a radiant aura of merit. With a squeeze of his essence, he let a drop of his blood fall upon it, and in an instant, another Muzha materialized. Lao Shoutao couldn't help but click his tongue, stroking his beard thoughtfully. The three sons of the Li family are indeed remarkable. If only they could serve me, I would not fret over the decline of the Chan teaching. Alas, such is the pity. Approaching Nezha's side, he wore an expression of resignation and remarked, Nezha, wouldn't it be better for you to serve me well? The crane boy and the deer boy seized Li Jing and his wife, bringing them before the Erlang Shen. Li Jing, I am quite curious about how Jinzha managed to steal the heavens and change the sun. Speak well, and perhaps I shall spare you. Li Jing met his gaze with a fierce scowl, merely spitting water at Lao Shoutao. Erlang Shen stepped closer, giving Li Jing a hearty slap on the face. You wouldn't want anything to happen to Nezha, would you? Li Jing and Madame Yin exchanged glances, a faint golden light shimmering around them. With a sudden jolt, they lunged at Erlang Shen, unable to contain their laughter. Old man, you still haven't learned your lesson. Erlang Shen faltered momentarily as a wave of heat washed over him, followed by a more intense explosion that struck his visage. As the smoke cleared, his white robe lay in tatters, shattering the ethereal image he usually upheld, and even a tooth was knocked loose. Regaining his footing, he abandoned his faade, growling in a low, hoarse voice, I shall kill him. Nearby, the deer boy and crane boy, having long since scampered away, stifled their laughter and kindly warned, Master, you still have one more tooth about to fall out. Do remain calm. Erlang Shen's already darkened countenance grew even more so as he composed himself. Fixing his gaze on the immobile Nezha, he cast him into the Tianyuan Ding. The aura from just now has settled in the Li residence. You must hasten to find it. I shall make the Li family aware of my methods. At the Li residence, Muzha and the Li couple stood before two paper effigies. Father, mother, if you drop your blood into these, you shall acquire a death replacement puppet talisman. Madame Yin and Li Jing exchanged glances, hesitating slightly. Muzha continued, you may not be aware, but Nezha will face even greater tribulations in the future. If he does not mature swiftly and endure hardships, I fear the couple, no longer hesitating, squeezed out their blood, and soon too identical Li Jing and Madame Yin appeared. Finally, Muzha performed a finger gesture, bestowing vitality upon the two paper figures. All right, let us depart. Before long, the crane boy and deer boy arrived at the Li residence, engaging in a brief skirmish before bringing the astonished couple to Erlang Shen. Excellent, excellent. Truly, you are my worthy disciples. Erlang Shen regarded the Li couple with satisfaction, carefully examining them from afar before casting them into the Tianyuan Ding and initiating the alchemical process. Inside the cauldron, Ao Guang sensed the commotion, plunging his long knife into the mechanism, releasing all the chains binding the monstrous beasts, calmly observing the inferno beneath the sea. Today, everything shall come to a resolution. Upon witnessing the scene, the myriad beings of the deep sea began to converge around the stone pillar. Laying aside all grievances in that moment, Ao Guang descended from the mechanism, poised to revert to his true form, when he caught sight of Ao Bing, frozen in place. Ao Bing, what has happened to you? He inquired. I don't know. My chest ached for a moment, and then I became like this. Ao Bing replied. Just as Ao Guang approached, a figure fell beside Ao Bing. Ao Guang quickly shielded Ao Bing, scrutinizing Nezha before him. How did you get in here? Nezha looked up with a blank expression, his gaze cast downward, embarrassed to meet Ao Guang's eyes, yet unable to move his head. He began to explain, then fell silent. The three of them exchanging glances, each a wanderer in despair. As Ao Guang was about to reveal Jinzha's plan, the atmosphere around them grew tumultuous, waves of heat washing over them. He squinted upwards. Why are there more people? Nezha's heart raced as he observed his parents descending. Simultaneously, an uneasy sensation spread among those within the cauldron, prompting Ao Guang to lead them towards the stone pillar. The infinite immortal reappeared, addressing Nezha with a plea. Nezha, you wouldn't want your parents to suffer, would you? If you consume my soul-extinguishing pill, I shall release your parents. What say you? Nezha lowered his gaze, slowly parting his lips. Meanwhile, Lady Yin stepped forward and forcefully knocked the pill away, her back trembling uncontrollably. Using parents to threaten a child. You are unworthy of being an immortal. The infinite immortal remained unfazed, letting out a cold laugh before vanishing. Then take care of yourselves. Chapter 28. East Sea. Can we have some quiet? Nezha's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yearning to comfort his parents, but at a loss for words. Feeling that the pain from the heartbreaking curse paled in comparison to his current anguish. I merely wish to die with some semblance of worth. Why can't I die? Lady Yin knelt down, gently embracing Nezha, even as the sharp thorns pierced her, refusing to let go. Mother, please don't. You'll hurt yourself. It doesn't matter. My child, just let me hold you one last time. The sound of her voice dwindled, and Nezha felt his mother's breath growing faint, powerless to change anything. Even tears eluding him, leaving only a mournful wail. In the end, as Lady Yin faded away from Nezha's embrace, transforming into dust, she dissipated before his eyes. Nezha reached out, the tearing pain resonating deep within his bones, yet he continued to stretch forth, desperate to capture the last traces of his mother. An energy surged around Nezha, his solidified magic swirling upon his skin, as his flesh tore and split, the forces of purity and chaos accelerating their dance. Intertwining with one another, the onlookers held their breath, and even Ao Bing's essence was stirred. With a primal roar, Nezha's hair billowed, his form stood tall, his expression resolute, shedding his former playful and carefree demeanor. He approached Ao Bing, grasping his hand, their essences flowing and merging, becoming one. Let us break the cauldron together. The two individuals sprang forth, swiftly colliding with the top of the furnace, generating a tremendous impact. Concurrently, the myriad demons, now affixed to the stone pillars, began to exert their strength, each pair of eyes igniting with fervent intensity. Let us commence, one murmured, a sense of satisfaction evident. Indeed, we are nearing the celestial realm. Only under pressure do we find motivation. Observing Nezha through a concealed paper effigy, Jinzha gradually spoke, while beside him stood an old Taoist with an ethereal presence. Also holding a paper figure, both fixated on Nezha. The elderly Taoist couldn't help but glance at Jinzha, pondering how this fellow could be so ruthlessly harsh on his own brother. Unbeknownst to Jinzha, who was unaware of the old Taoist's thoughts, he sensed the time was ripe and bowed respectfully to the elder. I apologize for the delay, esteemed friend. We are ready to take the stage. Indeed, it seemed that Jinzha had gleaned some insight into the elder's character and his current predicament of lacking treasures. Lacking treasures, indeed. That was something Jinzha was not short of, yet he could not shake the feeling that the elder's gaze was warm yet distant. The elder nodded in agreement, and together with Jinzha, they began to approach the eastern sea. Atop the Tianyuan Ding, the rotund figure of Tai Yi was suspended by the infinite immortal, whose plump lips spewed a stream of banter, fertilizing the infinite immortal with his jests. You wicked peach, I've foolishly regarded you as a role model. How could I have been so blind to have you as my senior? I cannot bear the shame. The infinite immortal glared, leaning heavily on his staff as he approached Tai Yi, his voice hoarse with fervor. I do this for the sake of the teaching. I labor for the doctrine. If only your lazy disciples exerted half the effort of the demon race, would I need to toil so? His indignation unsated. He swung his staff in an attempt to strike Tai Yi. However, as he stumbled, Tai Yi's form collided directly with his. Get away, you rotund fool. The infinite immortal transformed into a peach, kicking Tai Yi aside, releasing his staff and forming intricate hand gestures. Suddenly, a towering tree took root atop the Tianyuan Ding. Below, Nezha and Ao Bing felt a weight descend upon them, yet soon, a spirit array illuminated beneath them, continuously replenishing their waning strength. Before long, the previously impenetrable Tianyuan Ding was fissured open. The disciples, heeding the command, advanced. Meanwhile, the idle deer boy, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, waved his hand to direct the demon-capturing team forward, following closely beside the crane boy. Soon, the demon-catching team, akin to a swarm of locusts, was fully assembled. Thus commenced a tug-of-war, with each side pushing and pulling against the other. Simultaneously, another contest of wills unfolded. Ah, Jinzha, I hold you in high esteem. Take this small token. Alas, I, a humble Taoist, seek not material possessions. Such things are detrimental to one's cultivation. Moreover, the Sea God sect has long been a source of concern for me. If you could assist in resolving that matter, it would be my duty to express gratitude. Jinzha remained silent, extending his hand to offer to the Tai Bai jinxing, leading to an awkward exchange of glances between them. I do not desire it. It is for you to accept. Not at all. I am merely being courteous. If you truly insist. The old man cleared his throat and graciously accepted the treasure from Jinzha's hand, bowing politely. I thank you, fellow Taoist, for this precious gift. Should you require anything in the future, I assure you I shall treat you with the utmost hospitality. Jinzha nodded, committing this to memory for future reference. After receiving the treasure, the old man did not immediately stow it away in his storage bag, but instead held it in his hands, admiring and praising it incessantly. Oh, behold this exquisite carving, these intricate patterns, truly marvelous. Jinzha rolled his eyes, already aware that the old man had no intention of parting with it. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from afar. The two did not hasten. Jinzha calmly conveyed a message to the three Dragon Kings, instructing them to proceed ahead. The three Dragon Kings soared forth from behind them, swiftly reaching the skies above the Tianyuan cauldron, unleashing their formidable powers, and manifesting the silhouette of a colossal dragon behind them. The appearance of the three dragon figures quickly drew attention. This is bad. Prepare to defend. The flustered Lu Tong directed the members of the demon-hunting team to establish a protective barrier of magical energy. Yet, the anticipated attack did not come. Instead, a voice resonated across the vast expanse of the East Sea. I hereby proclaim to the heavens, on behalf of the Dragon Clan, that we guard the underwater purgatory for the Celestial Court, yet we are being persecuted by the esteemed master of the Chan sect. We implore the Celestial Court to take action. In the distance, Wolyang Xinwing narrowed his eyes, fixating on the three Dragon Kings. What scheme were they concocting in collusion with the Celestial Court? Master, what should we do? The accompanying He Tong pointed towards the demons breaking through the Tianyuan cauldron and the three Dragon Kings not far off. The sinister old Shou Tao, leaning on his cane, trembled slightly, his composure faltering. He finally discerned the clues. All along, the eldest son of the Li family had been absent. This was undoubtedly his doing. Retreat. He Tong could not suppress a smile that crept onto his lips, but quickly stifled it, clasping his fists in respect, and flew towards Lu Tong, his eyes gleaming with cheer. Master commands retreat. Lu Tong maintained a stern expression, suppressing his mirth, as he turned to signal the others to depart. However, the three Dragon Kings would not grant them such an opportunity. Once the dragon's roar faded, the dragon-shaped apparition surged directly towards them. This is dire, He Tong exclaimed, spreading his wings to shield himself and Lu Tong, while many others were swept away, collapsing in a haze, struggling to regain their footing. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts bursting forth from the Tianyuan cauldron surged like a tidal wave. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, chaos erupted as both sides clashed, the sound of battle reverberating through the depths. The pent-up grievances of the underwater demon beasts, accumulated over millennia, were unleashed in that instant. Those pampered disciples of the celestial beings merely dodged and evaded, while only a few brave souls fought valiantly, only to be swiftly targeted and brought down. At that moment, another voice echoed across the skies of the East Sea. Cease this at once. Do not continue fighting. Chapter 29. The curtain call. Jinzha paused momentarily, raising his hand with a sweeping motion. The four Dragon Kings and the legion of demonic beasts gathered behind him, awaiting his command. He cast another glance at Tai Bai Jinxing. And the old man, understanding the cue, proclaimed loudly, "Heavenly soldiers, heed my command." At that moment, from afar, atop the 9 heavens, a radiant, multicolored divine light pierced through the clouds, and the horn that resonated throughout the universe was sounded by the yellow turban warrior, as 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals formed in perfect ranks. Seeing this, Jinzha spoke once more, "The manner in which you engage in battle is hardly lethal. It is only now that the conflict holds any significance." The expression of the infinite immortal was grim, caught in a dilemma. His hand trembled slightly around his staff. Yet he maintained his imposing demeanor. "Jinzha, are you not one of the 3 generations of disciples of my Chan sect? Why do you stand opposed to us?" Jinzha let out a cold snort, unfazed by the intimidation. "Pray tell, immortal, when did you become the representative of the Chan sect? Has my contribution to the Chan sect been in vain?" "You." The infinite immortal pointed a finger at Jinzha, wishing to retort, yet feeling like mere prey. He closed his eyes, as if resigned to fate, though a sense of unwillingness lingered. "Jinzha, who exactly are you? I have always prided myself on my foresight. How have you managed all of this?" Jinzha offered no reply, merely glancing down at the several flattened storage bags, his heart aching. He had invested heavily. If he did not bring down this wicked old longevity peach, he would be left with nothing. Jinzha produced a command token, his expression devoid of joy, and transmitted a message to the infinite immortal, "Old longevity peach, do you understand?" The infinite immortal tilted his head back, his form swaying slightly, as the crane boy extended his wings to gently support him, then disdainfully brushed off his feathers. The infinite immortal forced a bitter smile, his long wrinkled brow finally relaxing. It dawned upon him that he was of no use. Jinzha suppressed a smile at the corners of his mouth and cleared his throat. Tai Bai Jinxing, understanding the signal, wielded his powers to convey a message into the hearts of everyone present. "This humble Taoist, Tai Bai Jinxing, envoy of the heavenly court, is here to quell the discord between the Chan sect and the Dragon clan. Both parties shall cease hostilities henceforth. By order of the Jade Emperor, I hereby grant amnesty to the Dragon clan. From this day forward, they shall no longer guard the underwater prison but await further directives." The 4 Dragon Kings, upon hearing this, raised their dragon whiskers in unison, acknowledging the decree. The Dragon clan, grateful for the Jade Emperor's benevolence, felt a sense of relief. The infinite immortal opened his hollow eyes, bowing in respect, lowering his head that had been held high for thousands of years. The Chan sect received the decree. At that moment, the universe fell silent. Golden light erupted amid the clouds, and golden points of light descended upon the Dragon clan. This was the protection of the heavenly Tao's merit, as the karmic burdens upon them began to dissipate. Ao Guang's snow-white scales now shimmered with flecks of golden light, and he felt the shackles of his long-stagnant realm begin to loosen. However, unlike Ao Guang's elation, Jinzha was filled with frustration. Despite standing at the forefront of the formation, the merit's golden light failed to shine upon him, with only a few meager drops falling upon him as if out of pity. What is this? Targeted treatment. Countless groundhogs screamed within Jinzha's mind. Yet he could only accept it with resignation. A little would have to suffice. At the very least, he truly felt that the degree of his exclusion by the will of heaven had diminished. The path ahead is fraught with obstacles and lengthy. It seems that the matters concerning the god of wealth and the sea god must not be delayed. Just then, Nezha, wielding his fiery spear, thrust it menacingly towards Jinzha's rear. In his eyes, the sorrow that had recently lingered was replaced entirely by resentment towards his elder brother. He had fully recalled that after their mother's essence dissipated, it did not transform into elixirs, but instead turned to ashes. Jinzha stood his ground, allowing Nezha to jab at him until the moment of contact. With a swift twist of his body, he trapped the fiery spear under his left arm and pulled forward, causing Nezha to stumble and fall at his feet upon the clouds. Nezha, in a fit of pique, lay flat upon the clouds, sulking, while the fiery spear lay neglected beside him. Jinzha understood that Nezha was upset with him. He regarded the grown Nezha sitting beside him in silence, his face betraying an undeniable fatigue mingled with joy. Nezha tilted his head, casting a glance at Jinzha, his pointed head swaying gently in the wind. Observing this, Jinzha reached out, resting his hand upon Nezha's head, and softly inquired, "Are you angry with me?" Nezha's voice was muffled as he gazed into the distance where the golden light faded. "It's not that I'm very angry, but I'm frustrated that you always treat me like a child, concealing matters from me." Jinzha chuckled lightly, appraising Nezha in that moment. He was no longer the frail child with dark circles under his eyes, but rather a handsome young man, strikingly tall, at 8 feet. "Indeed, I should not keep secrets from you any longer. You have grown up. Upon hearing this, Nezha ceased his feigned anger. Sitting up to sit shoulder to shoulder with Jinzha, a broad grin on his face, revealing his silver teeth just like in his childhood. All right, brother. You must not deceive me again. Jinzha nodded, glancing back at the patiently waiting Tai-Bai Jinxing. Their eyes met, both seemingly inquiring whether this wait was appropriate. Ultimately, Jinzha yielded, rising to his feet and softly stating, Elder brother has matters to attend to. Your second brother is in the ruins of the Li residence. He knows where our parents are, so there is no need for them to worry about me. I will be safe. Nezha picked up the fiery spear, raising an eyebrow. No, brother, just do not create danger. Jinzha fell silent, giving Nezha a playful kick on the rear. You're asking for it, aren't you? Do I need to fetch a feather duster? Nezha made a face akin to his childhood antics and departed on his wind-fire wheels. Ding! The system detected that the host successfully altered a portion of Nezha's fate as the great god of the three altars. Reward: innate supreme treasure, the Crimson Gourd. Reward: fragments of ancient dragon and phoenix catastrophe memories. Once again, he found himself collecting fragments. But this Crimson Gourd, could it be the one belonging to the ancestor of Red Cloud, which seemed to involve considerable karma? Jinzha smiled and waved, making his way to Tai-Bai Jinxing's side. Please do not mind my friend's merriment. It is wonderful to interact with loved ones in such a manner. Let us return to report to the Jade Emperor. Jinzha nodded, and the two directly returned to the Lingxiao Palace. The two individuals beheld the Jade Emperor seated with poise, performing a gesture of reverence. Though his demeanor appeared serene, the swaying crown betrayed his underlying tension. After all, the Celestial Court had never intervened in matters of the great teachings, and the Assembly of Immortals regarded the newly established court with indifference. Esteemed ones, how do matters stand? In response, the bright star of Venus nodded, a sincere smile gracing his countenance. We return to report, Your Majesty, that both parties have withdrawn and ceased hostilities, all yielding to the edicts of the Celestial Court. Jinzha then took up the discourse. Indeed, Your Majesty, particularly the Dragon Clan, whose 4 great dragon kings express their heartfelt gratitude for Your Majesty's grace. Your benevolence is boundless. The Jade Emperor nodded appreciatively. Meanwhile, the bright star of Venus cast a sidelong glance at Jinzha, feeling a twinge of envy. Not yet serving in the Celestial Court, and you have already usurped my affairs? It seems I shall have a rival henceforth. The Jade Emperor descended the steps, the obscuring aura dissipating, leaving Jinzha momentarily astonished. For the figure before him did not align with his mental image of the Jade Emperor. Was this not a grandly handsome figure of ancient style? With a sweeping gesture, the Jade Emperor spoke with a hearty tone. Jinzha, though you are not of my Celestial Court, you have upheld our majesty with valor. I wish to reward you. What is it that you desire? Jinzha's eyes sparkled momentarily before he subdued his excitement. After a brief contemplation, he opted for a path befitting a child of Shandong. Your Majesty, I wish to serve as a bridge between the teaching and the Celestial Court, offering my assistance to Your Majesty. Chapter 30. Who is not a laborer? Indeed, the end of the primordial chaos is a structured realm. The entire saga of the investiture of the gods could be likened to a non-voluntary recruitment orchestrated by the Celestial Court, where victors reap bountiful rewards while the vanquished toil without respite. The Jade Emperor remained silent, exchanging unspoken thoughts with the bright star of Venus. What is your opinion, my dear minister? I believe Jinzha possesses considerable intellect and unknown talents. However, his strategic planning in this recent affair is commendable, the bright star of Venus remarked, emphasizing that his assessment was not influenced by any favors received from Jinzha. A good comrade deserves to be promoted. The Jade Emperor lowered his gaze, obscuring his true emotions. Jinzha could not help but feel a pang of anxiety reminiscent of his first interview in a past life. Your Majesty? The Jade Emperor reigned in his earlier delight and inquired with solemnity, what do you believe is the purpose of the Celestial Court's existence? Here it comes. May I inquire what you know about our organization? Jinzha mentally scoffed, yet he pondered earnestly. For the Celestial Court was indeed the finest place to accrue merit and garner the favor of the heavenly Tao. Your Majesty, I believe the establishment of the Celestial Court lies in constructing an equitable order that encompasses all sentient beings, adhering to the balance of the heavenly Tao. A flicker of surprise crossed the Jade Emperor's visage, quickly replaced by a satisfied nod. Well said, it resonates with my sentiments. However, I am currently uncertain of the position to bestow upon you. For now, you shall accompany the bright star of Venus, and I shall confer upon you a significant role in due course. Thus, Jinzha found himself thrust into a position of unpaid labor, with promises made. Nevertheless, he bowed in gratitude, bidding farewell to the Jade Emperor as the bright star of Venus followed in his wake. Dear friend, from now on, we shall serve together in the heavenly court. I appreciate your kind assistance. Jinzha turned around, straightened his attire, and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you for your recent benevolence, which I shall forever cherish. Your kindness is too great, yet should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. The bright star of Tai Bai stroked his beard, extending a finger with a smile, gently nodding at Jinzha. Jinzha, also smiling, reached out his hand. Indeed, it is a pleasure to meet a fellow practitioner. By the way, this is the token of the Sea God sect. You may find my earthly representative with it. Jinzha received a blue and white seashell, devoid of any ornate decoration, its only peculiarity being the insights of water magic it contained. Thank you, my friend. I have a question. Do you know of any methods to reconstruct one's Dao foundation? Tai Bai Jinxing took a few steps back, the previously dissipated sense of detachment resurfacing on his countenance. A moment of silence ensued as the two exchanged glances, uncertain of each other's intent. There are two methods. One is to preserve the true spirit and reincarnate. The other is to obliterate the current cultivation and start anew. Tai Bai Jinxing spoke slowly, his casual demeanor now subdued, maintaining a few steps distance from Jinzha. Though Jinzha did not comprehend the reason for the detachment, he explained, I feigned death during my ascension tribulation to shield my brother Nezha from the celestial trials, which resulted in damage to my Dao foundation. Now it was Tai Bai Jinxing's turn to be perplexed, yet the sense of distance dissipated as he solemnly patted Jinzha on the shoulder. It seems I have misunderstood you, my friend. However, despite his admiration, he still found Jinzha's actions rather reckless. Jinzha, relieved, chided himself for fearing workplace bullying. Subsequently, Jinzha bid farewell to Tai Bai Jinxing, first returning to Chuntang Pass and the Eastern Sea to settle subsequent matters before heading to a seaside town. The sea breeze was gentle, a soothing caress against the cheeks amidst the June heat, alleviating the sweltering discomfort. Yang Jian reclined on a grand chair, his usual meticulous attire from Yusu Palace now disheveled, revealing his bronze skin. Beside him was a charming little girl, dressed in a short shirt, her delicate face contrasting with the weapon in her hand, swaying gently as she fanned herself. Deputy Master, when will our leader return? Yang Jian ceased his breathing exercises, still squinting to bask in the sunlight. There's no rush, it should be soon. Indeed, if I do not return to the God of Wealth sect, will it dissolve? Yang Jian remained reclined, unbothered by the inquiry. Suddenly, Zhuge Dali sprang to her feet, her small face flushing with excitement as she dropped her fan and rushed over to Jinzha. Jinzha found himself puzzled. Did this adorable girl know him? Surely she couldn't be a disciple of Yang Jian. Master, you have finally returned. Dali, I've missed you so much. Huh, you are Dali? Jinzha was momentarily stunned, unable to recover even as Dali collided into him. Dali, wasn't it supposed to be quite forceful? After a short while, the immense strength emanating from her finally pulled him back, confirming this fact. Brother, upon your return, are we not to wed? The soft curves of her form pressed against Jinzha's chest, while her neck was ensnared in an embrace. Like a playful kitten, she nuzzled her delicate face against his neck, her fair legs entwined around his waist. Jinzha cast a glare at Yang Jian, his complexion resembling that of a liver, and communicated through thought, what is going on? Yang Jian lay back, turning slightly with a smug expression, responding, such is the situation. Are you displeased? Jinzha felt a pang of distress. What was there to be pleased about? Women were perilous, especially one so young, whose maturity was uncertain. He gently stroked Dali's head, suppressing his expression, and spoke in as calm a tone as possible. Dali, please dismount. Dali lifted her face, pouting in reluctance as she released her hold, grasping Jinzha's arm tightly against her chest, rendering him unable to escape. Jinzha moved closer to Yang Jian and nudged his leg with his foot. What is truly happening here? Yang Jian did not respond to Jinzha, but turned to glance at Dali. Come show us. Dali beamed with joy, nodding emphatically, casting a shy glance at Jinzha. Then, her aura shifted. Her loose shirt tightened around burgeoning muscles, her fair skin resembling that of a cooked shrimp. Jinzha's perspective gradually shifted from looking down to eye level, and finally, he found himself gazing up at her as she lifted him effortlessly. The entire transformation was akin to petrification. Yang Jian could no longer maintain his stoic demeanor, chuckling lightly. I have imparted the simplified Nine Heavens technique to Dali. She possesses remarkable talent and has now reached the spirit refinement realm. How shall you express your gratitude? Seated upon Dali's shoulder, Jinzha cleared his throat, clenching his fists, and spoke in a low voice. Well, I must sincerely thank you. Jinzha patted Dali, striving to steady his tone. Dali, Please set me down. Obediently, Li gently lowered Jinzha, reverting to her youthful appearance. She twirled a strand of hair by her shoulder and softly inquired, "Brother, do I look beautiful like this? The deputy master mentioned you would like it." Jinzha, with a somber expression, found himself unable to speak untruths at her pitiful visage. So he nodded, kicking Yang Jian lightly. "Let us proceed. There are matters to attend to." Yang Jian, adopting a serious demeanor, rose and extended his hand before Jinzha. "As for the tributes during these days, none. I am but a life unworthy." Jinzha shot an angry glare at Yang Jian, striking his hand with vigor, declaring, "I shall not be trifled with." Yang Jian remained silent, grasping his trident with a benevolent smile as he approached Jinzha. Jinzha chuckled awkwardly, feeling guilty as he patted his capable deputy, suppressing his aspirations of being a merciless capitalist. Let us defer this. There is no rush. Chapter 31. The peculiar fishing village. Yang Jian was unfazed as he accompanied Jinzha to another fishing village, located 100 miles away. The inhabitants of this place are somewhat smaller in stature than those of Zhuge village, yet they remain robust. At the harbor's edge, a stone statue stands sentinel, surrounded by offerings laid before it. Yang Jian, puzzled, inquired about the purpose of their visit. Jinzha raised an eyebrow and patted Yang Jian on the shoulder. "Our sect has been quite active. Today, the God of Wealth sect shall expand, and henceforth, Brother Yang Jian has a heavy responsibility ahead." Yang Jian rolled his 3 eyes in exasperation, choosing not to press further, and followed in Jinzha's wake. By the seaside, the briny wind tousled Jinzha's garments as he gazed upon the rocky shore, crowded with barnacles, those pale, calcareous protrusions resembling countless gaping mouths. Yang Jian's silver armor glimmered coldly in the twilight, while the celestial hound suddenly growled lowly toward the fishing village, its black fur bristling. The village was suddenly shrouded in a peculiar mist, not the milky haze of morning, but a murky yellow tinged with rust. Jinzha's fingers, which had been deftly twirling his sandalwood prayer beads, stilled. 18 beads simultaneously exuded fine droplets of moisture, salty. He licked his fingertip, the bitterness of sea salt exploding upon his tongue. The mist stirred Yang Jian's third eye, revealing a golden slit. It was alive. At the village entrance, a crooked wooden post bore half a fish head, its decayed eyeball staring vacantly at the approaching visitors. The gill cover was pinned with a yellowed talisman, adorned not with Taoist incantations, but with coiled shell patterns. Strangely, Jinzha found himself unfamiliar with the design of this talisman. Suddenly, his prayer beads grew hot, wisps of green smoke rising from his palm as the briny mist corroded the radiance of his artifact. The sound of drums emanated from the depths of the fog. 300 villagers knelt upon the muddy shore, their foreheads pressed against the damp earth. Behind them, the waves churned inky blackness as twilight deepened. At the forefront, an elderly woman raised a conch shell horn, its dark red tassels hanging like blood. When the horn's call pierced the fog, every barnacle quivered in unison. "Calm your wrath, mother of pearls." The old woman's wail resonated with the tides, inducing a sense of nausea. Jinzha's gaze fell upon a bronze basin on the altar, within which curled a girl of 7 or 8 years, her wrist bound with a cord adorned with shells. Yang Jian's double-edged blade had already been drawn a fraction, its gleaming edge reflecting the densest salty mist erupting from the sea-eroded cliff, where the faint glow of a giant shell's opening was discernible. "How dare you?" Jinzha stepped forward, his golden lotus blooming beneath his feet, only to wither into ash the moment it touched the briny mist. Suddenly, the string of prayer beads snapped, and the 18 sandalwood beads rolled onto the sand, each surface crawling with tiny oysters. As the old woman turned, Jinzha noticed the layers of shell necklaces around her neck writhing. They were not pearls, but countless miniature shells opening and closing to reveal soft pink flesh within. "Heretical," she hissed, her tongue bifurcating like a serpent's. The village of Greystone recognized only the mother of pearls. The sea-eroded cliff trembled violently, and what crumbled from the precipice were not mere stones, but myriad oysters, opening their hard shells in freefall to expose their bioluminescent innards. Yang Jian's heavenly eye opened fully, and as the golden light swept across, the soft bodies revealed themselves to resemble human faces. "Retreat." Jinzha summoned the dragon escape pillar, yet the brilliance of the 7 treasures' golden pagoda collided with an invisible water wall. Mist coalesced into translucent tendrils that ensnared his wrist, causing shell-like red spots to emerge upon his skin. Suddenly, the girl on the altar opened her eyes, her pupils a murky pearl hue. "Be wary of illusions." Yang Jian's blade cleaved through the dense fog, severing the tendrils that fell to the ground, transforming into writhing barnacles. The villagers on the shore shrieked in unison, their backs swelling, and from the torn fabric emerged appendages reminiscent of arthropods. The old woman's shell necklace exploded, scattering fragments that reassembled in the mist, morphing into 9 rotating sacred wheels of giant clams. Jinzha bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of golden blood onto the dragon escape pillar. The coiling dragon pattern on the pillars stirred to life, and the roar of the dragon reverberated, causing the mist to churn violently. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a massive shadow beneath the sea, something not of this world. The ethereal light seeping through the gaps in its scaled body bore an uncanny resemblance to the essence of the mother clam found in the sea-eroded caves. Jinzha squinted, his heart heavy with trepidation. What kind of beast is this? Just as he pondered, Yang Jian leapt into the depths of the ocean, whereupon a brilliant golden light erupted. Yang Jian's celestial eye flared. The monstrous dragon's iron-like scales fell away, revealing charred flesh beneath. Bold demon, do you dare to commit your wickedness before me, Yang Jian? The beast, sensing pain, burst forth from the water, transforming into the form of a child. The child approached the old woman, tears streaming down his face. With greenish pus oozing from the sores on his face, smearing onto her, the old woman, ignoring the child at her feet, suddenly knelt before the ground. It is my fault for not recognizing the 2 deities. I implore you to spare us for the sake of the sea god. Jinzha narrowed his eyes at the old woman, who had just shown defiance, and retrieved the token from his bosom. Since you are a priestess of the sea god here, why do you show reverence to the mother clam? The old woman, astonished, gazed at the conch shell in disbelief and asked, if you possess the sea god's token, why did you not present it sooner? Jinzha glanced at Yang Jian, who, feeling guilty, took a few steps back, averting his gaze. I am inquiring of you. Why have you switched allegiance and colluded with the beast? The old woman's face contorted with bitterness as she awkwardly replied, the sea god has not visited here for many years, and I do not know why there have been frequent attacks by sea monsters along the coast in recent years. Moreover, the Western sect has been incessantly harassing us. Thus, I resorted to this desperate measure for self-preservation. Jinzha's expression softened as he patted her shoulder, offering a few words of comfort. I see. It has not been easy for you. The old woman looked up, meeting Jinzha's gaze, and surprisingly, a blush crept onto her face, revealing a hint of youthful shyness. Jinzha could not help but shudder, stepping back a few paces, clearing his throat before speaking again. Given your advanced age and frailty, it would be wise to rest early. I have come to merge the teachings of the sea god and the wealth god. The old woman's skin, resembling tree bark, trembled, causing her to stagger back a few steps. Had it not been for the child at her feet who steadied her, she would have surely fallen. The sea god has forsaken me. Jinzha wished to offer an explanation, but the old woman, accompanied by the child, wept as she fled, leaving no opportunity for Jinzha to speak. This village is peculiar. I wonder how my elder brother Yang Jian intends to proceed. Yang Jian sheathed his 3-pronged spear, his expression as cold as ice, stating, we shall strike directly. Jinzha hesitated to respond. For Yang Jian was a formidable warrior who had triumphed over the challenges of the celestial court. It was prudent for him to remain cautious. Let us first find a place to ascertain the situation here, he suggested. Soon, the 3 arrived before a conspicuous building in the village, where the flickering candlelight illuminated the interior. This must be the venue for the sea god sect's activities. Inside, several villagers were engaged in sincere worship. Upon noticing the newcomers, they offered no greeting and departed silently. A sense of strangeness enveloped Jinzha as he released a paper effigy from his sleeve, beginning to investigate this bizarre village. Chapter 32. The Shell Maiden in the Village. Each household displayed 2 large jars at their entrance, one of which housed clams. Strangely, men were rarely seen. The majority of the villagers were elderly women and young maidens, all possessing remarkable beauty. The few men present had sallow complexions, appearing malnourished, though they had robust frames. Jinzha sensed their aversion in their words. The seaside fishermen naturally held a fondness for the sea god, yet acceptance was now a challenge. Rather than shattering the exquisite miniature statue of the sea god upon the altar, Jinzha placed another beside it. After wandering around the interior a few times, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the door was knocked upon, and several men entered, their faces adorned with obsequious expressions. Honorable members of the God of Wealth sect, our village has prepared a banquet for your arrival. May we have the honor of your presence? Yang Jian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the men, and drew his 3-pronged spear, ready to act. Jinzha intervened, shaking his head and conveying through thought, do not be overly defensive. We must allow the winds of mischief to enter. Yang Jian, puzzled, inquired, how can one discern their ill intentions, if one can see through their schemes? Then it is merely a matter of observing their calculations, Jinzha replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian sheathed his weapon, nodding in agreement with Jinzha's insight. However, there was one thought Jinzha withheld. The martial world is not solely about conflict. It is also about the intricacies of human relations. Jinzha approached the awkward men, who wore rigid smiles. Thank you for your hospitality, he said, smiling in return. What offerings do you have for us? One man grinned wickedly, revealing yellowed teeth, veins bulging at his neck, his voice tinged with a strange wisdom. Women, very fair women. The leading man, displaying disdain, nudged the speaker, silently admonishing him for his indiscretion. Why is he acting up at such a moment? My apologies, honorable one. He is known as Silly Zhu and suffers from hysteria. I am his brother, Tai Zhu. Jinzha narrowed his eyes, refraining from further inquiries, and quietly followed behind them. Soon, they arrived at a modest chamber, furnished with a round table and 5 chairs. Though the space appeared clean and tidy, an unpleasant odor lingered in the air. The adults have arrived. Please take your seats, the leader announced, clapping his hands. Several women entered from outside. Their skin was fair and smooth, their figures tall and statuesque, with prominent curves that drew the eye, their toes barely visible beneath their garments. Go on, attend to the esteemed guests, he instructed. The women, clad in sheer, flowing fabrics that accentuated their grace, approached with trays in hand, setting them down on the table before seating themselves beside Jinzha and Yang Jian. With a soft and delicate tone, they greeted the 2 men. Yang Jian's expression darkened, ready to unleash his fury. However, Jinzha signaled him to hold his temper, as one of the women gently inquired, would the esteemed guests prefer to dine, or? One of the women, her delicate finger tracing the neckline of her attire, provocatively revealed her charms. Yang Jian found the display distasteful and interjected, let us dine. The woman lifted a platter, revealing freshly sliced clam meat that still writhed, exuding a milky juice. She lifted her chopsticks, poised to feed them. Jinzha, observing this, interposed his hand before his mouth and shook his head. You may partake. We have already fasted and do not require such fare. The women exchanged surprised glances, while Tai Zhu, seated nearby, forced a smile and said, if the esteemed guest does not wish to eat, it suffices for you to accompany us. By the way, esteemed guest, is there anything we can assist with regarding the wealth god's visit? Jinzha shook his head and declined with a smile. I believe there is nothing needed. In fact, I am weary. Let us conclude for today, as the matters at hand are of greater importance. Tai Zhu dared not insist further, but inquired, then what about these ladies? Jinzha waved his hand dismissively, his composure unruffled. They are all for me. My brother Yang has no need of them. Yang Jian, ignoring him, strode directly out of the room. Meanwhile, De Li, with tearful eyes and a pout, gazed at Jinzha in confusion. Brother, I can also. Why must you have them? Jinzha felt the heat of De Li's intense gaze, and reluctantly replied, you are still too young. It is not appropriate. De Li's mouth fell open in disbelief, her head bowed, concealing her toes from view. Suddenly, as if a revelation struck her, tears cascaded down her cheeks, and she raised her arm to wipe them away before dashing out. Brother, I despise you. Jinzha felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his reasoning was insufficient, seeming almost deliberately dismissive and hurtful. De Li, I shall make it up to you later. Tai Zhu's expression revealed a subtle disdain, yet to Jinzha, he resumed his ingratiating demeanor. Then we shall take our leave. Enjoy yourself, he said. Jinzha nodded, pulling the woman on his left into an embrace and kissing her cheek, then gestured to the other women. Come, let us revel together. Let the music play and the dance commence. Observing this, Tai Zhu and several other men exited, closing the door behind them while standing at a respectful distance, keeping watch over the unfolding scene within. Iron Pillar, should a celestial being not embody purity and restraint? A somewhat disheveled man inquired of Iron Pillar. Iron Pillar cast a sidelong glance and nonchalantly retorted, have you, you disheveled fellow, never savored the delights of the bivalve maidens nurtured in our village? At this, several men exchanged knowing, mischievous smiles. The disheveled man laughed even louder, as if he had found a target to bully after enduring oppression. Indeed, those bivalve maidens are genuinely pleasurable. No matter how you torment them, they wear a countenance of sheer ecstasy. I truly wonder how you raise them. He indeed. Their bodies are so supple, so delightful, the others chimed in. Iron Pillar squinted with a grin, glancing back at the room filled with incessant laughter, and proclaimed with satisfaction. In my opinion, these celestial beings with their lofty airs are just like that. I dare you to wager, within 3 days, that celestial being will be utterly ensnared by them. As the sounds of female merriment began to emanate from the room, they could not help but swallow hard. No, no. We must fetch a few more bivalve maidens to satisfy our cravings. Observing that the scene unfolded as he had envisioned, Iron Pillar gave it no further thought and departed with them. Inside, several bivalve maidens surrounding Jinzha had already shed most of their garments, revealing vast expanses of pristine skin. Jinzha, observing the strangely altered state of the maidens, finally discerned the peculiar scent that had greeted him upon entry. The maiden's alabaster skin accentuated the scars that marred their bodies. The maiden closest to Jinzha had mounted him, beginning to unfasten his clothing. With a sigh, Jinzha released talismans from his sleeve, immobilizing the maidens. What a pity! I wonder how many can be saved. He gently placed the maiden aside on the bed, forming a seal with his fingers, reciting an incantation, and stamping his foot. Great Een, heavenly cover, earthly door, bright hall, conceal and shelter, hasten, hasten, as commanded. Upon completion, the maiden on the bed shrieked, her complexion turning a ghastly hue as if blood could seep from her skin, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Jinzha shook his head and sighed. It appeared salvation was beyond reach. He summoned the 9-dragon flame cover to envelop the scene, swiftly refining it into a drop of essence blood. Subsequently, he carried the maidens one by one to the bed, with only 2 appearing somewhat better. Returning to a semblance of normalcy, Jinzha gently wiped away the sweat, gazing at the small orb of essence blood in his palm. Squinting his eyes to suppress the fury within, he produced 2 paper figures, dripped the essence blood upon them, transforming them into the maidens he had just encountered. Approaching the bedside, he chanted a purification spell for the recovering maidens, yet did not remove the immobilization talismans. Once all was completed, he concealed his form and crept toward the coast. Listening to the howling sea breeze, he was struck for the first time by the foul stench of this world. Chapter 33. Mother of the bivalves. Jinzha retrieved the soul orbs he had just collected, organizing their memories before summoning the paper figures to delve into the depths of the sea. In the night, the water was pitch black, obscuring all surroundings. And as Jinzha descended further into the ocean, the briny aroma intensified at the tip of his nose. Jinzha unfurled his spiritual awareness and traversed the coastal waters adorned with corals and shells, following the path etched in his memory. Before long, a strand of ethereal blue light materialized before him, prompting him to guide 2 paper figures closer. To his astonishment, he beheld a cerulean orb of light, within which lay a grayish-white shell, positioned horizontally. From the exterior, it appeared to span 80 zhong, concealing the interior's mysteries from prying eyes. Surely, the creatures within could not be of the celestial realm, could they? Jinzha began to chant an enigmatic incantation, as per the recollections of the woman. Concurrently, those drawn from the surroundings joined in the chant near the luminous sphere. Subsequently, the blue barrier seemed to awaken, enveloping those nearby. Once ensconced, Jinzha descended from the air, treading upon jade stone steps, and followed the remembered route to a grand hall. Within the hall, a woman sat regally upon a high seat, her visage dignified, her form voluptuous and radiant. Yet, the dense aura of blood surrounding her betrayed her frailty, akin to a sickly begonia, pitiful and wan. The woman opened her eyes and stirred back to consciousness. A dozen or so clam maidens approached and knelt before her, slightly parting their crimson lips to reveal a glistening white clam pearl within. The woman retrieved the pearl and replaced it with a grayish-white stone bead. Placing it in the mouth of one clam maiden, Jinzha narrowed his eyes, wrapping his spiritual awareness in the celestial celebration cloud to probe the woman. A severely injured celestial being? Judging by the malevolent energy coalescing around her, she must have committed countless slaughters. Should he dare to risk her demise for the sake of merit? As Jinzha pondered, the women before him had already departed after relinquishing their pearls. Sensing the situation, he resolved to retreat for prudence's sake. Where do you think you are going? The clam mother's icy voice pierced Jinzha's ears, her spiritual pressure nearly shattering his paper figure. He was compelled to approach, contemplating a self-detonation of a paper figure to summon Yang Jian if needed. The clam mother delicately lifted Jinzha's chin with her jade finger, tilting her head inquisitively. Why are you running away? Jinzha gazed upon the formidable woman, irresistibly drawn to the insurmountable chasm between them, swallowing hard. Your Highness, I lack sufficient essence to offer, fearing your retribution. I beg for your forgiveness. The clam mother smiled, narrowing her eyes, her wrist twisting as she pinched his cheek. Oh, it's you again. Do you think I have been overly benevolent? Meeting the clam mother's gaze, Jinzha hesitated, contemplating whether to self-destruct. The clam mother tightened her grip, lifting him effortlessly, and with a flick of her right hand, the garments of his paper figure disintegrated, leaving him astonished. How exhilarating. The clam mother summoned several plump, juicy clams, forcefully shoving them into his mouth. A wave of intense nausea surged within him, and simultaneously, she unleashed her pressure, rudely probing into his sea of consciousness. This is not good. Jinzha sensed impending doom and prepared for self-detonation when a figure clad in white approached from the distance. Why is he Tuntong here? Jinzha halted his self-destructive gesture, his gaze oscillating between the two women. Ah, the scent of conspiracy thickens. Upon the arrival of the visitor, the mother clam released Jinzha, restoring her dignified demeanor and turning to return to her seat. A rare guest indeed, the white crane celestial envoy. This time, I fear I cannot be of assistance, she stated. The crane boy, paying no mind to Jinzha, approached the clam mother directly, speaking with an air of indifference. How much longer until your injuries heal? Master has tasks for you to attend to. The clam mother, twirling a strand of her azure hair with her fingers, tilted her head, allowing a few tears to escape her eyes. As those tears traced down her face, they transformed into pearls, cascading into the crevices of her bosom. My injuries will take quite some time to mend, but if only I could obtain a few elixirs personally crafted by the Celestial Elder, I am certain I would. The crane boy raised his gaze, his expression inscrutable, and tossed a vial of elixirs to her. You shall be restored in 7 days. I will return then. The clam mother accepted the elixirs, her face instantly brightening with a radiant smile. I am grateful to the Celestial Elder. I always believed that our collaboration with the Western sect was the right choice. Jinzha, feigning death on the ground, was utterly astonished upon hearing this. The Celestial Elder, one of the 12 golden immortals and a prominent figure in the teaching of the way, why would he collaborate with the Western sect? Did the primordial Celestial Lord remain unaware of this? The conversation from that day revealed that the Celestial Lord had already known. After the crane boy had spoken, he departed without delay. The clam mother, swallowing the elixirs, sat cross-legged upon her elevated seat to begin her healing process. For these days, you need not return, she instructed. The remaining clam maidens nodded vacantly, each leaving in turn, with Jinzha trailing at the back of the group. As they approached the edge of the azure sphere of light, Jinzha infused the heavenly celebratory clouds into it, concealing the paper figure within and hiding in a corner. By the shore, Jinzha focused his mind, furrowing his brows tightly. The situation had grown complicated. For prudence's sake, perhaps it was best to flee. Just as he hesitated, Yang Jian approached from behind, stating, I have captured the dragon and the old woman. Let us take a look. Jinzha nodded and followed Yang Jian to a coastal area. Under the cover of night, the moonlight scattered across the scene. The two exchanged glances, their 5 eyes wide with astonishment. Before them unfolded a grand ethical drama. A child, bare of clothing, lay atop the old woman, cocooned. At that moment, the old woman inexplicably transformed into a young woman, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Her fair skin glimmered even more under the moonlight. Torn garments and ropes lay strewn about. The juxtaposition of the two figures, one large and one small, was a tangle of chaotic desire. Goodness, this is rather rich in elements, Jinzha exclaimed, knowing well the dragon's lascivious nature, yet finding this scene exceedingly bizarre. He turned to Yang Jian, squinting with a mischievous grin. Did you know about this in advance? Yang Jian, his 3 eyes filled with disbelief, replied, How could this be? I distinctly remember sealing their powers. Jinzha reigned in his playful demeanor, adopting a more scientific and meticulous approach as he moved closer for observation. No, their bloodline power is surging. Their lascivious instincts have not been suppressed. Could it be? Jinzha hastily performed hand seals, manipulating the paper figure, and swiftly vanished into the grand hall. As anticipated, the aura surrounding the clam mother had stabilized significantly compared to earlier, accompanied by a faint trace of ethereal resonance at her side. Remarkably, she had comprehended the profound principles of the water path even in her grievous state. This could not be allowed to continue. Jinzha's gaze hardened, and with a precise incantation, he summoned a paper figure infused with rampant spiritual energy to assault the clam mother. Sensing imminent danger, she disregarded the turmoil within her essence and hastily transformed back into her true form, a colossal clam, intending to close her shell. Jinzha swiftly altered his gestures, reverting the paper figure back to its original state and slipping inside just as the shell was about to shut. A muffled thud resonated as the massive clam's shell cracked open, releasing a cascade of pearly white liquid. Soon after, the clam mother regained her human form, her previously calm aura now tumultuous and restless, causing the small pearls nestled within the crevices to tumble out. Who dares to conspire against me? In a fit of rage, the clam mother expelled a mouthful of milky fluid, which splattered across her chest. One hand gripped the armrest of her chair, while the other pressed against her heaving bosom. She frantically searched her memory for those she had offended recently, but found no answers. Could it be the Erlang Shen one? Yet the efficacy of the elixir was unquestionable. If the intention was to harm her, why resort to such elaborate means? With great effort, the clam mother calmed her turbulent energy and produced a deep blue pearl, channeling her mana into it. As she formed an incantation, the blue aura enveloping her began to shrink and solidify. On the shore, two figures, one large and one small, regained their composure, slumped on the ground. The young woman gradually transformed back into an old crone, tears streaming down her face, her withered hands covering her visage as she choked on her sobs. The simple-minded child, sensing his mother's sorrow, attempted to approach her for comfort, only to be met with the old woman's startled cry as she recoiled and shoved the bewildered child away. Begone! Jinzha and Yang Jian observed the unfolding farce. And once the old woman ceased her weeping, Jinzha inquired, "What is your true identity? What connection do you share with that clam spirit from the depths?" The old woman, resigned to her fate, sat silently upon the ground, refusing to speak. Jinzha narrowed his eyes and stepped closer to her. The fallen child sprang up and positioned himself before him, resembling a stubborn calf, refusing to budge, his head butting against Jinzha. Yang Jian, from behind, struck the child unconscious and lifted him aloft. The old woman's dulled gaze regained its clarity as she lifted her eyes, shaking her head with a deep sigh. "I will tell you." Jinzha and Yang Jian listened intently as she recounted a tale of a fallen maiden, reliant on her sister to care for a simple-minded child while waiting for a heartless lover. Jinzha raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. "Wait a moment. The Dragon Clan's roar. Are not all dragons stationed to guard the abyssal beasts? Could there truly be a rogue?" Jinzha resolved silently to inquire with Ao Guang upon his return, contemplating whether there existed a bastard son. "Let us depart." Jinzha called out to Yang Jian before turning to leave. Yang Jian gently set the simple-minded child down and patted his shoulder, momentarily revealing a tender side. "Take good care of your mother. Be a true man." The foolish child seemed to comprehend, grinning widely as he scurried back to the old woman's side. This time, he merely stood beside her, refraining from embracing her. Jinzha and Yang Jian returned to the village and approached their temporary dwelling. At the entrance, Zhuge Dali spotted the two and joyfully rushed over. "Brother Jiaozhu, you have finally returned." Yet, recalling her earlier anger, she stumbled slightly, halting her advance, crossing her arms with a huff. Jinzha, observing Dali's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. Seeing her brother laugh at her irritation only made Dali pout, switching her arms to cross them differently, squeezing her ample bosom into roundness. Jinzha ambled over, affectionately ruffling her hair, before producing a ring and placing it on her finger. "This is for you. It contains a few protective treasures and can hold some items as well." Dali raised her hand under the moonlight, scrutinizing the exquisite ring. Mischievous glints danced in her eyes as she beamed foolishly, swaying her body. In a moment of unguarded clumsiness, she tumbled into Jinzha's arms, lifting him up and dashing toward the room. Jinzha found himself half suspended in midair, tightly ensnared by Dali. He frantically signaled Yang Jian with his eyes. Yang Jian, unperturbed, merely glanced aside and turned his back, ignoring Jinzha's plight. Taking a deep breath, Jinzha summoned his strength and finally broke free. "Dali, I'm upset. I am a dignified man. You cannot treat me this way. Some things can only be done once we become partners." Dali lowered her enchanting gaze, clutching the hem of her garment. "But we are merely lying on the bed. What else can we do?" Jinzha scratched his chin, his lips twitching. "Do you think I would believe that?" In the following days, Jinzha diligently crafted paper figures while Dali obediently assisted with grinding ink, though they went through 3 inkstones. Eventually, Jinzha, pressed for time, sent Dali away, laboriously completing the paper figures and talismans, relieved to have the burden lifted. "All right, let the ocean environmental cleanup plan commence." Jinzha organized his belongings and called upon Yang Jian, making their way to the seashore. He first scattered the substitute talismans around, affixed a water-repelling talisman to his leg, donned a water-repelling pearl, and then placed a substitute talisman on Yang Jian. Just as he was about to proceed further, Yang Jian, standing nearby, raised his weapon, its cold gleam reflecting off Jinzha. "It's ready, dive in." Jinzha shook his head, stroking his chin. There's one more thing." Subsequently, the old woman, bewildered, found herself bound and seated on the ground, her aged face trembling. "Immortal, did you not promise to spare us?" Jinzha remained silent, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. "Very well, add another to the meat ticket." Taking a deep breath, Jinzha plunged into the depths of the ocean, transforming his appearance and attire into that of a crane youth. He approached the azure orb of light, speaking coldly. "Where is the clam spirit? Why do you not show yourself?" After a moment, a frail female voice responded. "White crane immortal, I have been ambushed recently and have yet to recover. I cannot assist you. Please leave." Jinzha furrowed his brow, astonished. It seemed even the clam spirit had become exceedingly cautious. "Oh, your excuse is rather flimsy. To possess your magical artifact, one must obtain your permission." The ethereal female voice remained silent. Jinzha pondered in his heart. Could it be that she has sensed something amiss? Perhaps it would be prudent to probe once more. Spirit of the clam, if the significant affairs between my master and the Western sect are jeopardized because of you, do you truly believe you can withstand the wrath of either side? Once again, there was silence in the tranquil bridge. Just as Jinzha was about to depart, a soft sigh echoed through the air. "Very well. Then I shall trouble the white crane immortal envoy to come in for my verification." Subsequently, a blue sphere of light enveloped Jinzha, who maintained a dignified pace as he swiftly approached the grand hall. Inside the hall, the mother clam appeared despondent. Her once fair complexion had begun to show signs of aging, and strands of white had started to infiltrate her lustrous black hair. "White crane envoy, all I have spoken is the truth. The other day, I was on the verge of a breakthrough in my cultivation when I was interrupted by a treacherous individual. Now my essence is damaged, and I truly cannot assist with the grand matters." Jinzha maintained an air of aloofness, gradually closing the distance, his lips almost betraying a smirk. Yet, there were indeed clues regarding that treacherous person. The clam spirit shook her head, letting out a deep sigh. And as she sensed the envoy drawing closer, her heartstrings tightened suddenly. "Envoy, you have already witnessed my condition. If there is nothing else, please take your leave." Jinzha displayed a friendly smile as he retrieved a vial of elixir from his sleeve. "Since you are in poor condition, allow me to bestow upon you another vial." Under normal circumstances, the clam spirit would have been elated and would have performed a bow of gratitude, but she could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Please, envoy, open it for me and just toss it my way." A cold smirk tugged at Jinzha's lips as he complied with her request. The clam spirit observed the elixir being tossed her way, confirming there was no issue, and felt a sense of reassurance, scolding herself for her own fears. After nodding her thanks, she reached out to catch it. However, a thunderous shout shattered her fleeting hope. "Come forth, Brother Yang." From Jinzha's sleeve flew forth a talisman, followed by a brilliant burst of golden light. The divine Lord Erlang manifested before them. "Demonic spawn, prepare to meet your demise." Chapter 35. Bloodshed and Arson with the Golden Belt. Yang Jian wielded his three-pronged halberd, swinging his arms in a wide arc. A chilling glint sliced through the air and struck the mother clam's shoulder, blood splattering. Even though the mother clam had sensed something was amiss beforehand, she raised her hand to defend herself and was grievously wounded nonetheless. She fell to the side, her jade-like arm propping her up as she coughed up blood, pleading for mercy. "Stop. Spare my life. I shall do anything you ask," Yang Jian coldly intoned, raising his halberd once more without the slightest hesitation. The mother clam, her eyes filled with panic, retrieved a pearl from behind her, which hovered in midair, transforming back to its original form. "What manner of beings are you? Devoid of any compassion?" As she transformed, the three-pronged halberd cleaved through her body, creating fissures, and with a thundering crash, she collided against the elevated seat. Yang Jian raised his hand again, poised to split the clamshell, but Jinzha stepped forward to restrain him. "Brother Yang, you are indeed a paragon among us. However, perhaps we might consider a different approach." Having spoken, Jinzha produced several small vials, containing the latest concoctions from his and his brother's research. Approaching the colossal shell, he directed the vials towards the fissure before Yang Jian and spoke in a gentle tone. Come forth, for these delightful treasures of mine are truly invigorating." The mother of the clam remained silent, her heart heavy with longing. To emerge would mean certain doom. It is better to bide my time. Perhaps the arrival of the white crane might herald a change in fortune. Resolute in her decision, the clam mother let out a quiet hum within the shell. Seeing her lack of response, Jinzha ceased his words and uncorked the first vial, releasing a seductive powder, the effects of which were well understood. As he poured it in, a soft moan emanated from within the shell, followed by a series of suppressed gasps. Soon, fluid began to seep from the crevice of the shell. Without pausing, Jinzha proceeded to the second vial, containing a soul-corroding essence. "Cease," cried the clam mother. Yet, Jinzha remained silent, persistently adding more until weariness set in. At last, 10 empty vials lay scattered at his feet. Inside the shell, The clam mother alternated between anguished cries and deep, breathy sighs, producing an alluring melody. Sensing the opportune moment, Jinzha whispered like a demon. I possess even more intriguing delights. Would you care to sample? Noting that the shell remained closed, he reached for several more vials. No, I will emerge. A quivering voice responded, and the shell finally opened, revealing the clam's spirit, her complexion flushed and legs tightly pressed together. What must you do to spare me? Jinzha surveyed her, confirming the quality of his creations. The effects appeared satisfactory, likely diminished only slightly against the celestial beings, yet he remained curious. Pray tell, how long have you collaborated with the Western sect and the Infinite Immortal? Speak the truth. The clam spirit's arms trembled between her legs, her gaze lowered. One more taste. Jinzha raised a vial, feigning to pour its contents, though it was merely a healing elixir. The clam spirit wiped away tears from her eyes, sighed deeply, and began to recount her tale. As Jinzha listened, his astonishment grew. It seemed the plan to seize the fruit of their labor would soon be set in motion. After the clam mother finished her account, she inhaled deeply, glancing at Jinzha's expression, and patted her ample bosom, convinced her life was spared. Raising an eyebrow, Jinzha inquired further, now, without the details of your operation, do elaborate. The clam mother, appearing resigned, ceased her tension and resistance, licked her dry, red lips, and cast a flirtatious glance. I have shared all. You must uphold your promise. As long as you agree, I am at your service. Jinzha narrowed his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and placed his hand upon her head. Speak freely. How could I bear to disappoint a woman such as you? With a sidelong glance, the clam mother's heart sank, but she continued her narrative. Having acquired the information he sought, Jinzha nodded in satisfaction and produced an antidote. Tossing it before her. Here is the remedy. You may depart. The clam mother hastily gathered it, storing it away without consuming it immediately. Subsequently, she hastily regained her human form, her disheveled attire left untouched, and bowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. I shall take my leave now. Wait, leave that artifact behind. He commanded. The mother clam, stiffened, turned her head and feigned ignorance, saying, My lord, what artifact? I possess numerous treasures. Take what you desire. Jinzha fixed a piercing gaze upon the pretentious clam and raised his hand. My patience does not imply that my companion here, Brother Yang, shares the same. Yang Jian cooperatively brandished his trident, still stained with fresh blood. The mother clam, grimacing in dismay, cursed them as robbers in her heart and reluctantly retrieved a blue pearl from her dual peaks. Jinzha raised an eyebrow as he accepted the warm orb. Oh, a rather fine spatial treasure. At this moment, the mother clam resembled a deflated balloon, her azure eyes gazing at Jinzha, expending her last ounce of strength to inquire. Am I free to depart? Jinzha nodded, granting her release. The mother clam dragged her weary form away without a backward glance, discarding the elixir in her wake. Observing this, Jinzha could not help but scoff. How foolish. I offer you an escape, yet you choose not to take it. Suddenly, the mother clam began to channel her magical energy, attempting to flee, only to find her internal spiritual energy spiraling out of control, eroding her form until she gradually faded from sight. While the 10 poisons she bore were not lethal, the activation of her spiritual energy catalyzed them into a deadly toxin. Subsequently, the malevolent aura that enveloped her dissipated, and a resplendent golden light of merit pierced the ocean's surface, enveloping Jinzha and Yang Jian. As Jinzha felt this divine blessing settle upon him, the faint repulsion from the universe vanished entirely. At last, I can commence the repair of my foundation and face the celestial tribulation once more. Grasping the pearl, Jinzha focused his thoughts, causing the entire blue orb to shrink and converge into a radiant halo around the jewel. Very well, let us depart, Yang Jian suggested from the side. Jinzha shook his head, gesturing toward the ground beneath them. There must be further treasures hidden by that clam. We must seek them out and not let this opportunity slip away. Yang Jian, his icy demeanor slightly faltering, glanced at Jinzha and remarked, How adept you are at such endeavors. Jinzha maintained a congenial smile. In a world rife with chaos, one must embrace the role of a benevolent rogue. As the two surfaced from the sea, the night receded, and the dawn's light bathed the coastal village. The long-standing dense fog dissipated, and the village erupted into a cacophony of life. Within each dwelling, women who had lain in silence for years finally broke their despair with cries of liberation. We are free. Leave us be. At the village entrance, Jinzha and Yang Jian exchanged glances, marveling at the newfound vibrancy of the once moribund settlement. Jinzha turned to Yang Jian with a mischievous grin. Brother Yang, You are the pillar of our sect. I have decided that you shall cultivate our order here henceforth." Yang Jian remained silent, raising his trident. Jinzha pouted, producing a magical artifact. Yang Jian rolled his 3 eyes in exasperation and spoke. "I have been out for training for quite some time. It is now time for me to return and devote myself to breaking through to the celestial immortal realm." "Is that so?" Jinzha pondered, stroking his chin, contemplating where to recruit some able-bodied individuals. Just then, a large figure and a small one appeared serendipitously. Jinzha nodded, approached them, and with sincere eyes, produced a precious item, saying, "Join my God of Wealth sect. The benefits are plentiful, and the potential for advancement is vast." Chapter 36. The arrival of the God of Wealth. The elderly woman's dim eyes revealed confusion as she pushed the treasure away with her frail hands, shaking her head repeatedly. "No, my lord, my lifespan is nearly exhausted. I wish only to spend my remaining days with my pitiful child." In response to the old woman's stunned gaze, Jinzha put away the treasure, grasping her hand. "Fear not. What is lifespan? If you agree, I shall procure it for you." The elderly woman's voice trembled, her eyes sparkling with hope. "Is that true? What must I do?" Jinzha waved his hand, maintaining a calm demeanor. "It is not much. You simply need to make a heavenly oath, and then allow me to have your son for a while. You will understand my sect's regulations, and—" The corners of the old woman's mouth twitched. This hardly seemed like not much. Seeing her in shock, Jinzha retracted the remaining conditions for the time being. "Let us begin with the heavenly oath. Do not act in ways that would harm me, nor engage in actions detrimental to the interests of our sect." The elderly woman's eyes quivered as she nodded, beginning her oath. Accompanied by a rumble from the heavens, unseen forces began to watch over her. Jinzha nodded in satisfaction, opened a pill bottle, and directly placed it into her mouth, then pressed his fingers against her brow. "Humph." Jinzha frowned and commanded, "If you wish to live, do not resist. Allow me to enter." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman completely relinquished her spiritual defenses, permitting Jinzha to invade her essence. He delved into her meridians, reshaping their disarray, then drew the aura of a blue orb into her very core, merging seamlessly with it. "Ah!" Jinzha inhaled deeply, withdrawing his consciousness. He beheld the transformation of the elderly woman before him. Her white hair turned black. Her skin became luminous, and even her deflated physique regained its vigor. The elderly woman trembled as she gazed at her rejuvenated hands, once gnarled like tree bark, now delicate. She caressed her face, tears of joy cascading down. "Benefactor, Zhu is at a loss for how to repay you. In the future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the advancement of our sect." Jinzha smiled and inquired, "Why not offer yourself in gratitude?" Zhu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she bowed respectfully, saying, "My lord, please do not jest. I am a married woman with a child." Jinzha thought to himself, "Isn't this a favorable attribute? All right. You should first inform the villagers about the current situation, and be sure to comfort those women who have just begun to recover." Zhu nodded and took the child by the hand, departing. Yang Jian entered and cast a glance at the figures of one large and one small retreating into the distance. Now that the situation had stabilized, should they return? Jinzha shook his head, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Let us wait a few more days. It would be prudent to arrange a formation at the sacrificial site. Just in case." Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, tempted to voice his skepticism, but recalling Jinzha's ability to consume 10 bottles of poison without consequence, he found little cause for counsel. As they approached the sacrificial site, it had grown significantly quieter, with only a few individuals preparing to depart. Yang Jian inquired, "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Jinzha replied, "I believe there is nothing needed. Just guarding the area will suffice." Once the last of the departing individuals had left, Yang Jian closed the door and sat cross-legged beside it. Jinzha then produced several materials and began to set up the formation, his mind deeply immersed in the task as he meticulously arranged the focal points. As day turned to night and back again, 2 days passed, and Jinzha finally emerged from his concentration, taking a deep breath. Just as he turned around, the main door was forcefully swung open. "Who are you, and why do you dare to dismantle the deity's statue within the sea goddess temple?" A robust voice resonated throughout the hall, startling both men. Jinzha was met with the sight of a striking figure, towering and clad in a dark blue Taoist robe. He bore 24 luminous pearls at his waist, resembling a gallant warrior. Jinzha's heart raced, his pupils constricting. Who is this person? Why had I not sensed his presence? Yang Jian, too, felt an unsettling premonition. Gritting his teeth, he clenched his fists to steady his emotions and asked, "Friend, what brings you here?" The newcomer squinted. circling around them while muttering to himself. At this moment, Yang Jian finally discerned the situation, rising abruptly and brandishing his three-pronged spear. Jinzha sensed the urgency in Yang Jian's demeanor. However, the man made no move to turn around. Instead, the 24 pearls at his waist flew forth, immobilizing Yang Jian instantly. In response, Jinzha hastily threw several explosive talismans and activated a spiritual treasure to detonate. The man squinted further, stepping back a few paces while conjuring a protective barrier of spiritual energy, absorbing the explosion with remarkable fortitude. Jinzha was perplexed, struggling to comprehend the intentions of this formidable individual, who was clearly a senior at least at the golden immortal level. The man brushed off the dust from his robes and inquired, "What is your name?" Jinzha steadied his nerves, maintaining a demeanor of respectful composure. "I am Jinzha. May I ask your name, esteemed friend?" The man offered no reply, stroking his beard thoughtfully before posing another question. "What is your connection to the sea god?" Jinzha hesitated for a moment, recalling the sea god, most likely referring to the illustrious tie by Jin Xing, and took a deep breath before responding. "I would consider my relationship with the sea god one of a cherished friendship. We have worked together in the past." Zhao Gongming snorted softly, leaning forward and scanning Jinzha with keen interest. How can such a friendship be substantiated? With his anxiety dissipating, Jinzha produced a token of trust and continued. "Surely you are the friend often mentioned by the sea god. Indeed, as he described, you are remarkably formidable." Zhao Gongming took delight in this acknowledgement, crossing his arms and nodding with a smile. The sea god and I felt an instant rapport, from which I have greatly benefited." Jinzha remained silent, nodding repeatedly. However, Zhao Gongming opened the conversation, incessantly inquiring about Jinzha's recent endeavors. "What has my young brother, the sea god, been up to lately? It's quite astonishing that your cultivation age is even less than that of the sea god. Yet, being a celestial being for less than a century is still commendable." Jinzha's mouth twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Ding. The detection system noted the rising favorability of the esteemed Zhao Gongming. Jinzha's thoughts aligned. It turned out to be our god of wealth. What a turn of events. His clouds of worry dissipated, and he grinned. "It seems the sea god has no pressing matters at hand. I was actually considering a visit. Would you care to join me?" Zhao Gongming laughed heartily and nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I shall await you at Jinao Island. By the way, I am Zhao Gongming. Let us frequent one another in the future." Observing Zhao Gongming's jovial demeanor filled Jinzha with an inexplicable joy. He turned to glance at the deity statue, a powerful melody resonating in his heart. "Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations on your brilliance." At that moment, Zhao Gongming, following Jinzha's gaze, also noticed the statue. "Why does this statue resemble me so much?" "No, it is indeed me." Zhao Gongming squinted, turning to scrutinize Jinzha from head to toe. Jinzha inwardly panicked, realizing he must articulate an explanation. After all, at this moment, Zhao Gongming had yet to be conferred the title of God of Wealth. He certainly couldn't divulge that he had worshipped him in a previous life. Just as Jinzha was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, Zhao Gongming and Yang Jian approached the statue. The divine inquired of the statue, "Who do you resemble?"